out who's going to get it done. It's about to get spicy. He is shooting beams right now. Your Call of Duty Warzone champions. Today, you show your opponents they don't stand a chance. We have the best players from around the world under one roof for the ultimate showdown. They are ready to prove themselves once again, so get loud and get ready. What is it now? C10 right into the face. He's got to stay alive. It's by the last skin of his teeth.
Welcome in, everybody, to the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence series. It's grand finals time. The players have been in Birmingham for now a couple of days. A lot of them competing yesterday to make it to today's competition. What's at stake? $100,000. Qualifying top 4 means you make it to EWC. So much on the line. The competitors, they better be ready for it. If they're not, well, they're going to miss out, and they've only got one more chance to get there. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections, and we're joined by Goj and Spider Tiff. Good to see the both of you. Goj, what's happening, my man? How you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic, man. It's nice and early over here in the States, but I'm really excited to be a part of the broadcast. Resurgence series has been insane so far. Our open land finals was crazy. Our qualifier finals to get to this stage. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We got people from literally all over the world watching and playing. Come on. You couldn't ask for better Warzone.
All over the world, man. They're in Birmingham. I'm jealous. Peaky Blinders fan. All right. I wanted to see the sets. Maybe one day we'll get over there. Tiff, great to see you. Looking great today. How you feeling?
Hey, thank you so much. Honestly, I'm super amped. Let me just tell you all of the clips and the feed that I've been getting from Birmingham since, of course, we are not there. I'm not snacking on Nando's. We'll leave that to the players. I know FIFA Kill has a ton of opinions on all of the Americans that have been enjoying the UK cuisine. He's like, look, guys, there's more to it. But you know what? There's more to it today because we're going to see someone walk away and be able to claim themselves a LAN champion.
Yeah, Nando's a big one. Ben J, I know, was upset about the portion sizes. That was a pretty funny tweet. You haven't seen it, go and check it out. Hey, let's go back in time to EWC last year. It was incredible. The fans were electric. We filled out the stadium. They were even waiting outside just to get in to watch Twisted Minds hoist a trophy.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, to be honest. It was such a great competition. It was so dang close. There were so many teams that made it to that Call of Duty Warzone match point format. It's the first time we saw that match point format at EWC, and it was electric. And I gotta say, Twisted Minds picking up a win here was so much fun in drop 10. The crowd was insane for who we had there, going absolutely bonkers for this roster. Now, I will say one thing about Twisted Minds. They are our reigning champion, and as a reminder, today is an opportunity to earn your spot to EWC again. Twisted Minds not guaranteed a spot necessarily in that circumstance, but they don't have the same roster either, Taylor. And unfortunately, Aiden missed out with his new team on making it to today, which means he's gonna have to go through the Atlanta qualifiers if he wants to get back on this stage.
Yeah, Gen G, Aiden, very sad to not see him obviously competing today. He was even on Repulse's watch party. Shout out to him, by the way, for giving us all the lowdown of what's happening over in Birmingham. Aiden's going to have to fight his way back, hopefully over in Atlanta. But yeah, can't host a trophy just yet, but at least 2 of the 3 members have an opportunity to do so. Gentleman's was also there. They competed second place. They will be here today, looking like one of the strongest teams out there. This is just one stop along the long and winding road to EWC. Enigma, what do the competitors have to go through to get to EWC?
We have officially made it to DreamHack Birmingham. How did we get here? Well, let's break it down. The 2026 Warzone Resurgence series started with an open qualifier available to all players in North America and Europe. The top 32 teams from the open quals were split into 2 groups of 16 based off of their performance. The top 16 progressed to upper round 1, while the bottom 16 were placed in lower round 1. From there, the top 8 teams from each round moved on, while the bottom 8 teams either fell to lower round 2 or were eliminated if already in the lower bracket. Earlier this month, 10 teams punched their tickets to England. 5 from the NA qualifiers and 5 from the EU qualifiers, with 6 joining them from the Open LAN qualifier yesterday, right here in Birmingham. Today, we stand at the Birmingham Finals, where 16 of the best trios in the world compete for $100,000 and a chance to be one of 4 teams that qualify to EWC this summer. Desk, take it away.
Thank you for the breakdown, Enigma. It was EU we watched on screen first go through the gauntlet qualifying. It was a close race in a top 5, but once we got there, we knew who the top dogs were. In fact, it was T1 who took it by a landslide. Tiff, this roster is incredible. Spam Gola's confidence radiating in the interview at the end of the day.
Look, we've had the opportunity to talk to Spam multiple times, and just to hear the level of confidence that he has coming into his first ever LAN competition. Echo stands by not only Spam and Disrupt and knows that they have what it takes to come away a winner here leading into EWC. Of course, they started out their EU finals with a win, 20 kills to their name, and they were one of the 2 teams to double down and substantially gap the lobby, not only with a T1, but it was Gentlemate's Goj, right? Answer back in game number 2, grab a win with 19 kills, if I'm not mistaken, but they just kind of kept on moving forward. There was a lot of competition, not only for Gentlemates when they started off, they had that contest with Parabellum at Lumber, and it got messy. It really staggered their gameplay in that finals lobby, and they had to just kind of throw it all away, say, we know what we're doing. We know we're really freaking good at it, and look how it pays off. Of course, T1 with a 261.2 total points. Yeah, that's like 65 points ahead of Gentlemates. But at the end of the day, in our finals lobby today, when you meet the best of the best from NA and you have to prove your worth, it's Call of Duty Warzone match point. It's the race to 150, and you have to prove you can win here.
Yeah, I will say too, do I think T1 can win? Absolutely. Do I think they can win by this amount and pick up that win after a threshold? Probably not. It's going to be a little bit more mixy on the map, but either way you look at it, T1 was a dominant team. Gentlemates had a fantastic rep as well. 194 points in 10 is fantastic. But Spectre, Light Unlimited, and Team FLS did great as well, picking up 140.8. By the way, ESC, now known as Ravens, miss out by 0.6. Ravens Esports, ESC, they barely don't make it to today. They then have to go through our open LAN finals. This just happened yesterday, and they do qualify off of a banger final map. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. So you will be seeing 6th place competing today, Taylor.
We definitely will. All the teams, the top dogs from the qualifiers now meshed together to compete, again, for the coveted top 4 spots. And speaking of coveted, let's go to North America because we have one of the most coveted star-studded rosters, Team Falcons. They changed it up a bit. For the longest time, Hisoka Biffle shifted. They stayed together. Now this time, the DNA of Noobs, Dongi, and Hisoka, they dominated the qualifiers. Let's talk Aura because this roster has it, Tim.
They really do. It's been pretty impressive, and especially witnessing kind of this new era of the Falcons take flight here in their NA qualifier finals. Now, we do know that Soka has a lot of what it takes. He talks about being an anchor, but I think that Haven's Hollow and the gameplay that follows with the Resurgence allows him to get into the mix and get into the action a lot earlier. Now, Boat, it's going to be interesting here in the finals. Will someone challenge them? I'm looking at you for fun, esports. I know you came through the open. I'm curious to see if you're going to head towards the Falcons now that you're in the same lobbies, but Gosh, there's so many insanely high caliber teams from this lobby.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, NA Finals was really fun to watch for multiple reasons. One of those reasons, though, the top 2 teams just dunked on everybody. The Falcons and Twisted Minds are on paper the best 2 teams from NA Finals. On paper, the best 2 teams in NA in general, and they showed that in NA Finals they crushed everybody else. I think 2nd to 3rd was like a 50-some-odd point spread. Oh no, it's way more than that. 65 point spread from 2nd to 3rd. G2 Esports, by the way, a great team. I'm really excited to see Scythe, Anxiety, and Big Man back on LAN again to prove all the doubters wrong, because this is a really strong team in Resurgence, and they pick up a fairly free POI. They fight everybody off for it, and they pick up 3rd overall. Now, our top 2 were far and beyond everybody else in NA compared to how EU was, but also our margin for error between 5th and 6th was a little bit wider as well. Virtus Pro do kind of sneak in here, 123.8 points. Team Trick Empathy, unfortunately, don't make it through the open lane. You will not see Team in 6th make it to finals. Neither will you see Gen G. They also miss out on our open final land. They don't have a great rep. And also, by the way, not on this list, Taylor, Agent Global, who do make it through our open land finals.
Right.
They will be competing today. They got turbo slammed in NA finals. They got 15th. It wasn't close.
Okay. Yeah, they did, definitely.
They fixed it.
You know what? It's all about getting your revenge and just showing everyone what you can do on LAN, because at the end of the day, that's really what matters if you want to get to EWC.
That's it, AG. They're hyped up. FIFA was tweeting out some diabolical pictures with him and Scummin. I hope they bring that energy today. Let's talk about all our teams, though. Bring them together because we had the EU NA. Now they come, and it's going to be a great competition. I mean, seriously. Obviously, Falcons Team 1, they kind of dominate up there. Alongside that, a Twisted Minds Gentlemates. But we have some other rosters, Ghost, who I feel like are going to make a big impact today. Virtus Pro being one of them. Yeah. Huge fan of Destroy, what he does. By the way, shout out to, again, Repos and his watch party. Destroy was casting. When he's done being a competitor, I see casting in his future. Really the man knows how to rock it.
He's hype.
Yeah, he was really good. His play-by-play was fantastic. No, I want to talk about some of these rosters. I think Virtus Pro is a good one to watch out for. I think they're piecing everything together. They got the vibes. But Team Vitality is the one that's on my radar right now. They're coming in as the last seed. And frankly, they were kind of sneaking by every single round. They miss out on direct shot to the finals today through the NA finals. They don't have a really good rep in that. And then through the open LAN finals yesterday, it was this story of like, hey, we have crazy placement. I think it was like average of 4.5 throughout the course of their 6 maps in the open LAN finals, Tim. And great placement, just not a lot of kills. And I think, frankly, it's because they weren't really contested and they got the zone pulls, so there wasn't as much fighting. Today, though, if they keep going train, they're going to have to fight through T1. So that's a team I definitely have my eyes on.
Ooh, I love when you get to see this kind of POV from LAN here. Reflections. They're so close together. It's gonna get loud. This is my favorite part. Like, imagine you're sitting across from a team and you stand up and you're like, I am just better.
That's right. You're banging down the barrier. You're trying to get to the other side. We're gonna have these cams all day long. It's gonna be great to watch them. Not only trash talk, but also the audience in the background who can kind of walk up. I'm gonna get Enigma's point of view in that in just a little bit. There's Team Falcons. Yeah, looking to go big today. It's gonna be a wonderful day. And why? Right? A lot of money on the line. Okay, tons of money. In fact, we're talking $1.2 million guaranteed. $100,000 for just Birmingham alone. Obviously, same thing for Atlanta. Not only are you trying to make it to EWC to compete for the $1 million, but you get a little bit of an additional prize pool on the road to that point. And I believe in $30,000 overall for first place, which is quite significant to go and compete, play with your boys, and, you know, have a little bit of fun out there. I think for some it is a lot of fun right there. Goal is EWC. Here is just one of the stopping points that they just kind of have to get through. Top 4 is the goal, though. We're going to be paying close attention, chat. Make sure you're paying close attention to the standings, especially when we get to the 150 point threshold. Once the teams get past that, they're a match point. They've got to win a game after that in order to secure the victory. They do so. $30,000 goes their way. Plus, they look like one of the strong favorites going into EWC. It's going to be lightning fast today. Make sure you're taking your notes. Keep up because it's going to be a quick but good day. Let's talk our first team, Team Falcons. We've been highlighting them. Let's now hone in on who this roster is, Tiff.
Oh my gosh, let me at them, right? The Falcons, everyone knows that name in competitive Warzone. They had one of the craziest dynasties of all time, and then you kind of just threw a wrench in it, right? Shifty, Soka, break up, Biffle decides to retire, steps away, but then he goes and acquires one of the most interesting teams, Noobs, part of that original TBE dynasty from what, 5+ years ago, and witnessing the come up of Dongy just, 2 years ago on LAN, one of the coveted rookies. Coming together here in Havens Hollow in the Warzone Resurgence series has just been absolutely insane to witness, because not only do they have one of the most crazy average placements as a team, I believe it's like 3.1, right? Which means they're getting 1.4 points for every kill. And when your goal is to race to the top at 150 points, expect them to do that within maybe 6 or 7 maps. So to be able to maintain that pace, of course, it could shift here on LAN. Now that they're meeting EU, I see you, T1, I see you, Gentlemates. When you put that many heavy hitters in the same lobby, Gosh, you know it's just going to be astronomical, because what Havens Hollow, I said it early, it allows you the flexibility to really not only hone in on your position. You don't have to have Hisoka anchoring. You can allow Noobs to do that, right? Yeah. They stay alive on the map. They get mixy, and Dongy alone, 75 kills, an average of 7.5 kills per game. How do you match that if you're not only getting kills, but you're living and making it more difficult for every team around you to reset?
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, Dongy's stats here are obviously phenomenal. You're picking up first place in most categories or a top 3 in all of the rest. I think the thing that makes this team so valuable on the map is, one, they have a lot of aura. I think Taylor used that term earlier, and I think that's totally fair. No, I mean, frankly, nobody's going to boat. And if 4Fun goes to boat and chows them, I pray for them, okay? I think they're going to struggle. I think they struggled in past competitions and didn't make it to this stage because of that. They got a free boat because the Falcons weren't open, and they win. So, great. Boat's an awesome POI. I just don't think they win against the Falcons, but who knows? Maybe contesting the Falcons could slow them down. This is a team that's highly variable. They can change up their playstyle, like you said, Tiff.
Yes, but hear me out. Juju 6'5". I think Soka 6'5". Like, boat's gonna get crazy.
Sure,
it's gonna get loud. I want to see those two not only match up, but maybe they see each other in person after a potential contested boat, and it gets
Taylor,
interesting.
One quick thing, by the way, that we haven't mentioned that is wild. Yeah, the Falcons averaged 3.1 in their placing, meaning basically they averaged third place every single map through 10. That's right. Disgusting.
Well, a large reason for that is Hisoka. Hisoka is the original DNA of what this Falcons roster was, right? Especially going back a couple years to the first EWC Warzone competition where they hoisted the trophy. He's looking to reclaim that after falling short just last year. Now joining in with Noobs and Dongy, Hisoka is a great IGL and a huge vocal figurehead. And again, going back to Aura, that is a real thing. He's dead center of the two, which means he can call out to both sides and just be the play caller. One of the things Hisoka does so well outside of just being an IGL is he knows how to stay alive, especially when we get into late game, and he always has money and he's not scared to go into gas in order to bring his teammates back into the play. Even when he's alone, I go back to game, I think it was 2 if I'm not mistaken, during the NA qualifiers. He's alone over in Cole, has to stay alive. There was a chance where he could have 1v2'd 1v3 the last team in order to secure a victory. Granted, he doesn't. I believe it was a bomb drone that ends up taking him out. You got to watch out for those, but Hisoka is truly phenomenal. Then you have Doggy, who's been on the rise for the longest time as a leading slayer, and he hasn't slowed down. Such a good player. And then of course Noobs, who knows what it is to be a champion. Falcons, they just have the DNA to make it happen. Such a talented roster. They've got the aura, and today they're looking to prove what they can do on LAN, and LAN is a totally different experience. And T1 though, on the opposite side, I mentioned Spam Gola, the young gun, 18 years old, now finally on LAN with a chance to prove what he can bring to the table, to the competitive Warzone scene in person. He's confident, he's feeling great, but T1, they were the #1 team in EU Gauche. Can they be the #1 team today?
I think it's absolutely possible, if not somewhat probable. I mean, you talk about the domination of the Falcons in NA. In the EU side, it was utter domination from T1. There wasn't anybody even kind of close. There was a 65-point spread between Gentlemates and T1. T1 could do whatever they wanted on the map. Nobody can test them. Nobody dared to, because every other tournament leading up to the stage, anybody that tried got absolutely slammed. It wasn't even close. So T1 is a team to watch out for many reasons. One of the reasons, though, is this man on your screen right now. Echo is the best or one of the best IGLs in the game. Unstoppable. Obviously won World Series of Warzone last year. Goes to Resurgence, and it's the same story. He is big brain, mega mind, the GOAT when it comes to rotations. Also, this guy just straight up doesn't die. Talk about an anchor's role. He's a great IGL, but also not dying. That's kind of part of the game. He had 9 deaths through 10 games. By the way, the average deaths per team per game is 10. This guy died 9 times throughout the course of the entire competition. Ridiculous stuff. So either way you look at it, this roster is star-studded. Echo, a huge reason for that, but the 2 slayers you brought up, Spam Gola and then Disrupt, look at these stats, by the way. You see that they're tied for first? They're tied with his teammate. This team was so dominant, they pick up first and second in the slaying categories with their 2 slayers. So Spam Gola, Disrupt are going to be disrupting and changing this map entirely, whether they're contested at Trained by Vitality or not. I expect to see T1 as a team that's making it to EWC with stats like this, Tiff.
Yeah, I really do. And honestly, if I'm not mistaken, I had a chance to talk to Disrupt's brother back in Vegas for World Series of Warzone. Of course, those two, he wasn't competing with Echo at that point in time. Mind you, Echo had won with Team Vision at World Series of Warzone, which was FIFA Kill and Lennon. Lennon, you're not seeing here today. FIFA Kill's on a different team. Echo realizes that he has potential in Spam, who is just turning 18, wasn't at World Series of Warzone. Disrupt played for Onyx, got 8th place. Now, here's the fun part. He played with Bubble, who who is one of teammates of Echo. So it's really one of those moments where they're in the same world. You're going to get that feedback from Bubble and understand that Disrupt has that potential. There's something to be said about Echo. I've known about his journey in competitive Warzone for the past few years. I've always been a huge fan of everyone that he keeps around him, the way that he does. He approaches it so methodically. So to be able to identify the qualities that he can see in these two young guns of Disrupt and Spam, to be able to challenge them to be their best, even if it's Spam's first LAN here today. I think they know they have what it takes, but it's really peculiar to see them sitting across from Twisted Minds when you have Z Smith, Almond, the reigning champions, Shifty, a part of that Falcons dynasty, who split a part of that, split from Soka because, guys, he had too many seconds. He wants to be back on top.
That's it. Twisted Minds, this roster, champions from EWC last year. They changed their DNA a bit. Aiden's gone, but they qualify. Aiden doesn't. Gosh, does this roster look stronger than they did last year when they hoisted a trophy?
That's an interesting conversation. It's hard to compare, frankly. Twisted Minds won the EWC, but when it comes to Haven's Hollow, I guess, yeah. I mean, you pick up Shifty. He's arguably the most well-rounded and one of the best players, if not the best player in a well-rounded statistic standpoint in the game, period. I think there's maybe an argument there, but Shifty is in everybody's top 3 for best player in the game right now. So absolutely, this is a major pickup with some weird instances with Falcons. There's a lot of conversations there when they didn't win. They were like, we're going to blow everything up. And well, it worked out for Twisted Minds. They pick up one of the best players in the game. Now, Twisted Minds is a fun one. You saw the stats there just a moment ago. Tiff, they won 4 out of 10 maps and they still don't win. They still don't outfrag the Falcons. One reason for that, Mansion. This is a really interesting POI that they basically ended up getting for free because they also have Aura. Nobody wants to play against them in Mansion. You can see the stats here from Shifty, top fragger in many ways, but in terms of our statistics, couldn't quite keep up with the Falcons, but still crazy stats across the board. 3rd, 2nd, and then a 5th overall in KD because he's going to go slay out and play his life. If he dies, no big deal. You've got folks keeping you alive on the back end. One quick note, though, about this Mansion POI. We did see ESC not qualify originally, now known as the Ravens, playing through Mansion. Now they go through opens, they qualify, and the Ravens are saying, hey, we're coming for you, big dog. They said specifically, we are coming for Shifty. We want to kill him. They will contest there, and who knows how it'll work out this time around.
Shifty's a champion, knows how to be a champion. Now with Almond and Z Smith, maybe he can win EWC again. By the way, again, right? He already has lifted that trophy before. He's looking to do the same. I'm getting ahead, but I'm talking about EWC like they already qualified. They still got to get through Birmingham. They still got to get through today's competition match point. Let's bring in our wonderful casters for the first 2 games. Of course, we're talking Dendro. We got Enigma. Day, good to see you, brother. Last night you had a big burrito. You got some good sleep. Now you
I hate you putting me on blast live here.
What's wrong with that burrito? It's good, brother.
It was a delicious burrito. Don't get me wrong, but you're right. I had a great night's sleep. Had to prep for today. Was locked in watching all of the games from the Open yesterday, and I tweeted about it. And I said, if any of those lobbies yesterday were an indication of what we can see today, we're about to have a movie on our hands, and I can't be more excited to be here alongside all of you to watch all this action go down. It's going to be quite a treat.
Yeah, we want to be there in person, but Enigma, you actually had the chance to be there in person and feel the energy and watch some of the qualifiers just yesterday.
Yeah, no, it was incredible to be there, to see all the players in action. I think it was important to witness how different players were kind of feeling about things. Folks like Spam, Nearson, of course, popping off yesterday, very confident in themselves while they're going to be out there. Whereas when it comes to some of the other folks, maybe your less experienced players, a little bit of nerves already, a glint in the eyes, they're unsure. So it's all about how they handle that pressure today. Looking forward to seeing how it all goes down because everyone said here, this is going to be a movie.
It is going to be a movie indeed, and one team that we haven't talked about that I would be remiss if we didn't talk about at the start of the show is Gentlemates, a roster that has always been the bridesmaid, never the bride, looking to finally get first place. This would be a huge point for that. Enigma, I got to go to you because you're my Gentlemates guy, right? They send you all the merch. You're always flying their banner, and rightly so. They're a great org. They're a great team.
Biased.
Today, though, they're playing in person. Gentlemates, what makes this roster so strong?
It's going to be that Frenchman on the right-hand side of your screen, Enkyo. Now, don't get me wrong, these three are great. They settle into very distinct roles. Grommelok is your general, your leader. He will dictate a lot of the comms, but he actually sits more in that support role position, trying to play up behind Enkyo a bit. Hallow, he's more of that anchor. He's settled into that. Initially, it was the other way around, but they found that this is where they sit more pretty. Grommelok himself is a hell of a shooter, so that's where they've laid up. But Enkyo, this man is quite frankly ridiculous. He put up 50% of their kills in the online finals as a team. He's going out there putting up numbers that are matching the very best in the world over and over and over again. It's terrifying to see how consistent he is. My one concern is, can we expect that out of him against the very best teams on LAN? I'd love to see a bit more of a lift from his two teammates, potentially Grom in particular, that man there in the middle to step it up and really play a 1-2 kind of pinch kind of situation with his duo. With that, you've then got the opportunity to really contest your Falcons, your Twisted Minds, and no longer be that bridesmaid.
Gentlemates, second place. This time around, do they get first? They're a talented roster. They stayed together, more importantly. That chemistry is very real. You look at Falcons and how long they stayed together. I'm assuming this Gentlemates roster is only going to get stronger as they start to mature together as a roster. Los Carrillos, though, one guy that I love, Amir, been a huge fan of him. Once considered just a content creator, now a serious competitor who's made it to the LAN, it seems, every single time. He knows how to form rosters. Coach, this roster excites me. Amir, first and foremost, such a great human being, but a brilliant competitor.
Yeah, Amir I've had a chance to talk to so many times in person, and he's always got the craziest vibes. He's got a huge smile on his face. He's always giving me a huge dap up, and we have a great time talking about Warzone. He loves this game, and he is one of the faces of this game, and he somehow can also compete at a really high level and always makes LAN and always does well on LAN. I expect the same here today. Amir picks up Criminal God instead of Castillo. One of the things they talked about in their interview yesterday is that Castillo's their good friend. They played with him in just about every other World Series Warzone format, but Castillo is a big map player. They needed a young gun that can move fast and shoot straight, and Criminal God is exactly that. Turned 18 in December, just now can compete, and now because of that, it allows Zdark to just go rogue. Zdark has always been their fragger, and now he can just go crazy on the map with Criminal God as a backup. Dan, this roster is one that I'm really excited to see in this form of competition, because we didn't see them in the online stages because they came through the LATAM side, who had their spots on LAN, and they performed to get to this point.
No, and I think this really just kind of is a testament to Amir's ability to maybe see some of this young talent, right? Like you mentioned, picks up Criminal God in for Castillo and is really finding some success. Tiff, I know you have some sort of opportunity to be able to talk with Amir about his ability to form rosters, maybe see talent early, because, man, this team looked really good yesterday.
They really do, and you guys are 100% right. I feel like everyone just always has the possibility and the chance to talk to Amir because he really is that friendly. He is that much of a joy to be around. He recently just won a Twitch Rivals event in a different game, and the reason was because he can identify that talent across so many different players. He formed the teams, he guided them to victory, and they won. He actually wasn't playing. So now when you go back to your title game, your competitive Warzone, in which you are such a staple in the scene, to make those changes, to identify the powerhouse in this young talent and to be able to cultivate it and challenge them to be their very best on LAN, you know, that's exactly what they're going to be doing. And honestly, Ghosh, I love that you mentioned that calm on letting Zdark go rogue, because you are right. He's got, what, about 15, 20 more kills than the rest of the team. Yep. You have to have that powerhouse that can just go rogue and take down the likes of T1, of Twisted Minds, of Gentlemates. You need that star player.
Taylor,
yeah, one of the things... Go for it.
Zdark picked up 6 kills every single lobby, essentially. Picked up 36 kills in 6. Watch out for Zdark, dude. He's going to be a fragger.
Well, he's always been a fragger too, right? Happy to see him on a roster here. Amir, again, it's not just enough to be a competitor and shoot straight. Sometimes you have to be smart and put your team together. You can do that. You can be a champion. You go back to many other examples in the past I can bring up who just know how to form rosters. They weren't the best player, but they still found a way to be a champion. Amir could be one of those examples. It's another roster, though, for fun. I want to talk about Dandro, a team that got into the mix. Now they're here. How far can they go?
I mean, listen, I gotta be honest with you. Juju's my dog, okay? And I love that he has picked up this roster. Him and Flank, they kind of were looking for a third. They talked on the pulse check yesterday, like, how do you manage to pick up Bubble of all people? And they literally, Flank said, I went through about 6 rosters in 24 hours. And somebody said, hey, maybe we should go pick up Bubble. He talks to Bubble after a scrim. Within 12 hours, that guy quits his job and is ready to move to North America. It was a lackluster qualifier stage for this team, but they did not let that deter them. Feels like they went back to the drawing board. They figured out some of their issues. And yesterday, they looked very, very good. Had some shaky moments in that first lobby of the day, but when it came down to that upper level round number 2 in the open, they slaughtered their competition. They were just everybody shooting, and that's what makes me so excited about this roster. Every single one of them can have that X factor moment where they can pop off, and that's what you need if you're going to be able to try and put up the kills that you want to have a top scorer to cross that match point threshold.
Yeah, 100%. And Dan, I think you brought it up really well. It's actually all 3 of these players can fry out. It actually kind of reminds me of the playstyle of the Falcons, where it's kind of like, who's hot, let's roll, right? I think in the 6 maps or 8 maps there was that we saw towards the end of the finals, there was 6. The 33 kills from Bubble, 28 from Flank, 28 from Juju. So to your point, yeah, they picked up kills across the board and they went out in opens. Here's the big question mark for this team. You're a big Juju fan. I'm a big Bubble and Flank fan. I've been singing Flank's praise since the beginning of Warzone, okay? This is the guy that I've been calling the golden third since the beginning. He somehow always makes it here. Here's the big question mark. This team went to boat uncontested and had the map to themselves. That will not be the case today. Are they going to be in Main Street? Are they going to contest the Falcons? Like, they're beginning here. This first map will dictate for fun for the rest of this competition. There's a chance we don't even see them in the top 10 if they can't figure that out.
That is actually horrifying to think about, because this is what you need. You need to be inside that top 4. And honestly, when you look at that roster, Bubble, Flank, and Juju, they might be some of the most underrated players that we have seen. How many times have we seen, all of us guys from the past couple of years across all the modicum of competitive Warzone environments, that we have seen Flanked scraping together just to get a team, just to get to land. And you know what that man does? He gets like a top 5, like out of nowhere. Dude is crazy. I don't know what it is about that land prowess that man has. You throw Bubble in the mix. He's got experience. He was, like I said, competing with Echo back in the Copper Box Arena at World Series of Warzone LAN in London. So has that experience. You throw Juju in the mix. God, D'Andro, didn't we get to talk to him just back in Vegas? Like, also seeing you two interview each other, or about to, is probably one of my favorite things, because I'm just standing there as like a little person, just staring up at the titans of Warzone.
He's like I said in the interview, he's like the only person I think who can maybe like overshadow me, like when it comes to like being in that room. He's a big dude, and his personality matches it, and I think his play style goes as well. He had a nasty, like, just literally 5 in a row over a train station during the opens that was like kind of a highlight reel moment that didn't really get talked about, and he sent it to me afterwards, and he's like, I'm going to do this on LAN. And I was like, I hope you do, buddy, because we need some, I want the content. Give me some clips that we can post on the timeline, please.
That's how I feel every time we all meet up in person. It's like, I'm there, and then I look over at Goj, and he's like 5'3", and I just tower over him, and it just makes me feel really, really big. By the way, one roster, though, that makes me excited is G2. G2 is one of those talented rosters that just had to go through the gauntlet to really prove themselves, by the way. And they're going to be performing today in game number 1. Speaking of which, let's get it started. D'Andro, Enigma, take it away. I'm ready.
Hey, thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, as well as Goj and Tiff. Fantastic talk about a lot of our top teams here in Enigma. Game number 1, it's about to get kicked on off, and I can't be more excited to be casting these first 2 games alongside you.
No, it's going to be incredible, and we're looking forward to how those teams are going to reach that coveted match point. But to do that, they've got to understand exactly how to get there through the scoring that we've got for the Warzone Resurgence series. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 1 point per kill, and you'll have a multiplier off there on your right-hand side for placement. So if you get yourself 10 kills, you finish 11 to 16. If you get a 1x, that means you get 10 points. However, if you win the map with those same 10 kills, you get a 1.6 times multiplier. So instead of 10 points, it is now worth 16, and you can do the rest the math from there. What everyone's hoping to do, the 16 teams here are hoping to hit that match point threshold of 150. Now, you must get there before you go into a map thinking you can win the tournament. If you hit 150 during a map, you still can't win the tournament there. You must hit 150 beforehand and then win a map after that point. That closes the tournament. You must win the tournament. There is no just racking up a ton of kills and placing inside that top 5 for a nice little multi. We must see closers close. We must see breakers break.
Fantastic breakdown, my friend. And you say it the best all the time. Pressure, it either makes diamonds or burst pipes. And that is going to be what we are looking at here today. I love that we have these in-venue shots of so many of our teams, so many of our heavy hitters just sitting across from each other. I don't know if we'll get anybody standing up yelling across the monitors at each other like a good old passion pit that we've come to know and love. But all I can tell you is that everybody is here to play. Everybody has been looking forward to this. There's a lot of energy. Yesterday, you know, a lot of these competitors, they didn't sit back in their hotel room. They weren't chilling. No, they were in venue. They were scoping the competition. They were getting ready to look for it. And that's a big conversation, Enigma. Some of these teams, they have 11 maps underneath their belt. Other of these squads are coming in a little bit cold here today. Do you think that's going to have any impact here in map number 1?
I think for your very best teams, your Falcons and so on, probably not. I think that they've got the quality to see that through nice and early. They've got a game plan there. But for some of your mid-pack teams, I believe it will have an impact for sure. You've got yourself, as you said, 11 maps. If you're Deus and Mia, you're feeling warmed up. You're ready to go. You understand a couple of things that went wrong yesterday, how things feel a little bit different on land. Your comfort in the space. For some of those other teams who scraped through qualifiers, then you're very much so, okay, how are we going to roll into this? We don't really know exactly what this ping feels like. And there's going to be a lot to talk about there. I'm sure we're going to see how that breaks on down. But it's also just, again, like the way in which the players looked yesterday. So much confidence. We were talking a lot about Juju there. Comes over, introduction was... It's the man, you know, the only guy that's ever made Danjo look small. He was laughing it up with the crowd. Everyone's getting going. And he then goes on to have a couple of monster maps. And it's stuff like that. That's the difference. You look over some of these other players. They're a little timid. They're a little, you know, trying to sit in the background a little bit. There's nowhere to hide on LAN.
No, there is nowhere to hide. And I love that when we took a look at the Gentlemates earlier, you can even see now, like, it's all smiles. These guys are ready to go. And it's something that, it's a key point to bring up. Some of these players, they look a little bit more relaxed. Others, maybe shaking in their boots a little bit. It's one thing to maybe fear gamer tags on the line, Enigma. It's a different thing to fear maybe the person sitting across the aisle from you that's there. Really fantastic stuff. We're going to get into that game number 1 here very, very shortly, friends. But Enigma, there's a conversation that I think we need to have, because I kind of almost had this realization as we were talking through in the open show, where there's a really good question about that For Fun roster. Do they go to Main Street? Do they maybe go back to Boat? Maybe try and chow the Falcons? There's a couple of key teams that are not on this map that could open up some POIs. I'm thinking of that Main Street area. That's normally been an area of the map that's been controlled entirely by that Knight and Gabe Kuhn roster, right? They're not here. They're not going to be in this lobby. That's a potential opening, that bank area. We also, the namesake, it guts me that they're not here, but Nate Dogg in that bottom left-hand side of the corner, they're not around here either, down in gazebos. That's a potential area of the map that you can start to land on. We were talking about that there's going to be potentially 4 teams maybe down towards that lumber, maybe 5 if we get some of these teams coming on down from Cole. I'm going to kind of be curious. We know the drop spots of a lot of the big teams, but there's some nooks and crannies on the map that can start to get filled in that maybe teams can find success out of.
I'm fully expecting a couple of changes on landing spots. Let's get that clear. But if we go off the information that we have already, I fully agree with you, and I think this is a fantastic point to bring up. There's so many different ways in which we can talk and break down a map. Contests are so important here in Warzone. It's all about winning your landing spot and putting your anchor into a nice little safety pocket. However, with For Fun, one of the problems they may run into, you're right, they've got a lot of space, a lot of area they can loot up. Their economy early game should be great. The problem they may face is if the zone doesn't drag in their direction, they might have too much room. We saw moments yesterday where teams were getting advanced UAVs, popping them, and then going, there's no one to shoot. There's no one to run at. We've got to cover like half this map before we can get close enough to kill a couple of players. By the time you're getting there, your advanced is basically burnt through. You're trying to make up for that by playing ultra aggressive, and you're getting caught out. We saw it happen multiple times yesterday, so For Fun have got to be very clever about tempering their pace. Looking at that team, they have the brains to do it for sure. They were getting good placings through yesterday, but they've got to make sure they don't over-egg it. And they've got to watch for those third-party teams coming in. There's going to be a couple of those arriving in late. Your T1s, your Vitality, potentially whoever wins train. You've got to be aware of those different threats coming in. Could they get there? Yes. Could they make a big run happen? But yes, but they're going to have to be incredibly smart about the way they play out today.
Listen, it's hard to chase red dots when there's no red dots on the map, right? But
Very
one
much
team
so.
that I'm very excited to watch chase some red dots, they're on your screen right now on that left side. It is none other than the brand new Virtus Pro roster. I know you and I are very, very excited about this team and what they can do. Destroy, he was feeling good yesterday. He was on the couch with Hector, watching all of the games, helping break it on down. I love just hearing the mind of how some of these players go on through, him and Adrian. And I think, maybe a year or two ago, we would have looked at this roster and been like, they're missing the composure. They're missing some of that, sort of next level finesse. I don't think that's the case anymore. This feels like a real level up year for every single one of these players. Destroy, he realizes he needs to be that vet. He needs to use that voice that he has to cut through the comms and help them know where they need to go. Adrian has been one of the best shooters in the game all the way since back 2023 World Series of Warzone, playing alongside Aiden and Raiden, right? We've known what he's capable of, but I feel like we haven't really seen the potential of Adrian that we know is there. And this year feels like where we're starting to get that. And Grimy just feels a lot more composed. One of the best fraggers that you can possibly have, especially when it comes to Resurgence. And when you meet him on up, like with all of those qualities I just had to Destroy and Adrian, this team becomes very, very scary, especially when they're starting to play out of a POI like Research.
Agreed, and it will be interesting to see how they manage that potential big lumber mill contest situation. Do they decide to send Grimy on his own to just pick up a couple of third parties, a couple of free kills that are roaming around there, a couple of extra bodies? The interesting thing about this team, and you bring it up in the sense of how D and Adrian are going to play through this, is Grimy has this sometimes negative trait to overchow. Now, I think he's getting better at that. He's learning how to go out, get a kill or two, and kind of rein it back in with the boys. However, he is putting up nearly 50% of the kills of his team, so he's technically doing the job of a fragger. It is on Destroy, again as a veteran, Adrian again as an experienced player, to either play alongside him or be able to rein him back in. And you, as Grimy, yes, you've got to be open to that. Your ears have got to be, picking up on those comms. But he is very much so, if you are Destroy, look, he's got to be sitting there going, Grimy, you've done your bit and piece. You can just get back in now. We're going to hit a rotation. And that is going to be the difference maker today, knowing when to turn that gas on and when to slow it straight back down.
Really, really, really fun stuff to be able to see there. And also, this VP roster has some of those things we talked about that maybe the Falcons roster have. Anybody on this team can X Factor. That's there. We asked some of our players for some fun facts about them. And I think maybe it's no surprise to see the Grimy shooter. This kid is young, and he's telling me that the first Call of Duty he ever played was COD 4 in 2007. I don't know if his thumbs were fully developed yet to be able to get that. That's there. But hey, he's a dog guy. Favorite Haven Hollow POI mansion. Not going to be there here today, but maybe that's where he's starting to fry out into some of his pubs that are there. But I'm always curious, though, Enigma, what does D say when it comes to some of these fun questions that we asked our players?
I absolutely love that one. COD 4 with your dad growing up. First of all, COD 4, one of the best of all time. But yeah, a lot of us go back to our memories of like, how did you get here? How did you get into gaming? How did you get into esports? Well, it was with my dad, You always mock me for the fact that I play inverted. Yes, chat, I know. I'm sorry. But my dad taught me how to do that, and that's where it goes back to. Looking at Adrian here, also saying that he loves playing out of mansion. I'll be very surprised if you turn up there today. Of course, that is Twisted Minds landing over there. We might get a couple of contests in the early stages of the tournament, and we'll see how that goes on through this afternoon. But I think Virtus Pro would be very unwise to head off in that direction. They've done a great job of playing out of the service side so far.
All three of these players saying dogs or cats, dogs, they got that dog in them. That is for certain. Very excited to see how they are going to go out here today. Very, very excited to watch. I think a team that we also need to talk about, Enigma, let's look at that team that's sitting right across from Virtus Pro right now, right? That is, of course, GUI that is sitting there alongside his roster. I've been watching a lot of people come up, give him some daps. That's there. I'm seeing the keyboard recently swapped over from keyboard and mouse to controller to participate. Just felt like maybe he'd be a little bit more better for his team that's there. But don't be mistaken. He can be one of the best keyboard and mouse players that we have in the scene. Maybe a roster that went underneath the radar for some people. Very excited to see how GUI, FLS, and Melvin perform here today.
Yeah, so this roster is incredibly interesting from a European perspective. So GUI and FLS have been part of the best European performances ever, especially when we were in the dark days of 2024 and no one believed in us. They put up some great performances, but they've always kind of lacked that fragger. Now, last year they picked up Jukies, finished third of the World Series, great performance, but these guys have really struggled to get themselves through in the Resurgence side of the space. They go out, they pick up the German of Melvin, who had, been putting on great performances with all German rosters, but it felt like, are you ready to take a step to something else? And by God, he has been for these boys. really fragging out, doing a wonderful job. They took control of Cole. That's where they're going to be playing out of. Again, another team that could potentially third party down towards that lumber mill side. But towards the north, they're going to have to be worried about, again, your VPs. Are they going to start to come over towards that? Are they going to think they can clear out Cole? So a lot to juggle for this team. You've got a great mind, you've got a great anchor, and you've got a great slayer. All the DNA there of a team that can go and do very big things. And by God, I'd love them to finally make it out to Saudi Arabia.
I would love to see that as well. Very curious how this team is going to go ahead and manage to make it on through playing out of that coal area of the map. We mentioned it. There's going to be a lot of action happening down there at Lumber Mill. There's a lot of action that happens at Research. And if they can win that initial coal contest, they might have a lot of space on that map to be able to flex on out. A couple more fun facts from some of our players. We finally get our first cat guy. Shout out. I knew I liked Gooey for a reason. And he's also pro pineapple on pizza. Gooey, we are one and the same. But the first Call of Duty he ever played was Call of Duty Warzone in 2019, and that is absolutely criminal for me to read that. I just, a little piece of me died inside Enigma. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, of course, we all love Call of Duty Warzone, but to not have experienced games like Black Ops 2? This guy needs an education. Those were some great times for sure. Apparently loves Research Center. I mean, look, this guy can shoot. He obviously likes to get Mixie out there, but he and his team, again, they're going to be set up in call, and if they can just march on in with that circles, they did so well through in the UU finals. Couple more kills on the board, please. Getting them into the later stages. We'll be looking pretty and potentially pushing that top 4.
Well, it's all ramping up here ahead of map number 1. Got just a couple technical gremlins to get out of the way, and we'll be dropping in. Do not worry. For the time being, we're going to go to a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to be teeing on up to drop into map number 1.
The Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above.
lock in, load up, and let's make history.
Doggy from above. The shots are firing. Fight's coming thick and fast and furious.
Today is about legacy.
Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twist and bite! They do it to the very end! It was patience all the way through!
$100,000 on the line, 4 spots to EWC, my friend. A lot to play for here in the finals of Warzone Resurgence series here in Birmingham. Map number 1, we're getting ready to kickstart it. It is a chance to set the pace for the day, Enigma. If you are one of these teams who maybe is coming in, you're feeling a little bit shaky, what do you think the game plan needs to be if you want to come out and have a strong map number 1?
I think it's going to be calm the nerves. It's just talking to each other. Okay, this is the game plan. Don't stray from it. It's too early in the day to be throwing the kitchen sink at things or any Hail Marys. Just go about what you have talked about in the build-up to this. The teams that played through the open, you're okay. Well, this is, you know, we need to just stick to what we did yesterday in some ways, or do we have a different landing strategy? Some teams came into this tournament knowing that if they made various rounds, they would play out various places, and also may have changed that depending on who made it through. Whereas those of you who made it through the online qualifiers, it's largely about, well, there's a reason we're here. We're some of the best players in the world. And if we have a slightly better day than last time, there's no reason to believe we can't make top 4. So feel things out, see how it looks after a drop or two, and go from there. For that, you need leaders, you need voices, you need a calming presence in your ears. When we look at the best teams in the world, we certainly have plenty of that. For me, it's about those mid-pack teams. Are you able to step up here on LAN, rise above, and get yourself to the Esports World Cup?
Listen, we're done the limited number of games here today, all right? You've played only 5 games. You've played only 6 games so far in this competition. But here in the finals, it's a whole different beast, baby. It is Call of Duty Warzone match point. That's right. We're looking for the first team to cross that 150-point match point threshold and then take a win if they want to take the dub here today, my friend. And if you got to do that, you have to have a strong map number 1. There's no better way to get that started than right now. Very excited to watch some of our rosters fly on forward. Dive on in. What are the contests gonna be? We know Lumber Mill's gonna be hot. We know that Train is gonna be hot. We know Research is gonna be hot. Let's see who can come out on top.
Calm before the storm as everyone floats in and we assess the situation then. So it looks like 2 teams starting to contest over towards Cold Depot. Research is going to be incredibly busy. Lumbermill, just the 2 teams are going to be down here. We expect potentially up to 4, and those 2 teams will start to lay land then over by G2 and Gentlemates. Well, speaking of which, Gromalock will get himself looted up, ready to squeeze, and G2 are already seeing bodies fall.
I mean, this was a fight that we've seen time and time again. Now, I gotta mention here, I mean, normally this is Gentlemates having to play off a significant amount of ping when they're trying to take this fight here. Land's a different time. It's a different beast, and I think maybe if you are G2, you gotta have that in the back of your mind, that I think once this Gentlemates roster maybe starts shooting their gun, watching these bullets connect a little bit faster than they're used to, we could see them get very aggro, hot off these drops. And already finding a couple of those early kills to purchase, a great way to kickstart your map.
Yeah, most certainly. We haven't talked too much about the way these European players will feel different playing on that, playing on a ping that suits them for once. And, well, the early engagement goes their way. It's often been a concern of ours when it comes to Gentlemates. They certainly build themselves into tournaments very quickly. They reach match point, but their starts, their early contests are often slow. So nice early signs. Player from Team GUI just floating overhead there. That was that number 10 circle on the mini-map. I'm going to assess how you fight for this POI. You have your loadout, so surely your economy is far better than G2. And you can send them packing, and you're beginning to push forward.
Well, you can already see some of those fights boiling on out. A couple of those shots coming on in. We will, of course, gotta remake this lobby just a little bit. Don't worry, want to make sure everybody is feeling a-okay in this lobby. Before we get this event started. We don't obviously want everybody sitting on the same level playing field, okay? So we'll get right back in there. Do not worry. But already seeing, I feel like maybe a little bit of a glimpse of what we can see throughout the rest of the day here in Nima with some of our drop spots. I think we got to talk about it a little bit. We see there, it's just G2 and the Gentlemates at Lumbermill. I was looking at Train on the other side. Not to be surprised at all, it is just Vitality and T1. And we're also seeing For Fun. It looks like they're actually going to take over that barn area of the map as well. Just seeing a couple of those drop spots there. Anything that you think, maybe if we're going to play a little predictive analysis here, that maybe might happen in map number 1?
Research is going to be bloody awful for anyone taking part in it. That's got 3 teams directly inside of it, and one of them trying to play up from server side. So that could be very busy. Coal Depot, yes, you will see that contest coming in from Light Unlimited. This is Willy, Dragons, Kiraku. They were landing boat in EU finals, very intelligently leaving that to the Falcons because we saw what they did to any contests online. But I'm very curious when it comes to this this barn play out of For Fun. There's a reason why the best teams don't play center map. It's because you end up in a situation where every area is a threat to you. If you've got your back to the circle, you can pay attention to directly what is in front. You've essentially got a focal cone. You don't get that luxury inside a barn. You got to be very quick on the loot. It has to go well. Otherwise, that is an instant blender. And also, there's nowhere safe to put your anchor. They are under threat at all times if you don't have that advanced UAV. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that plays out for them. They're a very smart team. They'll have said, this is a very empty part of the map, so this is going to be best for us in terms of early game economy. But if they stumble, it's going to be a very hard route back from there.
No, it's I think a great point to bring up. I think, yes, you can land barn, you can very quickly get your loadout, feel good, but then you have to rotate very quickly to just somewhere else. Go take a fight early if possible that's there, because like you mentioned, you're getting taken from potentially or pushed from all kinds of different angles. You got teams at Mansion, you got teams at Research, maybe G2 who are kind of flying on over G2 the POI, not G2 the team that's there, but also teams maybe potentially one of those squads from Train pushing on up. All kinds of things you have to worry about. But one thing that's very interesting to me, if you think about it, on the north side, we have Twisted Minds. You get Mansion for free. South side, it's the Falcons on boat. They get it for free. For a couple of our other heavy-hitting teams, I'm looking at T1 and Gentlemates. They're now having to sort of contest their POI early a little bit. Does that maybe slow down some of those rotations they can make and allow for maybe those other 2 heavy-hitter squads just have a lot easier of a sort of round number 1, just kind of feeling it on out? It's really, really interesting to see how this map will go ahead and play out, just given where some of those squads are landing and what is between them and the potential zone that will pull there.
Yeah, it's difficult because it can be very zone dependent. We know certain teams, like for example, AG Global, right? They land Church, and this one is a case of, okay, well, are you going to change that up if the zone pulls off maybe towards the east side? And so it's too early to say really like what the situation is going to be. We're going to have to give it a drop or two before we kind of really see, break that down with any sort of depth. What I will say very quickly is that Team 7 apparently were really struggling. That's Clown & Co. They were a surprise team in through NA. So they're going to be very happy about this reset, and hopefully they've learned a couple of things to not repeat that in Research Center.
Hey, getting blessed. But let's go ahead. Let's bring the desk back on in to get some of their thoughts about some of those early things that we saw. Maybe some more conversations about some of those teams. Taylor, Goj, Tiff, glad to be able to see you again. I know we're all excited to get into this map number 1, right. But anything that kind of was gleaning from you guys from just some of the things that we saw there in that quick little glimpse of map number 1 that we got?
Well, first off, some teams who dropped early now have a second chance, which is great. Okay, first and foremost. Look, we want to make sure competitive integrity is there. Dancher, you kind of highlighted that. Everything needs to be correct before we get started. After all, there is $100,000 on the line, so the better the competitors have, at least at their setup, the better. And look, I want to say, by the way, the team on site doing a phenomenal job. Shout out to all of you who are working hard behind the scenes to make sure the competitors have what they need to be successful. Goj, what do we take away from the first couple of false starts that we witnessed just a little bit earlier?
I mean, there's a lot. I think our casters covered a lot of the interesting drop spots. I think generally speaking, when you think about Resurgence, you really can't have 4 or 5 teams landing in the same spot. So I wasn't expecting to see all 4 of the teams we expected or on paper said they were going to Lumber or have gone to Lumber in the past, going to Lumber in the finals. So it is interesting to see Los Carrilos. They've completely left Lumber. They're actually on the opposite side of the map, down in the silos, over by the water, bottom left side of the map. So I think that'll be an interesting play for them. Again, I think I said this a moment ago, but Deus Samir and his team had been talking a lot about strategies, and I think this is a team that's got a lot of them. They've been kind of going somewhere different for every stage of the competition we've seen thus far, so it makes sense that they change things up here for the finals, and hopefully that remains the same. Again, this is an interesting thing to start with this false start because it does give a sneak peek into which POIs are conned, which means our actual map 1 could be different now that they have read the map a little bit. So there's a lot of what ifs right now.
A lot of what ifs indeed. And speaking of sneak peeks, Polls Check, shout out to you for giving us a sneak peek of what to expect over in Birmingham. Repolls, your team has been putting in the work. Highly appreciated. Long hours. I think yesterday was almost 11-hour broadcast, but the energy never went away. I don't know how you guys do it, but you managed to do it each and every time. Shout out to you. We love you very, very much. Ravens, by the way, have been on fire, and yesterday they had an incredible game to finish out the day. And Polls Check ended up catching it all.
He's with a beautiful slide and looking to be a little bit aggressive here, but a little bit too much. Come on, oh my god! Oh! They hit! No!
They're not gonna get the kill?
No!
They didn't get the third.
What's happening?
Crazy with 9?
Crazy, why aren't you
What
rising?
the fuck is going on? Where was this, bro?
Niacin with 16! Oh my god! Niacin has 16 fucking kills! 16! Niacin has 16 fucking kills!
He popped ult. He popped ult.
Genji doesn't wall.
They automatically qual. He popped ult.
Genji doesn't wall.
He popped ult.
Or it depends who was under them.
It does not. Yeah, I don't think it matters.
Very good.
Wait,
really?
I don't think it matters.
Yeah,
16 by himself.
Can they knock out? Can they knock out? Niacin 17 if he 1v2s. He might get the super max. Can Genji knock out Vitality?
He's about to drop set. He's about to drop 20, bro.
Oh my god. Can Genji knock out Vitality or no? Can Genji knock out Vitality? I don't know 100%. But look at oh my god.
He called
Niacin just fucking chat. He whipped it out. Niacin 17 on the final game to qual. 18. Make it 18. Brother, can he go for 19?
Let him rest. Give him 20.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Niacin has 18. There we go.
He's running at him.
He's running at him. Oh my god! Wow. Hey, Niacin! Where's Niacin? Wow. Where is that man? Oh my god. Where is Niacin? 19 kills. Oh my god.
I mean, wow.
Brother. Wow. Brother, what the fuck? Wow. Bro, Niacin just dropped 19 for the fucking dub. 19 for the qual.
He popped
ult. Are
ult.
we fucking serious right now?
He popped ult.
Nah, bro. Nah, you know, yo, didn't Niacin have like got that ice? Like,
you can never say they don't bring the energy, losing their minds rightly. So, by the way, Destroy, he just started casting. You could tell he was locked in for a second, right? Play-by-play was coming. Then all of a sudden he started losing his mind, and then there was no more casting yap today. He was just enjoying the moment. Love it. Niacin, 19 kills to finish off that game is incredible. This roster, Ravens Enigma. I've heard they're streaky. But I don't know, Niacin, is he finally going to get what's due? Is he finally going to be one of the top 4 teams to go to EWC?
Maybe the top 4 might be a stretch, but he does have the ability to take over lobbies, as we saw yesterday when his team needed it the most. We've known the ceiling that this young man has possessed for some time, and he's been put in a very difficult spot. It feels like for a lot of these French teams that have really been strong in the European side of things, you're auditioning for the Gentlemates should they ever fall apart, should a chink in the armor ever appear. The problem for Niacin, he's a fragger. Gentlemates' fragger is Enkyo, so he's in a very tough spot of, no matter how I perform, what does that look like for me? But all he can do is continue to rock up just like he did yesterday. He was very confident inside of that venue. Steps up. I was stood behind him, and some of the stuff he was doing to opposing teams, it looked like he was running ranked lobbies. He's going to have to bring that energy into today. We'll likely need a bit more support from Chalk in terms of the slaying out figures. He's to play in as that intelligent anchor. And what a redemption story it would be for him, by the way, having been dropped by the Gentlemates previously, before they were under that banner, to then make it to EWC, whether at the expense of the team in pink or not. But a very good roster indeed, a dark horse amongst this star-studded lobby.
Dark horse, like that. Love my dark horse teams out there. How far can they go? Ravens, we're supporting you. At least I am, personally, especially that the dark horse, at least title, has been thrown out there. Niacin, man, 19 kills is just absolutely insane. If he could do that each and every game, I mean, this roster could hit match points quick. You never know. I mean, it is LAN after all. Teams start to show up or they start to fall off. It's up to them to decide how far they end up going. A little bit of extra time to discuss some extra strategies, get relaxed a little bit, figure out what may have gone wrong in those short little snippets we had in the 2 restarts just a little bit earlier. But that's Ravens on your screen. They're going to be kitted up. And they got a little fan base right behind them, support system. I'm sure as the day goes along, Enigma, people are still like, recovering from the previous days of Birmingham.
Yeah.
But as the day gets longer and longer, I'm sure it's going to start filling up in the cameras.
Oh, no, absolutely. Yesterday, it was packed in the very beginning. It started to dwindle down after a bit because there's no seating, or at least there wasn't yesterday. And let me tell you, my feet were bricks about 6 hours in. But there was a lot of shouting, a lot of love, a lot of celebration. It was awesome to see. And every team basically has an entourage. Obviously, teams like Amir and Gentleman and Colgan have considerably bigger entourages than some. But it is a case of just so many people have flown over to Birmingham to take part in the support and are very, very excited for what they are seeing out there. Yeah, a wonderful day. If my throat goes at all, then that is on me for shouting yesterday. But I guarantee it's going to be a hell of a lot louder on Sunday for finals.
That's it. It's going to be a fun time. Let's get it started once again for game number 1. Dandro, Enigma, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm glad that maybe your gentlemates in CDL got knocked out early, so that way you can save your voice, of course, for this event here this week. Maybe you'll have a chance to root for the gentlemates here in Warzone. Banishing to fry on out. Really love a lot of the breakdown that we have. There's a couple of teams that I feel like we haven't super dove on into yet, and that we do need to talk about, right? When we kind of talk about some of these rosters, I think we got to mention this Spectre roster. This is one that I think if you know ball, didn't surprise you to see it, to have them qualify. But I think if maybe you're not as familiar with the competitive Warzone landscape, especially in EU, let's talk about this Spectre roster and what they can bring to the table as we get ready to drop on into map number 1.
Yeah, so this roster is going to be Sariel, Authentics, and Swizzen. Now, we got to see a little bit of some of these players last year, and then Sariel's this young man who's kind of burst onto the scene. A lot of hype around him, but obviously you're under a considerable amount of pressure when someone like Enkyo starts talking about you, so a lot of eyes turned in his direction. But I think that this has actually been a relatively balanced team effort. Authentics is technically the anchor, but the impressive thing about the way they land, the way that they've gotten through is where they land. They actually play out of, I'm not calling it G2, I absolutely refuse. It's over by name, no name, or train cars, and they basically don't have a safe spot to put Authentics into, so he just kind of plays almost as a backup anchor, almost a traditionally classic big map anchor where he's kind of over the top. Should Sariel and Swizzen engage, he's able to just bang shots in from a distance. Swizzen was actually leading the line. He put up 51, which is a real step up for him, and there's an element of what is your ceiling, what's your potential? Every time we see them, they've gotten a bit better. What do you look like on LAN against the very best teams in the world? They haven't played much globally. This is an opportunity for them to really stake a claim as a European powerhouse.
They were kind of one of these rosters that I was very excited to see engage in this strategy. We've watched a couple of teams try and do it, and this Spectre roster feels like they were the only one to really make it happen, to do exactly what you mentioned about. It's park Authentics up there on that bridge side towards Strange, and you let Sariel and Swizzen fly on into Research, just to be able to get a little bit mixy on some of the teams that are there. You have a buy station at 10 right behind you. If you do need to back on up, do not worry, you can get that squad back on in. You'll have plenty of space to play around. Very excited to see what they can make happen. Sitting across from them, though, it's another roster we got to talk about. It is none other than G2 coming on in. We saw them in those early engagements against, of course, the gentlemates down there at Lumber, but we cannot sleep on G2. There are some questions around this team last year. Are they going to be able to perform? You know, they performed online, a little bit lackluster on LAN. This feels like a little bit of a redemption arc for that team.
Most certainly. It's a tough one because, again, we were in Saudi Arabia and we could see a couple of the players on that team very nervous, lacking of color, shall we say, in the face, very much so, struggling with the pressures of stepping out across the other side of the world in front of thousands of fans. So you're back there again now. This is now about building experience and taking what has been a very impressive online resume into our major tournaments. So yes, G2, they have the potential to go big. If they finish top 4, would any of us be massively surprised? No. It's just all about that LAN environment and how you're going to perform there. I believe Big Man actually turns 19 today, so I mean that's an incredible time to do that. I saw him tweet something, so yeah, I don't know, but either way, what a birthday present it would be to get yourself qualified in for the World Series. If they are going to do that, they've got to win this Lumber Mill landing. They are not going to get away with it for free. You're up against Gentlemates, obviously one of the best teams in the world, and a lot of teams from Cole like to rotate over and contest. You're not going to just win it. It's win it quickly, get yourself set up and ready to defend before entering your mid-map strategy. Let's get ourselves dropped back in, my friend. Let's take a look at these landings. We will get the traditional down towards Lumber Mill and the same over towards Train Station. Research will be busy, but other than that, looks like we've settled into the same old setup.
Oh, and already, maybe a different change of pace here for this Lumber Mill contest for the Gentlemates. You lose Hollow, you lose Gromalok. It's just Enkyo alive. Thankfully here, hot off the drop, that resurgence timer very low, so... well, the young French prince himself is just going to continue to sprint away from this G2 roster. Find any crates that you can, chalk down that resurgence timer. You'll get the boys back on it, but you can tell G2's a little bit on the hunt here. They know it's just Enkyo. They would love to put this Gentleman's roster into a blender very early on, and seemingly that's what's going to happen as Scythe claims Enkyo.
Yeah, big pickup there by Scythe, because the longer you let Enkyo move around there, the more dangerous he becomes. He starts to try and take those fights on his terms. Gromalok just be tapped up with a little bit of damage here. The plan for Gentlemates has to be to slow it down, back up, find somewhere to put yourselves, let Enkyo back in and engage this as a 3. Hallow's going to be stuck over towards Garage. Plate will go in. Do you read the company close by? The answer is no. G2 continuing to find early points, and this is exactly what they want to do if they want to make that top 4. Clean this out early and get themselves set up for any rotators.
You can see there's a lot of teams around there. I saw 4 Fun starting to flex on over as well. Very interesting, but you can start to see this is what I love. We get a nice little lay of the land here at map number 1 with some of these squads. We can already see, of course, this Ravens roster is here. Los Carrillos not too far away either. And well, look who's kind of come on over into the mix as well. Falcons. They've flexed on out of boat. You got 2 of their team members trying to maybe get in the next. Dongi and Noobs trying to clean up some of these players. A lot of movement on this map. You can see it nice and squares on up. 2 to his name already. A couple of early shots. Backs down the player. And you're losing some members here. So potential third parties getting ready to come on in. Just trying to hear some of those gunshots ring on out.
Looks like we've already lost one team, by the way. Trying to figure out who that is, but it almost ended up being Ravens being knocked out. You lose one player. Heat is under pressure from one side, and, well, Nielsen from the other. So, had to slow it down for a moment. Gonna hear play on the zip. Heat finds Amir, getting a little bit too aggressive, but then one player's gonna land on you. Actually, that's Z-Dog, I think, coming back in from the sky. He's unawares. King Chalk trying to return the favor. Taps one up. Gonna be knocked, though. So, Ravens looking to their fragger to slow the pace for a moment. Get their boys back in.
This is what you like to see. You'll love to see the early engagements. You just maybe a little bit of a heat check on how you can manage to play this. Niasen doing a great job. A little bit of an update. Yeah, Acid Enigma. Who's the first team that we had eliminated? It's T1. Okay, not a great way to start your Birmingham LAN. But if there's anything we know, a lot of resilience out of that roster. Niasen will finally get found out, of course, by Vitality. You can see maybe they're starting to feel a little hot here. You take out T1 early on. We know that that roster, they love to ride that momentum. And starting here in map number 1, winning your POI, winning that contest, and then starting to maybe fry out the rest of these Main Street rosters who are throwing it a little bit of a blender. That is exactly what we like to see if you are a Vitality fan.
You most certainly do. Main Street is continuing to be a mess. Falcons squeezing everybody in towards the streets. Destroy over the top. 7 kills already.
Oh my god!
He's flying. Dave running off the energy from being on the watch party yesterday and cooking up a storm at the beginning of map 1. Usually Grimey's their lead slayer. I said I wanted to see Destroy involved a little bit more, or Adrian. Well, Destroy's taking it all on his shoulders. The captain leading the line and finding Gooey. Now looking over towards a player. Just over towards service will be knocked, but you have your boys here to help clean this up. Great trades, well played around each other. Willie, Kirikou, and Dragons in a little bit of a blender. VP looking fantastic early. That is at least 11 kills. Got to assume Adrian's got a couple. You might be pushing 15, and we're still approaching circle 2.
I mean, this is crazy. I mean, just where the zone is pulling, this suits them so good because you kind of have, of course, the waterway that splits the map. And it means you're either going to have all of these teams having to push over from that Main Street side or kind of play from this right Lumber Mill side. So what does, you know, obviously VP need to do? It's just win research and kind of push on down. Eventually, they'll make their way onto Lumber Mill, but it's so easy to play this map from north to south and necessarily from west to east. So I love being able to see them get those early kills, teeing up nice here in map number 1. And you mentioned we're only in second zone. We're missing 3 teams already, though. Is starting to see some of these players fall. Squad 7 maybe didn't have the best time in map number 1 before we came on into that reset. Getting a little bit blessed, but I did see them getting farmed by VP. So maybe the reset not blessing them as much as they would have liked. So hopefully they can manage to stabilize here. Kill feed still popping off, as we can see already what's happening over here at Boat. But of course the Falcons, looks like maybe they're starting to get contested a little bit. I think this is Ravens, who's made their way on over, looking to hold down the Boat. This could be a huge win if you can find Soka. Trades enabled. He'll get taken on out in blink of an eye. It's just one last member of the Falcons up into the sky. And, well, maybe not exactly the best for some of our top tier teams.
Now the tables have turned. Falcons rolling into Main Street early, squeezed the Ravens in and put them in a harsh blender early on. But, well, consider that situation well and truly flipped. The Falcons look for a regain. Players are going to begin to land off towards the water. But you will have players from Los Corrillos over there, so very far from safe. Early stages yet, plenty of regain opportunity. Speaking of which, Kirikou, Willie, and Dragons, we just saw them struggling against VP. They'll continue to have a torrid time as Spectre find the opening knock, but Dragons is there for the trade. Making a 2v2 for now. The problem is there's pressure from train cars. That's actually going to be Twisted Minds looking on over. And Kirikou's just got to find a moment of calm. There's boys back in. He shoots too early for me. I know you get spotted. Yeah, you got to get the hell out of there. And he's gone. They're out.
Okay, yeah, maybe think back on that one. You're the last alive. You just have to manage to maybe get your way on into one of these corners if you can to stay here, popping on up, trying to be able to maybe get some shots on that VP roster. Not gonna exactly work out the best for you, but look at this, Soka. He has a teammate who has been knocked. Ravens, they've moved on over the boat. They're trying to find him. They would love, you're gonna hear that for sure. Does he have the cash? No, he does not. And I think he was able to get the buyback, actually. So huge play from Soka. Keeps them back on in, but look at this. Player, 5 kills to their name. Already flying on in. You're getting gunned out of the sky, and it's Skull taking down the Falcons immediately. They're going to be in 10th there. You'll get a little bit of purchase on some of those kills with a multiplier, but it's definitely not the way they wanted to kickstart their finals.
Absolutely not, but Virtus Pro are having themselves a belter. Adrian, he's only on 1. It doesn't matter. He's the anchor. He's just going to keep the boys going. Grimy and Destroy, they've got to be pushing 15 plus already. You're going to be back down, however. Twisted Minds are here for the fight, and what a squad this is. They're going to rotate in with that gas, continue to squeeze everyone down, pick up bodies on the way. Almond finds 2 and a crack. Smitty with 3, and he and Shifty are getting aggressive.
Huge fight to be able to boil on out here. I love that Twisted Minds have made this rotation on early. It would have been so easy for them to get stuck on this outside of zone, but no, they realize they want to play from this coal side, just like Virtus Pro. Shifty, 7 to his name, make it 8. You get the knock on to Grimy that's there. Smitty going to be able to follow it on up. Tail between your legs. You got to run away if you are Adrian to put yourself into the back on that train car side, but this is not where you want to be. You got blood in the water. Shifty, he'll be able to actually find Destroy. That's going to be the final member of VP, bringing on down and starting to see some movement. And I love this. Twisted Minds, they get that engagement. They can sense somebody starting to murk their way on up. That's squad number 4. That's going to be the Gentlemates. They're kind of playing on this outside as well, but Twisted Minds, they would love to control Cole here, love to control the rest of the zone.
Quick update on some of the teams that are going to be out. FLS, Light Unlimited, and I believe that was Destroy just now. Sorry, VP taken out completely as well. So down to top 7, 1.64, sorry, going to be your 5th place. So everyone's going to slow down for a moment, try and grab that multiplier. Say that, Almond ain't going to give Vitality a moment to breathe. Drops a cluster on their forehead and also knocks Sage amongst the madness. And as you're trying to rotate out, you are a sitting duck for this Twisted Minds team. So Vitality looking to slow it off as well. Try and rotate in, but there is solo. Then there's one other solo in this. Everyone else is a 4-3. You've got Ravens, Los Corrillos, Gentlemates, and Twisted Minds all setting themselves up for this next circle.
I mean, you are just holding the line if you are one of these solos, but that is a tough ask. It's basically going to come down to which solo gets found out first, potentially. I don't know if I see any of these full 3v3 action fights coming on out here, just given the zone. Seeing your sort of picture-in-picture there, top left, where some of these players are starting to hang on through. Squad 7, they have been able to at least get 2 more players on in. That's going to be Team Clown. So you got 1 in the air. I mean, they're starting a little bit of a regain, but unfortunately, Enkyo spots one out of the sky. Respawn protection will make sure those bullets don't do nearly as enough, but follow-up shots will be able to get some of those armor tags that you're looking for. Team Clown starting to make their way on into Lumber Mill as well. You see some of these fights brewing towards that northern side. Looks like it's going to be Ravens and Vitality. Going to start to engage here. And Twisted Minds, they might have an opportunity to third party that if they hear those shots start to break on out.
They're going to take their time. Heat will find Blast rotating in. You will actually get a knock through if you're Vitality here. Big moment in that fight because you're surely going to be out-tooled in the moment. Nielsen, the man who went massive yesterday, could defend do it again. Finds the first. Transfers to the second. The shots are great. You will get knocked, however, in the end. Shifty's going to hear all that gunfight and begin to rotate over. Ravens may have just wiped Vitality off the board there in sixth. So now top 5. Next multipliers for the win. One player of the Ravens remaining. Other than that, you're slowing it down. Gentlemates are just going to let a lot of this fight happen. Actually, no, you're going to have one player still in from Team Clown as well in the water. Consider them dead now. So he settles then. 3v3, v3, v1. Squaring off at Lumber Mill.
Vitality kind of punching the air. Only one team away from getting to that 1.4 times multiplier. That is there. So would have loved to be able to get a little bit more. This is that stage of the game. We get down to the final few teams. 3 squads remaining, and it's a little bit of a standstill. Zone will start to close them on in, but we have 3 teams remaining. It's going to be the Gentlemates. It is going to be Twisted Minds. It is going to be Los Carrillos. As Amir finds Z-Smith. Twisted Minds, they try to rotate through this backside. You'll hit the buy station. The Criminal God is there. Finds Almond. As you are just trying to reap the rest of this lobby. But you're going to hear some of these shots going on out. Gentlemates have moved their way on in. Find Z-Dark. Enkyo playing this rooftop, begging them to try and go for this res.
Gentlemates time it perfectly. They just let everyone else engage. I say that Shifty will not be outgunned by anybody. Finds Gromlock to turn the tide. 3v1, v2 now in favor of Los Carrillos. And Amir's going to get aggressive with Grimmy.
Nice.
With Dog. There goes Z-Smith. Shifty's going to be across the way. And there's the full cleanup. Looks like Gentlemates managed to get a hold of Shifty. 3v1. The Latam squad are putting on.
Amir and Ogra trying to be able to claim map number 1, and he's going to be able to do it. Deus Amir hasn't always been the Resurgence player that we have known and loved. Picks up Criminal God here, and this is a whole brand new Resurgence in this roster and what they can make happen. They looked good yesterday, Enigma. Well, they look pretty damn good here in map number 1.
Most certainly do. What a story it is to get these gentlemen winning map 1. Get through yesterday's qualifiers in 4th place in the end, but started incredibly hot. Is that a repeat of the storyline today? If so, they want to change the second half of it, but for now, so far, so good. And yeah, he is obviously one hell of a talent. Amir going to be bringing in Z-Dog and Criminal God. We've spoken about this young man. Just turned 18, bursting onto the scene. This is a player that we've all got our eyes on, and being a huge part in those end fights and showing that they see out map 1 here. What a way to let everybody know who you are.
We saw them make that rotation early. Unofficially, we're being told 15 kills, 24 points. But let's watch, how do they get to that point where they're able to take this map, Enigma? I mean, it's just some great positioning. They rotate early towards this Lumber Mill area, and I think they just realize it'd be so easy to kind of poke their head out when they hear all of this shooting going on and put themselves in a bad position where they say, nope, we're going to grab some of the rooftops, we're going to kind of high-low this a little bit, and we're just going to let some of these players have to move on over towards the main building, because that is exactly where the zone pulls. That's what happens to Twisted Minds. They try and get a little bit cheeky here, maybe make this rotation on the back, but it's just such a great positioning there from Los Carrillos to be able to cut them on down. And it just feels like when you get to those final moments, they just do the better job against the Gentlemates of finding those opening picks, getting the kills where they need to, and forcing them into a 3v2.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I thought Gentlemates had done it completely correctly. I thought they timed it very well, but it was the ability for Los Carrillos to just kind of, okay, in this moment, we're going to try and take control of the rooftops. That stopped them being smothered from above, and again, just let them kind of bounce back. They didn't almost let what Gentlemates were trying to do. They did it themselves. Let everybody else fight for a moment. We're going to take a second to breathe, regain, go again. Beautiful work out of those 3. Again, they've flown over from LATAM in order to get here. They were offered one of those team passes. They said,
Damn right, we will be there. They had great support in venue yesterday. No doubt a lot of loud fans stood behind them as they take out map 1. But we're going to look, my friend, obviously we're going to take a minute to get the leaderboard together, but a lot of high kills. It was a very fast-paced game. We were seeing players still come back in. We were talking like 7 teams remaining. So yeah, it'd be amazing to see what everyone thought of that on the desk. Let's welcome them in and get their thoughts on that process, because my God, what an absolute barn burner to kick off the Warzone Resurgence series.
Yeah, let's get the desk back on here. Would love to be able to see that, get their thoughts on this, because I think they are definitely, I know Goj is in the back kind of yelling at everything. Desk, take it away.
Yo, hey, first off, great game, good calling, and a lot of points on the board already. 150 points to threshold. That's what we're going for. Some teams fell very short. We'll talk about them in just a sec, but at least for Deus Samir, Goj on top. He chose this roster for a reason, and starting off with a Game 1 victory, Latin America is happy.
Yeah, Latin America's got to be incredibly happy. Winning map 1 is fantastic for them. I will say 24 points isn't a crazy scoreline, but it is certainly solid to start with. The biggest thing that I saw about this roster is they don't land Lumber, but they rotate there early and take control of the main building in Lumber. Basically, I think it was before the Resurgence timer closed. It was like maybe before the fire sale even. It was very, very early. And if I'm not mistaken, they start in gazebos and then rotate through the water to Lumber. So yeah, a great start for these gentlemen, and overall a great map for them. The big question in my mind, how many kills did Twisted Minds have? They did win out the north side of the map. VP also had a great map. Destroy on double digits. I mean, map 1 was a treat.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, I think unofficially around 16 total eliminations. There was quite a few up there, 15 plus. The most was Virtus Pro. Let's highlight them. They're on the screen tip. Destroy started off. I think we when we left his viewpoint, 8 total eliminations by like minute 4 or 5. They were sitting at like 11, 15 elims. They started off hot and heavy. They did get finished off earlier than they wanted, but they had a great start anyways.
Look, I'm just going to go ahead and say their start was absolutely nasty. Of course, they landed just on the outskirts, the lower right side of Research. Now, Research has been one of the pinnacle places at the start of the map to acquire a ton of skills and kills. So what they do is they drop down from the south. They duke it out against Spectre and Cole, and they really want to lay claim to that just based on the way the circle is pulling. It's going to be good to establish a clear side of the circle. Gentlemates, starting in Lumber, after their initial contest, they had already acquired a large amount of space there. So you have to be able to fight for your own. The biggest thing that allows VP to get a ton of kills is those contests in Cole. You know who moves in though? Twisted Minds. They chow VP. They push them out even further.
Twisted Minds had such a good game. We get to the final points though. It's our top 3 teams. It's a 3v3v3 Goj.
Yeah, 3v3v3 is a great way to start map 1 and finish map 1. It's not often you see 3 full teams in the final circle, so this was a treat. And frankly, I thought Los Carrilos made it near flawless, right? They isolated their ones, they wait for the other 2 to engage, they got weak, and then they clean everybody up. They are in final form right now, and you better be watching out if you are not a LATAM team. This is a very, very strong squad.
Strong squad indeed. A lot of strong starts, but for others, a start that they didn't want. We're obviously talking Falcons and T1. T1, more importantly. Goj, let's go back to you, man, because this roster, much hyped up. Spam Gola, I get to land. No worries. I'm feeling good. However, they're the first team eliminated.
Yeah, so this is an interesting conversation that I'm sure the casters will break down more in future maps, because for our first map, the big question mark was around T1's drop. They like to land Train, right? Well, who else lands Train? It's Vitality. Vitality's kind of been skating under the radar, or at least at the bottom of our leaderboards, just barely making it to the next stage the last couple times. They're a really good team, though. Here's the other issue. You got AG Global landing Chapel, or Church, as the players know it as. And what I was looking back on, T1 get wiped the first team. They're the first down. They chow Vitality, and their anchor is actually playing over by Chapel, and AG wipes their anchor. So it was kind of a combined effort to wipe this team before they could respawn at the beginning of the game. I don't think T1 even bought a kill. They lost the early engagements, they lost the early gunfights, and they lost all of their players. So T1 out of this lobby on 0 points, if I'm not mistaken. Going into map 2 is brutal for them. If there's anybody that can come back from it, it's certainly that roster, but that is not the start you want from that team. Whereas the Falcons, they still picked up some kills, which is, again, the classic Falcons mantra, which is, hey, even our bad games end up being mediocre, which is good enough to make us a consistent team, because we're going to have a pop-off game. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, but I do question though, Tiff. I mean, for Falcons, right? I mean, mediocre, that's not going to cut it. I mean, top 4 is what the goal is.
Yo, you do not want to ever put the word mediocre and Falcons in the same sentence, but that's what this map 1 was for them. But you have to remind yourselves, the dynasty of the Falcons broke apart because seconds weren't good enough. We don't settle here for the Falcons, right? And as you look at their faces, I don't really see a lot of worry. Of course, Noobs usually has a smile on his face, maybe 99.9% of the time, but this just goes to show you how locked it is. Now, I said the same thing about the Gentlemates back in the EU Grand Finals for their region, right? I didn't like the map 1 performance, and what did they do? They went and they blew through map 2. Lo and behold, a substantial performance that put them right back into the mix. Now, since this is a race to 150, what is this team good at? They're good at averaging a top 3 performance. They're good at averaging 1.4x per point here for the Falcons. They miss out on that on map number 1. I have no worries. If the potential winning team grabbed about 24, 25-ish points, you're looking at hitting 150 in 6 games. That means you have 5 maps for the Falcons to turn it around.
Well, it's interesting, too, to talk about the Falcons because everybody also knows their game plan, right? They are free at boat. They send 2 out to do whatever they want on the map, and their anchor sits in boat. Their anchor this time around was still Hisoka. I was watching it back, by the way. It was Ravens that ended up chalking their game by challing their anchor, Hisoka, by himself. So while the 2 were killed and they were flying back in, Hisoka goes down. So then the 2 flying back in go, oh, now where do we go? And one of them gets killed. We see a buyback come through. Then we're flying back in as Hisoka and we can't find the ground fast enough. So look, everybody knows the Falcons game plan. Everybody knows T1's game plan. Yes, they're the top 2 teams, but when everybody knows your game plan, if they have intel, you can be cut down early.
It's only game 1 after all. No reason to raise the alarm bells just yet. But it was Vitality who ended up, securing that final blow. I think specifically Skullface. So Skullface Sage Blast, a team that has a lot of experience, and for a couple of those players so close to getting a victory on land at EWC just last year. They have a great game, 15 total eliminations. This roster also looking quite scary. 6th place, I think, is where they finish. Gosh, talking Vitality, honestly, not a bad game, number 1, from their standpoint.
Well, I think the big question with Vitality, based on the stats that we've seen, is their placements are never the problem. 6th place is frankly a low placing for them. Like, they're usually a top 5 team, or at least that was the case during opens. It's just been kills being the issue. So Tiff, I think the big question mark now is, hey, you're winning that early engagement with T1 with a little bit of help from AG. You're finding kills, and hey, this is honestly a better start for Vitality than we've seen. Like, sure, they would have loved to win the map, but they got pinched out with like 3 teams rotating in, and Twisted Minds just beat them to the punch by getting to the north side faster.
That's just what's going to happen, right? As we shift into the grand finals and you're playing against teams that you didn't run into in some of your early regional finals. Now that you have just all of these teams on the map, different areas are going to be more highly contested. And luckily for everyone, this circle on map number 1 went to Lumber. What happens when we go to Research Center? What happens when we jump up to the northwest to go to Pond? Things are going to get incredibly messy. And it's going to make that whole train station early action that much more wild. And I like the word chaotic, and I am ready for some menacing moments on land, baby. This is what I live for.
Can I just say, too, the fact that we're seeing Vitality pick up top 6 and the zone doesn't pull train is also a win, right? I think this team has gotten really good placement recently with the opens because we actually pulled the train quite often in our open finals. So they're getting a lot of zones during some of the qualifiers, and it worked out for them. This time they're on the opposite side of the map, and they still are top 6 with a sizable amount of kills.
I do want to talk about Virtus Pro a little bit more to circle back, because one thing that I do notice, they do get a lot of elims. Naturally, they slay out. That's great. But do we think they kind of burn out a bit too early? That's going to be my concern. I look at like Aiden's rosters in the past, and one of the things about them, granted, champions, they win EWC last year, which I was highly impressed with. But I do notice, especially even the qualifiers leading up to that final day, one of the things about them is they would slay heavy. They'd be really, really slay heavy, but then they would fizzle out way too early and they miss out on the multiplier. Could we see Virtus Pro be one of those rosters, Goj?
Yeah, I mean, listen. According to their average placement, they were 8th average placement throughout the course of our NA finals,
they hit here.
Which is what they hit here. And it frankly isn't great in terms of multiplier. You really want to be a top 5 team, and some of the teams ahead of them in the standings were averaging top 5. So that is worth mentioning. Their kills are solid. Frankly, they weren't all that great even in the NA finals. They kind of did just enough. So this is a great start for them. I think the big question mark with Virtus Pro, that zone, frankly, is just really congested. Right, you have 3 teams landing up at the top right-hand corner of the map. You've got several teams down in Lumber. You're getting contested just south of you at Cole. Like, there were so many teams to fight for. The fact that they picked up that many kills is fantastic. It's not a surprise to not see them in the in circle, because over half the lobby was basically fighting all around them, Tiff.
Yeah, they really were.
I was going to say, Tiff, it's time to get into game number 2, because match 1 has concluded. Game 2 is ready. Dandro, Enigma, let's see what's in store for us.
Hey, thank you so much, Taylor, Goj, and Tiff. Fantastic breakdown, because that map number 1, I feel like, was a great sort of maybe crystal ball into how the rest of our morning or afternoon, if you're over there in Birmingham, will go. But I mean, Enigma, when we talk about what happened with some of those teams, I mean, it was just so close all the way at the very end between some of the heavy hitters that we had come to know and expect. But Los Carrillos are going to be the squad that were able to take it on out as well. Can they do it here in map number 2? I love the way that the desk was breaking it on down with how, hey, some of the teams that we see do the best in that game number 1 are some of the squads that are furthest away from where that zone pulls. And I think that is something to be really keeping in the back of our mind as we go through the rest of our maps here today.
Yeah, typically we've spoken about Avon's Hollow as a bit more of a defensive POI map. You were able to lock yourself into various areas and kind of batten down the hatches. No such thing here. Teams getting big kills on rotations. Virtus Pro, of course, being one of those. We saw incredibly high kills before they'd even really managed to make it away from research. But yeah, Los Carrillos do a wonderful job. They're landing down by gazebos and then moving through Main Street, picking off bits and pieces as they go. There was obviously that fight between Ravens and Falcons over at Bolt. I think that helps alleviate that pressure a bit because they're able to push through. But they do a wonderful job of knocking down every domino in front of them and then just handling that end fight. As we said, Gentlemates were happy to let them engage each other, so Los Carrillos Twisted Minds, and then activate on those gunshots. They do a great job of kind of understanding, wait, as soon as we take this fight, we need to recognize that we've got to look around us here, play for the rooftop, the height advantage, and that saves them from falling and gives them the map win. So we know how good Los Carrillos are. We know what they're going to be like. They pick up 15 kills, I believe, somewhere around that. So that's a great start. What's that on 1.6? Some good numbers, some good math early. Again, they started strong, though, yesterday. They slowly started to fade off. Can you avoid that? Have you figured out why it was that happened? What it is you need to do to keep up the tempo? If so, we could be seeing a LATAM team through to EWC.
Listen, I would love it, and I would love it for no one other than Amir, but we have a lot of Warzone left to play here today. I think that's maybe a conversation that we haven't had a chance to really sort of hype up, that, yeah, you can have one banger map. That's cool. But when we're talking about potentially going 10, 11, 12 maps, if you're not playing consistently over all of those maps, you might have an opportunity to maybe have 1 or 2 stinker games, whatever. It's a-okay. You have to be consistent across every single one. So maybe you had a great map number 1. Can you have an okay map number 2 to follow it on up? And I'm looking at this map here, and we're already starting to see some shifts in where people are dropping. I'm looking at Lumber Mill, my friend. We're already seeing 3 teams now down here at Lumber. This is wild. But on the other side of the map, train station, it's Vitality. It is, of course, T1. They're battling it on out. It wasn't so good for T1 early, and the shots are already going on here. Spam, he gets caught on the cross. Sage, he's going to be able to find one, and just like that, it's Echo. He's dropped. Is that T1 out? No, you still have one more up. It's Disrupt, but he has to run away here. Oh my God, what a breakdown. Hot in map number 2.
Entire thing turns on its head there with a decision making from Sage. Pops a stun that catches Flush. Means Spam can't get the kill that should have been his, dead to rights. And that then means Echo's stranded. Disrupt does well to get out, to be completely honest with you, but it will be a regain situation for them over at Pond. Now to check in with this fight, this 3-team fight at Lumber Mill. Of course, G2 Gentlemates, they're expected, but Los Carrillos are in the building. And they will be trying to mop up anything from Stack's side instead. Big Man's going to get the early crack here, trying to chase down a Gentlemates player. Tucked himself in on the opposite side of the fence. Noise Q going to give him away. You're actually going to get shot from elsewhere. That's going to be Team 11. For Fun Esports finding a pick over from Mill side. Gentlemates then in a little bit of a blender, trying to regain early.
Ooh, this is Already starting off with some energy that I knew that we would get, but just to already see it here on map number 2 is something special. Already seeing these battles battle on out between both of these players. Now, I love that we come and check on over at Research because we didn't get a chance to see what was going on here because of so much of the action in map number 1. We knew that this squad 7, Watch Waldo, Colony, Clown, they were in a little bit of a blender in map number 1. And I think we're starting to see why. Sariel already on 4, finding some of those early kills, but look who's kind of floating on over here, getting mixed as well. Light Unlimited is here, and maybe we're starting to see how Destroy exited some early zones already on 8 in that map number 1 because we have so many teams that are fighting over here at Research. It's such a big POI that you got to play around.
Certainly is. Just so difficult to wipe teams. Players can just go and get lost if your anchor's trying to stay alive. There's 3 levels, a hell of a lot of eddies and doorways and crevices, and Sariel does well to crack one, but he's going to be back down, having been cracked himself. There's an attempted trade from Swizzin, won't come through though. Dragons on the hunt initially. Sariel going to get the hell out of here and might play this back zip. Going to have to be wary of Overwatch from player in the skies. That's from Team 9. That is Virtus Pro, continuing to look to regain. Not been a great start out of them so far. Let's go back to Lumber, check out this fight. As Criminal Guard's out of here, Dog's trying to hold the front line.
Dark has an idea. You got a player around you. Some early shots will back you on down. The fly on forward, big man. Maybe gets a little bit too aggro, but maybe that's exactly what you need. Scythe is there for the trade. You've been able to regroup. SG2 and Amir sensing some danger nearby. Just holding on for the time being. Let Criminal God get back on in. Get Z-Dark into the map as well. Resurgence timer still alive and well, so you don't have to worry about it too much, but look at the kill feed. It's Scythe, it's Big Man, finding Enkyo, finding Gromalok. The Fulls are there, and it looks like the Gentlemates, first team to be eliminated from map number 2.
We talked about their slow contest. Seemed like they'd finally fixed that in the last map, of course. However, Shell struck again. That curse. G2 mop this up. Still haven't cleared out Lost Koreas if you are that side though, so G2 are far from done, and Lost Koreas have actually managed to hit a nice little regain. Let's take a look at T1 here. Fighting Vitality. Disrupt cracked. Leaves... Sorry, Spam cracked. Leaves Disrupt a little bit exposed there, but Echo's actually going to be able to collapse in through the backside. Oh, I thought it was great timing, but Skullface absolutely slams him. Incredible work. Disrupt's now going to push this forward, leaving Spam as an anchor. And yeah, Disrupt might... He's swinging off a little bit more than he bargained for here, so I agree with the back off. I think you got to reposition this fight. Try and get Echo back in. There's no escape route though, and Disrupt's now been found, and Spam's in big trouble.
What do you do here? You're just trying to stay alive. You're just trying to play your life in Vitality. They sense the blood in the water. This is exactly the type of push that you need. Spam, you might have stims. You might be trying to hit the stimmy shimmy, but it doesn't matter when you got Skullface and Blast running you on down. Great job from Vitality yet again to cut down T1. It's not a full wipe, but you've gained control of this western side of the map, but the action doesn't stop there. Over at Research, Lotus 8 starting to get a little bit mixy here. You've lost some of your teammates. It's Havoc hitting the loadout, trying to stabilize, as everybody is just trying to get their loadout, get the guns in hand, and try and keep them hot. As we have another squad make an exit. That's going to be Squad 7. Watch Waldo, Clown, Colony 2K also eliminated.
Quite start to the afternoon from them so far. Was a surprise team the way in which they managed to get through NA finals. As we see T1 try and regain and land immediately into the arms of Twisted Minds. Almond on 5. He's had it busy here at Mansion as you try and set up. Squad 12 on that mini-map's going to be Ravens. Likely trying to regain themselves. We've seen them arriving in different numbers, bits and pieces. Going to slow that down and get together. Even a weakened T1. It's a very dangerous T1. The full Twisted Minds, well, no one wants to be fighting that, especially not when you're not even looking in the correct direction. Smitty there for the trade. You do lose Shifty, and I'm not sure if Shifty was already weakened up or if he just committed to the full instead. Try and burn through that Resurgence timer quicker. Either way, it's going to be poorly timed because Smitty is going to be cleaned up by Nearson, and Almond's just trying to hang on for dear life here. A few seconds. Twisted Minds. You get found here, you are out. Keep an eye on the bottom left corner. Shifty will be first back in.
See, the Ravens doing a great job controlling this Mansion POI, and I'm looking at that mini-map, and T1 has also started to float on over here, maybe trying to find some purchase of saying this is a big POI. We know we can sort of play out of this and we can manage to get some loot, but you have a player get taken on out on the fly in. It's just one alive. It's just Spam who is there, and I think he actually gets dropped on in. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Los Carrillos, they're starting to get farmed by, it looks like Gooey. VP is starting to float down on in, and Squad 6, they're starting to get moved through as well. That's Spectre. There is just no opportunity to get your feet underneath you once some of these heavy-hitting squads are able to gain purchase on some of the land nearby. Amir trying to get the buyback on in. He'll be successful. It's just Criminal God in the sky. Our winners of map number 1 suddenly find themselves on the back foot. He's going to try and hit the deck here, but it's a member of Spectre that'll be shooting him in the back. Oh my god, I thought Grimmy had done it. Just about. Get your kill through if you are Authentics, but it's long enough for Amir to try and find a regain location. But, well, safety. Not the name right now for anywhere this team are landing. After losing the Lumber Mill fight to G2, they've been in that regain blender. But look at the amount of teams that are over here towards Mansion. Twisted, Ravens, T1, all here. Now starting to get pressure as well from Vitality. They're looking at that courtyard wall and holding Bond. They'll have a buy station in their midst. Shifty gets them to cut down from King Chalk. So, yeah, Twisted Minds, it's certainly not going their way. Almond's going to have to slow the pace again. Resurgence window will be open. However, these are the last of your plates going in. So Almond's in dire straits indeed. Needs to just stabilize. Well, how's he worried though, Enigma? I'm looking at that mini map. Sure, you have a couple of these squads, T1, Ravens, Twisted Minds, all here at Mansion. They're going to start to battle each other, and who's waiting in the wings? It's Vitality. They've made their way into zone towards this house's side. They would love to catch some of these players moving on out, as would Spectre. And we're starting to see some kills come on into the kill feed. I saw a Los Carrillos squad wipe. We'll get confirmation on that one, but it was by none other than AG Global, a squad we haven't had a chance to talk about. Falcons, they're also starting to get dropped a little bit here at Lumber. What is going on? Nobody having the opportunity to regain in this fight. Falcons looks like they're wiped as well into the top 10 squads remaining.
And before Fun Esports starting to arrive into this fight against FLS. Themselves are only a 2. You will get that spawn back in as well. So for Fun, looking pretty great here. Center map. This is as center circle as you really can be right now. And they'll have control over the buy station within it at Mill. FLS tries to get out. FLS gone. Out of here. We'll see you in lobby 3. Halfway through the teams now. 8 out of 16 remaining. But, well, let me tell you. 8 teams, but certainly not 8 healthy ones for Fun. Just trying to catch a couple of players rotating in. Maybe third party. A few situations. G2, they're now squeezing up against Twisted Minds on the regain.
This could be a huge fight for them. Anxiety is going to be able to find Z-Smith. A huge opening that's here. But if you are Twisted Minds, you have to be so careful. Shifty gets caught on the rotation there from sight. You can see already the confirmation coming on through. So G2 doing a great job. They land Lumber. They win Lumber. And now they are just looking to clean up the rest of this site. He'll get 8 on the board. Take down Almond. Twisted Minds taken on out in 8th place. Some of the squads in with it we thought were going to come on in here and be hot off the presses can't seem to find any sort of purchase. And already here you can see Spectre holding the line at this POI that they know and love. They land at it. Find some members of Vitality. Sage will answer back in kind with an X3 Ion in hand. Send Swizzin running away. Last player alive, but he might be running directly into the waiting arms of Light Unlimited, who is here. Couple of squads torn apart, just trying to get into that top 5.
No slow. Playing for that top 5. North side of the map will belong to Vitality. Cold Depot in the hands of Virtus Pro. If you're Spectre, trying to squeeze forward towards Gens, but you'll be backed down by Light Unlimited. South side of the circle is probably going to be the busiest as you look at a fight over Mill. There's a buy station there, very important for both those teams. There's AG Global and 4Fun. Now up here on the north, Circle Paul is going to be as center as you like. It's over the bridge. It's over tin. It's not pretty for anybody right now. They've all got to make a rotation.
I mean, Vitality's probably in the best opportunity right there. And look how just go wide they get. But this fight happening over here at the Mill is so important right now. 4Fun, AG Global, Scummin, Knocked, Oki, Scump. It's just FIFA Kill that's here. Juju, he hears some of the running. But Fief, he's going to be able to run away. Somehow stay alive for the time being, but a great stabilization effort from 4Fun. They'll gain control of this. but they are still outside of zone. You have to make your way on in. You have a few remaining members of G2 here just trying. You'd love to be able to get to that top 5 with Scythe with 8. We're seeing Big Man and Anxiety also get some kills early on in that game. You would love to get to that multiplier. They're going to be able to do it because on the other side, it's Sage with a huge 2-piece on Light Unlimited to knock them on out. Vitality, they have such good control of the rest of the zone. Everybody else has to scramble.
You will drop in 4th if you are G2, but that's a great match for you. At least 18 kills on the board. 4Fun now trying to play up against Virtus Pro, who have a full 3. You're tucking yourself inside and hoping for the very best. Vitality looking to catch anything on the outside of this and then activating the right moment. They're in the best spot to clear the map. The circle pull is awful for them. They're going to have to move quickly.
Vitality got to push down from this top side. You need 4Fun and Virtus Pro to go ahead and fight here, or maybe you can play a little bit of a third party. Here comes the swing, a flank. He's going to go wide, but all 3 members of Virtus Pro are there. It's a 2x2. Blast flies in from the back, though. The shots are good. Vitality, they're going to look to clean this one on up, and they will be able to do it. They come on out here in map number 2, and they catch the win. Enigma. Vitality, they weren't able to get it done through our qualifier stage. Say no worry. They come on through. They look good in the open portion of Birmingham, and they're looking pretty good here in our LAN finals.
Looking pretty damn good indeed, and it all comes back to that contest. We've seen it 1,000 times in scrims, and it's never particularly looked comfortable for them, but 2 clean wins in the early stages. Good map 1, much better map 2. Huge here to lift them well up that leaderboard, if not towards the top end of it. Potentially 20 kills there on a 1.6 multiplier. Dear God, these boys are putting on. I spoke to a lot of people inside the venue yesterday. What do you make of Vitality? And the answer came back from everybody. Sometimes maybe hot, sometimes maybe cold. They're a team that no one can really get a beat on. They've not got much faith out there in the stands, but plenty in themselves. And these 3 alongside eBay will be very happy with their progress so far.
Listen, if there's anybody that loves being undervalued, it's Big Man Blast himself. Being able to come on out. Oftentimes yesterday was the one putting up the big numbers for his team alongside Sage. Just doing such a great job, all 3 of these players playing as a unit, playing as a team. And one of the biggest concerns we had through that qualifier stage, right, Enigma, was they weren't making the rotations that we'd like to see. They've somehow unlocked the code, right? This is so far away, this zone, from their normal drop point. So I love that even when this zone pulls so far away, they are finding success where they need to, playing sort of this northern side of the zone, doing such a great job because it's kind of all starts here, right? Sage picks up a huge 2-piece. This opens up to this top side, and they can just wait for the rest of these teams to battle it out down below.
Yeah, and they do a wonderful job of it, and it's almost a repeat of what we saw in Gentlemen trying to do in map 1, but it's before that as well. It was, they played up towards Barn, and they were willing to hold the wall of Mansion, just catch any teams that are playing for that buy station, patiently does it, don't need to go over aggressive with it, and then the circle after that, when they play the north side, and they just go very wide, make sure they just catch any wide teams trying to play out and flank them, and just, okay, everything's in front of us, as long as we don't lose a gunfight, as long as we don't overthrow, as long as we don't overchow, we're going to be fine. It's that calmness, that composure. We haven't seen it from them too much when it comes to the online stages. These 3 boys, plenty of LAN experience, LAN championships in there as well. And what a story for them to be looking real good after map 2. Again, we'll be very surprised if they're not right up at the top end of the leaderboard. So a lot of people stood around them at the end of that map. They'll have their support, they will have their fans, and they'll have plenty of eyes on them, no doubt, for the rest of this afternoon.
We talked about consistency and coming out, doing a pretty solid job at map number 1, winning map 2. It's a hell of a way to make it happen. But also we had to talk about, hey, 4Fun, Virtus Pro. A couple of those teams we highlighted at the top of the show, also finding their way towards the end of that map number 2. The scores are starting to build on up, our friends. Some of our teams that maybe we thought would do good, they're answering the call. They're doing fantastic through 2 maps. Others are heavy hitters. I don't know what's going on. You got to maybe recollect as a group, figure out how you want to maybe attack this map and how you can do a little bit better in these coming maps. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be dropping on in to map number 3. You don't want to miss it.
The Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above.
lock in, load up, and let's make history.
Doggy from above. The shots are firing. Fight's coming thick and fast and furious.
Today is about legacy.
Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into these guys' sights is dying. Twisted Minds! They do it to the very end! It was patience all the way through! There it is, 2 games down, a lot more to go. How many are we going to get? Nobody knows, but we do know the 150-point threshold is still up for grabs. However, we're quickly approaching it just after 2 games. Welcome in to the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Grand Finals. Competitors are in Birmingham, and it has been a lot of fun so far. This time, I've got Dandro and Enigma on the desk. Good job, boys, for the first 2 games. Dandro, I heard you on break. You're getting a little worried at the moment. Things are getting hairy, right? Because some dominant teams fallen a little bit short at the start. However, it's given an opportunity for other teams to rise above.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? I mean, I think we all would have had saying, if maybe could have done some predictions and said, I think these teams will be top 4. Still a lot of Warzone left to play, don't get me wrong, but seeing some of these squads come out and already be shooting in the way they are, Enigma and I talked about it. We kind of asked, it was having the 11 games yesterday going to be a buff to some of these teams? And it seems like for some of these squads, like Vitality, like for Los Carrillos, they are doing such a great job coming out frying here today.
Yeah, huge, right? And I was thinking about that, especially for like Falcons and T1 Enigma, like 2 great teams who have yet to get the footing underneath them. Early exit, especially T1, 1 elimination across 2 games.
Yeah, that's insanity. No one would have predicted that coming into today. Whether you're a little bit cold or not, that is very uncharacteristic. They're struggling with the landing fight against Vitality, of course. Then it feels like they have no escape plan. They have no real route out of there. One of their regains was off towards Pond. Well, what's their route from there? Play in through Mansion if you want to avoid Vitality. Mansion's being owned by Twisted Minds right now. Are having themselves a solid start to the tournament. So very tough spot to be in. Potential third parties also coming in from main and street. So yeah, they've got to find a regain blender. They obviously have Echo is one of the greatest minds in the world. They will put a plan together, but it's got to come sooner rather than later. Match point could be a long afternoon, but you do not want to be chasing in a lobby this quality.
Danger, one of the big things you highlighted off the rip was there was a battle for lumber. 3 teams end up dropping in game 2.
Yeah, and that's really what sort of, it feels like the undoing of the Gentlemates. I gotta say, that takes, I'm gonna call it because we're trying to be PG here on the broadcast, confidence from Los Carrillos to drop lumber in game number 2 after winning game number 1. And it just feels like maybe the Gentlemates, they understand this fight against G2. They understand how to maybe work it. Okay, yes, we're used to this, fantastic. I think they got a little bit surprised there. It just feels like maybe you get lost into the mix, and next thing you know, it's obviously them getting taken on out early. So if there's anything we know about the Gentlemates, though, I think they looked very solid in map number 1. That if they can learn how to control that lumber mill fight, they'll be feeling a lot better here in map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, G2 ended up dominating. Or at least dominated the lumber side of things. This was a great end zone, though. I loved it. You had 4 fun. Obviously looking very strong at the end, but the third party, it is, of course, Skullface, Sage, Blasties from Vitality who take advantage of Enigma.
I'm just really glad to see the way in which they're playing them. Look, we know these 3 boys can fly. We know they can shoot. We've seen them done it for years. But this is a team that for a long time through this season, we've been asking, what's the decision making like? You know, you've got your base in the back, 3 great minds. How the hell are you playing these situations out and continually coming up a cropper? Well, they've done a much better job of just, okay, we're going to slow it down now, assess things, let the dust settle. Where are these chess pieces moving on the board, and how do we want to play them out? By the way, he was doing this all yesterday, in gaps, doing the push-ups, doing everything else, in hell of a shape, and I see why, because I'm going to be honest, I am too lazy to get my ass out of my chair and go and do some push-ups in breaks. But this guy's dancing, this guy's grooving and moving, and no doubt feeling the vibes after a fantastic first 2 matches.
Let me say it. Sage always brings the vibes, and that's exactly how he is. All right, in person, he's always grooving, moving to the own beat of his own drum, man. Love Sage, especially pumped up after that. Skullface, Blastides, 2 great players. I've always been a tremendous fan of Skullface throughout the entirety of his career. Dandro, they get the biggest game of the day yet.
Yeah, no, it was huge. I feel like just this shot summarizes this team to a T. It's like Blast scrolling the timeline. Sage is dancing to his own beat over there. And what's Skull doing? He's probably yapping it up with Ebates on like, yeah, I don't know what this guy was doing. He was scamming. Oh my God. Like, we need to absolutely take advantage of that. And Ethan's in the over there. He's like, yeah, I don't know what that play was. That was really dumb. You guys are doing a great job, right? It is just so cool to see, obviously, this roster be able to come together. 2/3 of it plus Ethan, representing 100 Thieves last year. They get picked up Vitality kind of for EWC this year because Vitality has a lot of faith in this team. I love it. Look at that. Ethan getting hyped with Sage. I had a chance to talk with Ethan. I said, how did Vitality take it when you guys didn't qual? And he was like, dude, they were so supportive. They were like, hey, guess what? We're on to Birmingham. You guys have played through. We have full faith in this team. And it was so nice to sort of hear that, right? We've been on this train of getting orgs involved in Warzone and to just hear the support that Vitality as an organization provides these players. No surprise to see that maybe when push comes to shove, here they got a little bit of fire lit underneath them. They are performing.
Performing indeed. Remember, guys, Sage is a world champion. You might have forgotten that. I'm here to remind you each and every broadcast I'm on, whether it's the World Series Warzone or here for the battle for EWC spots. Sage is a champion, winning the World Series Warzone Global Finals in London. So I'll never let you all forget that. He wants to be a champion once again. He's never lost that fire. And by the way, his story is phenomenal. If you ever get a chance to catch up on his background, please make sure you learn a little bit about who Sage is. He's a remarkable person. I want to talk about T1 again. Come on. So hyped up coming into this event. Where is the struggle, Enigma? You mentioned the drops, the rotations. I'm saying blow it up now. Start from ground zero. Where does T1 need to be in game 3?
The phrase blow it up is usually made in reference to a roster, my friend.
That's
I'm going
right.
to assume you mean change the landing strategy.
Landing spot.
Because it's a very good team. Okay, so yeah, landing strategy. Excuse me, pardon me. It is a case for them of, I'm watching them land in at train station, and for me, they're landing more towards the buy station side. Now, I understand it a little bit. You're trying to control that, ensure your opposing team can't get to it. The problem is your back's exposed. So the second you end up in that fight, the second it's going against you, you're also getting picked off by teams looking over from fire and so on. Maybe try and take control of main instead. That's why Vitality are playing out of right now. That's the building with the tower that a lot of you will have played in ranked and so on, or your pub lobbies. That's a really good spot to just kind of, okay, the water at my backside, I should be protected from that. Really, no one's going there at this point. I can just pay attention to the fight directly in front of me. Either that, or try and get your anchor off towards the pond house or the toilet, somewhere like that. Just play a little bit safer. Set yourself up for a nice mid-game strategy. Let's see how you look with that.
Well, let's see how the scores looked after drop 1. It was a good opening start, especially for some of the rosters out there. Of course, Deus Amir, his roster, phenomenal start with 24 total points. Yeah, it's not the most. However, it was the most after drop number 1. Gentleman's Twisted Mind Virtus Pro. But it was a wake-up call for some out there who ended up finishing towards the bottom. Falcons was one of them. They've been on a struggle for the time being, but they're going to be just fine. Dandro, game 1, opening start. Biggest surprises to you?
The biggest surprise to me is that we have only a 6-point difference between first and fifth, dog. Like, so many of those teams fried out. It was, I'm going to just read down the list from first to sixth and kills there. 15, 17, 16, 18, 15, 15. Like, that is crazy that so many of those players were able to find that amount of kills in that one lobby. And I think just goes to me, if I'm looking at these scores, if I'm looking at the sheet, you have to realize the kills are there if you can find them, okay? I mean, look at Virtus Pro, for example. They end after map number 1. They're currently sitting in 4th. They went out in 8th in that lobby with 18, number 1 in that lobby that was there. Has you kind of wondering if they were able to get deeper, maybe into that 1.4 times multiplier, 20 plus north of kills, we could be looking at a very different leaderboard, especially after seeing their map 2 performance.
True. Enigma, any touching points from the drop 1?
I mean, I guess right now, obviously drop 1 and then also went into drop 2 as well. Where the hell are our heavy hitters at? Let's see them get moving a little bit. Obviously lovely to see what Vitality are doing. And Los Carrillos, I would pay incredible things to see them get through to the EWC with everything that they've gone through, with their amazing story and the players on that roster flying over from LATAM to take part. That would be an amazing thing for sure. But we do want to see the best teams taking lumps out of each other in final circle. So I'm looking at them to step it up through the rest of this afternoon.
Yeah, Latin America, by the way, such a passionate region. The fan base is always incredible, especially when they're on main stage. They're playing. They're never going to be quiet, right? Latin America, talented region. I can't wait to see them. And just how well they perform. I mean, overall, they've been on fire. Gentlemates, though, Lumber section. All right, Lumber, they get challenged once again. Right now, they don't seem too defeated. They actually seem pretty chill. They seem okay, but they do realize there's some fixes that need to happen, Dandro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if it's fixes so much as that I don't think any of us would have expected in game number 2 to see a Mir squad decide to land Lumber. Like, it was like, you guys just won map number 1, playing out of that bottom left side of the map. Why are you now coming here? It's almost the exact same zone that you can see. Like, what? I just think they literally just get caught a little flat-footed, maybe a little bit surprised just by that happening. But if you are the Gentlemates, you love that that happened in map number 2. We have so many more maps to play. You now have more information that you can now play with, saying, hey, here's how we need to play that drop for if they come here, and how if they don't come here. Because map number 1, we see what happens when Los Carrillos does not land Lumber Mill. Gentlemates, they kind of deal with G2. They own the POI. They ride it all the way to the very end. They place very good. They come in second in map number 1. You get caught flat-footed when they do land there in map number 2. You're out early. Great. You love all this information. You can make just a couple of those little adjustments moving on forward and how you want to play out of that POI. I actually think that while, yes, it's not a great map number 2, this is a roster that we know that can regain. They can come right back here or map number 3, put up some big numbers, put themselves right back towards the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I agree with what Dan's saying here. I mean, personally, the weird thing is about that whole landing situation as well is there was actually G2 that noticed that Los Carrillos had come in first. G2 actually landed more towards the east side of Lumber Mill main building, and as such, were automatically taking shots. So what they decided to do was like flip the fight, essentially. We're going to play underneath the Gentlemates, let them go in our place instead, and kind of sandwich them between. So it was very well managed by G2, and I agree. I don't think Gentlemates were prepared for it at all. Whether they knew that another team had come in on them, you should at this level, quite frankly. You should always be aware of that potential. But it's then also how to engage it. They're focusing on G2 are a big threat, G2 are a big team. It just goes to show the mental games that go on sometimes. We're prioritizing this team, not the squad that won map 1. It's a very difficult situation to be in regardless, but that's a hell of a call. It has got to be better out of them. But also, talking about drop spots, it'll be interesting to see what happens in map 3 up towards Mansion. Ravens decide to land there in map 2 with Twisted Minds. There was a lot of talk about this yesterday with Nearson looking as good as he was as well. He was very confident about pulling it off. It didn't go as well for them, and it didn't go so well. We saw Twisted Mind still in quite late, so I wonder if that's going to then go back to that traditional setup of Twisted Mind basically owning the north side of the map.
Twisted Minds, a team obviously with a lot of prestige. They're looking to go back-to-back years, this time a different roster, a little bit of a different DNA. However, the core group is still there. Things are heating up. I do wonder how many games we get. Do we have this discussion just yet, Dandro? Because at this point, I mean, we very well could be at 150 by the end of game 6.
It would be a very cool conversation because I feel like when we talk about match point, especially with Resurgence, it goes either one of two ways. We're either ending in like 5 or 6 or we're going 12, baby. It feels like it doesn't really go one way or the other. We'd love to be able to see once we get scores for map number 1 and 2, how we're kind of sitting on pace. But I can tell you after map number 3, I think we should have a lot better idea.
Yeah, map number 3 is definitely going to be the telling point. That'll be coming up very, very shortly. Thank you all, everybody who's out there in the chat. Make sure, by the way, there are a couple of drops. Make sure you have everything connected so you can earn the additional drops that are still underway. We don't want you all to miss out. We want you to get your own victory whenever you possibly can. Looking at Falcons here. Hisoka chatted up with Noobs, getting some comms in. All smiles there. That's a smile that we're missing. Tiff was like saying, hey, look, typically Noobs is smiling, what, 90% of the time? Finally, that smile blesses our screen once again. For Hisoka, got to get this team back on track. Granted, game 1 was a bit of a struggle. Game 2, they only had 2 players, so I will give them a benefit of a doubt. Still believe in this roster fully. It's only 2 games after all, guys. No reason to ring the alarm bells just yet. I will for T1, though. That's the only one that I'm saying, okay, they've been put into the blender. Things are looking a bit scary at the moment. And what do we got? This could... What was that?
I'm not sure I want to know. I'm not sure I want to find out. No.
I want to know. Eagle Eye Goj, what was that? Do we have any idea?
Brother, I've got absolutely no clue. I mean, that was about as blurry as it gets. But hey, yeah, it's good to be back with you all. We are just waiting on the game to get started. And I got to say, Vitality's looking clean. They're cleaning up nicely. Everything's pretty solid for them. They're winning, not even in their in circle. This is big news if you're a Vitality fan.
Yeah, dude, Ebates, man. Ebates, the guy holding it down, right? Coach Ebates, letting them know. Tiff, yeah, this Vitality roster is great, man. Sage, bringing the vibes, too. Did you see his little, like, dance moves, making TikToks in between games?
Yeah, honestly, I was also throwing punches while waiting, trying to keep myself hyped up. I told you guys I'm feeling like Rock Lee, about to take the ankle weights off. Now only T1. You need to do the same thing, okay? Look, things are definitely a little unfortunate, but it's not over yet, of course. There's still plenty of time to start acquiring those points to 150. Same with the Falcons. There's a lot of things that have been shifting. We knew this was going to happen. And you know what I do love to see? Some of the teams that are coming in from the Open just yesterday, fresh off playing on LAN, continuing that momentum here today, because our teams that did qualify through their regional finals online, right? This is the first time that they're playing on that setup at LAN, and it could just need some time to shake it off, baby.
Hey, those early games definitely help. And Enigma, you had a chance to actually watch them play in person, which was great. And speaking of which, we talked about drops changing. Naturally, they're going to continue to change. We just witnessed Lumber change after just game 2. As far as meta goes, though, Enigma, that's been shifting since we started, right? With the qualifiers, North America, EU, to now, it's not the same meta whatsoever.
No, and it's interesting to wonder if this is actually playing in Vitality's hands. What we've gotten rid of is the heartbeat sensor, the baby monitor, some of you might have been calling it, and it is a very free information gain. We're looking at a team like Vitality, and it's, 3 veterans of the space, essentially. They're used to playing for that information, how to obtain it, how to pick it off. They're used to kind of throttling that away from their opponents as well. So it's a case for them of, okay, well, actually, you guys don't know where we are as easily anymore, and we know how to find out where you are. And I think that this is helping some of our veteran players step it up through these stages. So yeah, it's fun to see that come out, because personally I've always been a bit more of a fan of seeing a smoke rotation and such come on through. But obviously then talking about as well some of the guns that are coming out, Skullface Blast, you're talking your Voyak, your Razor. We saw Sage at moments pulling out the XR3 Ion. Now this sniper, it's essentially a 3-burst sniper. It's a very unique weapon, but it hits like a truck. And someone like Sage, who can shoot very well, who could definitely not play the anchor role if he so wished, he's able to look over his boys and kind of support them on the way in. And if you've got one of those anchors who's more willing to be aggressive, I think they're a very powerful third player in our current meta.
It's really fun to see this team and be able to pull out some of those things. The other thing that I will say, I know we've done a lot of glazing of this team so far, but one thing that does have me a little bit worried about them, we saw it in the qualifiers, where even when they did get the zone pull, those were actually some of their worst games, because it felt like they didn't really understand how they wanted to play out of it. Now, granted, you had teams like Gen G who were starting to kind of chow you there. AG Global was starting to kind of get in the mix as well, like in some other tournaments as well. So I'll be kind of curious to see if they do get a zone pull. That to me will be the real test of what Team Vitality is bringing here today, because if they can manage to still have a good map there, it gives me full confidence that they could walk away as one of our top 4 teams.
All right, I think they can. Believe in the boys for sure. Vitality's been on fire. Today has been electrifying. Only 2 games in. How many do we get, chat? Predictions? How many are we going to get before the threshold is reached? And then after that, who's going to get our win? If you want to get your predictions in, I would love to see them. We're going to take a quick break as we figure some things out. Don't go anywhere, though. The action will continue when we return. The Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above.
lock in, load up, and let's make history.
Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fight's coming thick and fast and furious.
Today is about legacy.
Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twisted Minds! They do it to the very end! It was patience all the way through!
Welcome back into the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Grand Final. Shout out to all of you, by the way, over in Birmingham. We've been getting these clips of all of you going nuts, especially after that game number 2 win. Keep that energy up. Gonna be a lot of fun. We've got game 3 about to be underway, and I can't be more excited to bring in, of course, Spider, Tiff, and Ghost to call the action over the next 2 games. Gonna be a good time, so both of you, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Dandro, Enigma. Great conversations, and I'm just ready to get into game number 3, Tiff. We've seen some folks jockey back and forth between a couple different POIs, and frankly, that's the way this map plays sometimes. I think Deus and Mirenko have had some strats, been turning around in their turntables for a while, and they're executing them. They're playing some nice tunes, and they're near the top of the leaderboard, as well as Vitality and a few others. Excited to see those scores when we get them, but Tiff, let's talk about game 3. What do we need to see different from the Falcons? What do we need to see different from T1? How do we change the turn of the tide for the top teams?
Flexibility, a change of luck, a different pace, right? Sure, the first 2 games didn't go the way from the Falcons. It could be external circumstances, but you can't let that get to you. And that's exactly what the mentality of those boys has, right? They can lock it in. We've seen them go back to back, and they're going to have to do just that, because the only way to net yourself a win in the first ever Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series LAN at DreamHack Birmingham, baby, is to not let anyone else take that top spot at the end. You have to be the last one standing, and you have to do it after hitting 150 points. But for now, as we go through some of the areas here on Haven, let me just tell you, I want a research end game. I want chaos. I want the nastiness of it, and I think VP does too. They've been landing just on the outskirts. They've been maintaining consistency there, Ghosh, and I think that could be a real fun one to see.
Yeah, Destroy's fragging. I think with this small delay, I'll be curious to see if they can keep up that momentum. But it is time, folks. Game number 3 is here. And our plane line is west to east, bisecting the map. And whoa, Tip, you might have called it.
Wait, they're getting chowed. Someone just landed on them.
Cluster, and we've got all types of folks up there, including AG Global, who have swapped up their spots. No more Chapel when it's not in the early zone. We are headed all the way over to Research, going to be contesting VP. A lot of action top right-hand corner of our maps, but otherwise, the Falcons free and clear on the south side, and Vitality free and clear on the west side. It does look like T1 have migrated up to Pond. They're going to be chilling up there for a little while the Ravens contest Twisted Minds, but we got some action on our screen because Research is a cluster.
I'm pretty sure my notebook might actually be a death note, and this is what I wanted. For Lotus 8, I saw some mentioning on the timeline. These boys in particular, how are they going to do? But if you've got Spectre across the way with some teams looming on the outside, why not take down Zariel? Why not take down Swizzin and get some early kills that are going to be necessary for the longevity of this map? But you have to be efficient because you do have, you're right, AG Global and Virtus Pro on the outside.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're trying to regain, you can't really leave the bounds of this building because you're going to get killed in transition, which is bad news. If you're a Resurgence fan, you know how this works. Seeing several players down, but no teams fully eliminated. Some stabilization here for Dragons. Right now, it is a cluster in the top right. And in the bottom right, Lumber has still got 3 teams. It looks like Deus Amir. It looks like Los Carrilos. They're here to play, and they're here to stay. Lumber could be theirs, and they do have an interesting position split from their third as G2 holding down the right side and Jittlemates holding down mid-central Lumber.
It's going to be difficult to navigate this perfectly, right? So I am keeping my eyes on the Los Corrillos because after that map 1 victory, they decide to just say, hey, we're leaving it all. We're not going to gazebos. We're going to go chow in Lumber. And now you have to contend with massive teams like G2 that want to get messy. For Amir to anchor down in the water to make sure that Resurgence timer is going to tick down, keep that team alive as G2 sets their sights straight onto Jittlemates. Like this is everything that I could have wanted for a LAN, baby.
Kill feed's looking like it's correct. No false positives here. AG Global, they go Chow VP. See you later. 16th out of 16. Research was too hot to handle. T1 went up to Pond. They've now rotated to mid-map. By the way, the Falcons, yes, at boat, yes, uncontested. There's not a soul anywhere around them in Main Street. They've been hanging out. So the action we stay is VP find another. Picking up Adrian second. Can I make it a third from distance? Melvin down means looks like Gooey's team might be in a bit of trouble. They've lost out on Cole, by the way. Off screen, G2 have migrated up north and taking control of Cole, which means Gooey has nowhere to run, so he's got to take this fight. Grimy goes down. VP not really in trouble, just losing one. Nice and easy out in the corner.
Falcons have moved in on the Gentlemates, but we're still here with Adrian trying to stay alive for VP. A rock and a hard place and using streaks for that information to throw down. Back to the Falcons. Look, we got Dongy in the lobby, baby. Let's get into some action because you've got one kill. Now, mind you, this is the comeback this team needed, and it had to start now.
Yeah, this is classic Falcons. They have nothing to do. There's nobody to their north at all. The closest person would have been Barn to the north. So where do they hunt? They hunt Lumber. There's a lot of action here, and they're finding kills because of it. Dave Samir, Los Carrilos now in a bit of trouble. G2, they've moved up to Cole. Now they're coming back down south, hearing the shots. Said, well, we want these kills as well. We need to win out in the south side. We can hold these two teams, or at the very least, two parts of these teams. Gentlemates in deep trouble now. The Falcons continue to find kills and continue to push them out of Lumber, which means G2 going to come in a 3v2 with two members of the Falcons, and the Falcons continue to get reaping the rewards of pushing out of their main POI, and they're winning every single gunfight. They're here with a vengeance. They're here to make sure everybody knows we're the same Falcons you saw in the NA finals.
It's crazy what you can do when you've got your team at your back. The way these two are moving through Lumber, it is with your right, that vengeance, that real motive. You can see the sightlines going out. You've got a buyback just behind you. You're going to have to contend with that team just ahead of you. That number 4 on the minimap, the Gentlemates. Elsewhere, I'm seeing some big moves out of the Ravens straight towards Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this is a fight that's happened the entirety of map 2, and now the entirety of map 3. Shifty's down, Twisted Minds in deep trouble. I'm not sure. Yes, I am getting confirmation. Twisted Minds full out of this lobby. They have lost the fight in Mansion to the Ravens. The Ravens were talking a lot of crap after missing out on the finals by 0.6, and now the Ravens have won Mansion, and they don't have to move from this POI for a while. Off screen, by the way, Virtus Pro also wiped. It looks like Gooey's team was able to get a bit of revenge after leaving Cole. It is utter chaos on the map, and we've only lost 4 teams.
Goes, the Gentlemates are out. The Falcons, they moved in. Remember, they saw the Gentlemates just ahead of them, and the Falcons moved through them like they didn't even exist. Yep. This is a different kind of level. This is the land level of the Falcons that we were expecting to see. Now, granted, we're just 6 minutes into game number 3, and I cannot believe, with the circle pulling up still towards that north, up towards research, you've got to maintain consistency. For fun, they like to control the center of the map, and it's been difficult to hold, and now you've got to contend with a very angry Skullface.
Yeah, here's the thing. For fun, you can't really control the middle of the map. You just have to get your kills and hopefully rotate to new, and so far they haven't been able to hardly buy a kill this map. They had a great last map, unfortunately couldn't carry that momentum. Now they're just trying to regain. You're right, Falcons have won the south. They won Lumber with the help of G2, by the way, from Cole, but Gooey, FLS, they move up to the north, they wipe VP, and they retake Cole. They are now in complete control of this POI with one remaining member of G2 just holding on, waiting for his teammates to respawn.
Okay, well, you can see where they're situated here. FLS, Gooey, Melvin. They've got a player out in towards the gas there from Los Koreas, like you're saying, but you've got to clear out your backside and find the research, right? And that's exactly what FLS is doing. We're scouting our rotational patterns and what is going to be the easiest way. Because when you get towards these end games, they can get really tough to move across. Sightlines from research. I'm talking top of research. You can see damn near the entire map. So knowing that you're gonna have to contend with at least 2 more teams, I love that production out here bringing it up. It's going to be tough to get over there with this pool. Dude, I'm manifesting stuff, Goes. I'm telling you.
Looking for fun in the middle. Number 11, they've rotated all the way through to G2. G2 had to regain here on the south side of research. Reminder, they got pushed out of Cole by FLS. So now that they've moved up, For Fun just sprint across the map because they see an opening. It's like, hey, this might be our only moment to rotate to new, and they are able to get there and push out G2. So nice shot from them. T1, bottom left. Falcons win out in Cole. They've completely dominated the POI. They have double-digit kills. but it's T1 still alive on this map, finally making it to maybe top 10.
Look, this is what's tough. For fun, sure, you're picking up a couple kills. That's fun. Falcons coming for you, not going to be fun. It's going to be a big fight. So I'd love to see Juju, who I know can clutch up. He has the potential. This roster coming in as that top-seeded position from the open, have what it takes. If you've given up as much as Bubble has, moving to NA to compete from that side of things, this is where you hold the line.
The Ravens are fighting Vitality on the outside of the zone, and the Ravens are holding Vitality on the outside of the zone. And I think they might have just wiped Vitality out of this map in 11th place.
Ew.
While that's happening, G2 has now maintained a piece of control on the outside of Research. Sounds like they might know there's somebody nearby, maybe heard some footsteps, but can't quite scope them out. We're going to swing over to T1 because here come the Ravens on a revenge tour. Might have missed out during the finals qualification, but we got to land and we dominated. Unfortunately, not going to win against Disrupt. Top fragger, but Disrupt goes down. Echo crushed T1 out of here. They get top 10, but the Ravens are playing spoiler to everybody on the west side of the map. Down went Vitality, down went Twisted Minds, and now down go T1. The Ravens have a banger map on their hands as they've won out on west and they're moving into new.
Ravens Esports, after missing out on that direct qualification to land by just under a point, come in with a 19-kill Game 6 in the open. And you're playing like this on LAN against some of the best teams. Well, consider yourself one of the best teams so far as well. This is a story that is still continuously developing. And Research, bro, you're the center of it. Now, at least For Fun does make it inside this building.
Yeah, there's like, what, of the 9 teams, 6 of them inside of Research?
It's a party.
Hey, look, we're not at max capacity yet, but we certainly are close. Now, I am very impressed with For Fun with the way they've been able to rotate. After such a chalk start to this map, the fact they were able to regain, push through, win out on G2, holding them, and make it into Research is a big win for them. Definitely everybody can be playing for these top 5 multipliers now, and you can see this is the Ravens winning out on East. There's nobody within a country mile of them. Everybody's either inside of Research or on the south side. G2, one of the only remaining teams besides the Falcons, not inside the Research building. So G2 a little bit pushed up. The Falcons trying to take this space. You can see G2 is split on the right side, and they know somebody's coming up, so they're going to try to pitch back together and play as a team. With their third coming in a little bit late, might actually get picked up in rotation if Ahsoka knows it, but maybe a bit too worried about some of these streaks.
You have a moment to make this happen, albeit brief. Dongy here, he's gonna maybe look to invest some streaks to make this rotation easier. G-Team trying to hold the line, but what do you do when you have this influx? You have to back away, and Ravens moving in at the exact same time spells the end of G2. It allows Falcons to move up, take space, and now that next big fight, it could potentially be Ravens unless they decide to continue on north.
Yeah, by the way, it does look like G2 are out of this map. You didn't see it because it went in the blink of an eye. The Falcons were pressuring them. G2 tried to back up. The Ravens come in and play spoiler yet again to another banger team. Unfortunately, Donkey gets a little too aggressive. Looks for some sort of a loot. Criminal God still alive on the map and finds him in transition.
I'm wondering if he's one of the teams holding the roof, right? We told you those sight lines are disgusting from the top of Research, which is going to be the bane of the Falcons' existence. But the fact is, we still have points on the board for them. Now, we turn our sights towards that Research Center. As that circle continuously pulls, we've seen this one played out before. It's disgusting, but it's going to benefit the Falcons through and through because the entirety of that Research Center is going to have to pull towards the south, and it's going to come down to who's holding the roof, who makes a zip play, and who falls at the last second.
Honestly, I like the Falcons' position better than anybody else. I'd rather be on the south side of this than coming off the roofs or out of the windows or through the woods to Granny's house. I mean, good gosh,
wherever we go,
there is nowhere to go right now. And it's going to be, like you said, utter chaos as per the usual. A lot of floaters up in the skies, and there's certainly going to be a lot more here in just a moment with all the fights happening inside and around this buy. You can see that flare flying into the sky, and it will continue to do so as well with this buy still in zone. Ahsoka just trying to find the angles, and Tiff, I'm going to be honest, it's going to be like shooting ducks trying to migrate south here in just a second, especially when they get the zone. Holy cow, what a gift for the Falcons. Let's see how many they pick up.
Who's writing this story? Who's writing this story? This is disgusting. Now, look, I've been seeing Smixy light up the timeline. She's been sending good words out for the Falcons, some motivation, but look who it's going to be. Spectre trying to get the early jump on it, but you have Ravens Esports just ahead. The duo playing low, playing slow, and Bubble, bro. You just got sandwiched.
Yeah, Ravens Esports having a banger map right now. They really need to get top 5 though, and they're actually in a really tough position trying to rotate in, especially with Deusamir finding angles. Oh, look at the zone. Falcons the only one in it, and everybody trying to float there, but can't get it nice and on 10. This is a huge map for Ravens, and they get top 5, Tiff. Regardless of what happens from here on out, the Ravens Esports are going to be into the top 5 100% on our leaderboard.
And it's all about acquiring points, the race to 150, and making sure that you're still in it. Falcons being inside the top 5, knowing that they are a team of 3 here, looking to end it out. We go down to 3. We're hunting the solos. We're looking to clean up the rest. And now this is our game. We are one step closer to a 1.6, but we've seen solos do crazier things. So look at the Falcons kind of spread out. They want to cover as much ground, as many angles, because that last member of Lotus 8 could do something.
Don't scam. Don't scam. Falcons are on a heater. The Falcons are on, I think, 23 or something like that. I think Noob's on 12. The Falcons are crushing it with a free south side of the map, and they easily pick up a kill on, frankly, a very good fragger from Havoc and Lotus 8. That's a big map for Lotus 8, but an even bigger one for the Falcons. They're back. How long did it take? Map number 3. Welcome back to the Falcons. Flying high, 23 kills, or 24 kills, rather, with that final one with a 1.6. Might be the biggest map of the day, Tiff. Well done to them.
Well done, well deserved. Congratulations to the Falcons. I'm telling you, when your backs are against the wall, when things are not going your way, you shake it off and you freaking perform. You lay it all out. This is a reason why you've got Noobs from that former TBE dynasty. You've got Dongy, who was touted as one of the best up-and-coming fraggers. And look, he is. He's proved it year after year, event after event. And Soka, from the Caldera days, from the rising stars of Warzone, to continuously get to the top of the competitive Warzone's landscape and to stay there. Look, it's disgusting. It truly is.
It truly is. And frankly, you know, when you think about map 3 in particular with the Falcons, you can say, oh, they were blessed with the zone. They were blessed with the zone. Yes, that's true, but they
make it look like that.
They killed everybody else on the south side of the map. That's the thing. They won out on the south. They earned their spot on the south. Then they get blessed with the zone. So a lot of skill and a little bit of luck. That's how Warzone works. And the Falcons get a free win. When we saw this zone pull, I knew it was going to have to be the most brutal scam of all time from the Falcons. And they're way too experienced and tenured players to scam like that. So they pick up a huge win here and find a lot of the kills on exit. This is best case scenario for the Falcons. Unofficially, this is a 38.4 point game. This will put them way up at the top of the leaderboard, overshadowing Vitality's 20 kill win just a moment ago. So you'll see Vitality still up there, even though they went out early. We do see a return to form for Los Carrilos as well, finding their way into the top 5. And again, you cannot forget about this Ravens esports team. You haven't seen the scores in a little while. You're going to see them in the top 5 as well. They had a banger map. I believe they picked up over 20 kills as well, with wiping some of the top teams on the West and earning their place into the top 5 as well.
I can't, but gosh, I'm just like smiling because this is what we wanted. We wanted this for so long, a series, a competitive Warzone series, and we get it with Resurgence, which is constantly proving all of that action, but with 3 maps down, 3 separate winners, we just know that it's going to keep on continuing throughout. And to take it in such a dominating fashion, you just want to do it again. You're like, oh, look, guys, we came to play. We showed you we can do it. Now let's do it again. But for the teams that are still struggling to get those points on the board, this is where the pacing of the lobby definitely is going to pick up. We're going to start seeing teams start to be a frenzy, right? Because if you don't have a ton of points yet, what do you have to lose? Absolutely nothing, because only the top 4 teams on that leaderboard are advancing onto EWC, and only the top 1 gets 30 grand.
Yeah, I guess I keep talking about top 5, but you're right. It's top 4 making it to EWC. So being 5th doesn't give you anything, even though it sounds good. Top 5 in this lobby doesn't matter. It is top 4. And frankly, I'm playing for first. Good grief. 30K, 10K apiece, 10 bans. Come on, Falcon's going to be up there, but I am very curious to hear what the desk think about that map, because it certainly was different from the last couple.
Thank you so much, Spider, Tiff, and Goj. Looking at chat, they said Falcons Glaze incoming. Absolutely. I'm about to do it. Look, check it out. Map 1 and Map 2, they were playing down a man. That's just the reality of the situation. This map, though, they snap back, which speaks to their strengths, okay? They haven't had a good Map 1 and Map 2. odds against them, right? Map 3, though, now it's time to get the business, and they absolutely do. Getting our biggest game, which Vitality set the record at 20 kills just in Map 2. This map, they get 24. They do it by making a bit of an adjustment, minor, right? Going over towards Lumber, which has been a hot contention point at Enigma that we've been focused on from Map 1 into Map 2 especially, and now Map 3.
Yeah, it certainly has. It's been 3 different teams largely playing out of there in Los Carrillos, Gentlemates, and G2. G2 give that up quite quickly, move north towards Cole and steal that away from FLS. So what it allows Falcons to do is kind of rotate in there, third party of the fight that was ongoing, and just slowly move north. They then take control of Cole, and we talked a lot about, we heard a lot from the casters there about luck, and there is a lot of that in Warzone, of course. We're trying to judge the circle, but it's stacking the odds in your favor. And luck, quite simply, is where preparation meets opportunity. They prepare by taking complete control of Cole. There's a whole period where they go around buying pretty much every bit of kit that they can from the buy station that's there, and they wait for the opportunity. They're blessed by that because Ravens come in and help pick off G2, as well as a couple of people from the research roof, and that just opens the door. Who's best in the world at making sure they find their pathing and making sure they find routes towards those zones late on? Well, Soga's been doing it for bloody years, so they weren't going to miss that opportunity. Close it out in some style.
But it was research that had, 8 teams going to it off the start, and one of the victims that fell was AG early on, Dandro.
Yeah, it was really tough to see them, but that's just kind of the nature of this research, right? You can't play this game where zone pulls you research and then you're just going to try and land there, because exactly what is going to happen is what we saw. It's if you don't get that exact mid-zone pull, you're going to have to get pulled out of research, and you're going to let a team like the Falcons just reap all of the reward that is there. I want to call something out, because the fact that the Falcons are able to not only, like you said, clean up Lumber, but there's a moment where they're getting stuck on that rotation from Cole up there. G2, they're trying to hold them on out, but then it's like Ravens are in the back. So what does G2 do? They completely back off. They try and fight Ravens. They lose that fight. And what does Falcons get to do? Make the super hard push up from the low ground of Cole up to the high ground of research. And they're like, wait, the zone's pulling away. We don't have to move at all. All we have to do is stabilize here. And they end that map with 24 kills. No surprise to see that this roster of 3, little fire in their bellies after maybe not feeling too good after map 1 and map 2, they come out swinging here, and a full force Falcons on the map is definitely something the rest of the competition has to keep in the back of their brain.
Yeah, just to put it in perspective, they were all the way down in 15th place after their game 2 performance with only 13.8 points. That is a far cry from Vitality, who was sitting in first after map 2 with a total of 50, right? So this is a big game that is going to catapult them potentially up to top 3, maybe even second, depending. But either way, it's a start, and they're getting started early on. You saw the energy. When this roster gets heated up, listen, they are hard to stop. There now going to be a narrative going forward in each map. You guarantee that. Gentlemates on your screen, a team that, again, has been, had a couple of ups and downs after map number 2. They, were looking at least in 7th place, 27.8 points. Weren't far away from breaking in top 5. Still doing okay. We talked about their adjustments, Enigma, after map number 2. How do they look? Map number 3, obviously have now to deal with the Falcons.
Yeah, this feels a little bit like the return to form that we've seen from them when it comes to online finals and such. They start slow. They had a good map earlier to kind of fix that a little bit. I was like, okay, have you overcome that? But this is a team that gets better through an afternoon. Their players start to figure things out, understand exactly how they want to take these contestation fights and work up through there. Certainly get better. Taking a quick look at this drop 3, you won't see Gentlemates on it. It certainly wasn't better, but there's confirmation of Falcons with the 38.4 score. An absolute banger. But I want to point your attention actually to Ravens Esports. They're going to put up 21 kills, a 29.4 beauty. They were already sat in 3rd going into that map with 36.6 points. Very likely our new leaders.
Yeah, Pulse Check, shout out to them for putting us on the radar. Obviously, we knew about this roster and how talented they can be, but yesterday, showcasing what they can really bring. Niacin pulling up, a total of 19 kills in their last game. Absolutely brilliant. And Ravens looking stronger than ever, taking charge, taking the world by storm. Beautifully done indeed. Still some teams needing to wake up, but overall, from map 3, I think finally, Dandro, we're starting to see some talented rosters get their footing.
Yeah, no, and that was sort of the big conversation, right? It was, okay, maps 1 and 2 play definitely a little bit different than I think some people were expecting. Map number 3 maybe plays a little bit more what we thought was about to happen. And I really think this Falcons roster waking on up, right? That's so many kills. We talked about it. There were so many kills on the board that so many teams were getting. Well, when this Falcons team wakes up, they're going to start sponging a lot of those kills over to their side. And with those kills getting taken off the map, how can some of these other teams adjust when maybe you think they're going to have a nice easy rotation to be able to get there, get some more kills on the board? Now you don't. How do you now have to go and hunt for those kills on your side of the map?
Well, I think our scores are ready to go. I'm ready to look at it. Let's see where the teams ended up falling after map number 3. And it is Ravens in first place. Shout out to them. We just saw Heeds on your screen just a second ago. Vitality below Falcons, Virtus Pro. Falcons, big moves. Again, going from what, 15th place all the way up to 3rd after one game, Enigma.
Yeah, that is a massive jump from them. And, well, we've seen this historically. So they know they can get back into it regardless of the obstacles that they face. And this now will put them on the heater that will set them up for this afternoon. Of course, they're expecting top 4. This isn't a hope. This is a damn well demand out of the Falcons. And interesting in the last map, just seeing noobs put on and fry as much as they are. Like, this is one of the beauties of this roster. Dongi, we talk about him about one of the straightest shooters to ever touch the game. If he's having a slow map, you've got Soaker and noobs in behind you. Those guys can put up double digits at will, and it makes them such a strong force, one that no one can hold down. You're still keeping Virtus Pro up there. Very glad to see that. But Spectre in 5th? I don't think anybody had that on their bucket list. It's going to be, again, they're landing in a very difficult spot to control. And what they're happy to do is just get mixy and get involved in all the madness. Certainly doing enough right now to keep themselves in the hunt.
Now, I love that we're seeing Spectre be able to continue to fry. But look at this, Enigma. T1 in his 16th with only 4 points. 15th at least still has 23.2. You know, Team Cloud, you might be getting fried. Same thing with AG Global. But you got some points on the board that you can work with. T1, they kind of have to go back to back here with some huge games if they all of a sudden want to just enter the foray and be the top team that we know. Because, I mean, when you have teams like Vitality, Falcons, Ravens, who are continuing game over game to put up 15, 20 points, right? I would consider that a decent game. Like, it's going to be so hard to play from behind here if you are T1. You got to go back to the drawing board. You got to figure out something because you cannot let some of these teams get away from you, because we have 3 teams that are already over a third of the way towards our match point threshold.
Yeah, I mean, what, 3 total eliminations for T1 across 3 games. Just unacceptable, especially if you look at their performance during the EU qualifiers, where they won by a landslide in first place. But you do have to account, again, there was a lot of questions about him, especially with Spamgola, his first land, a younger player. Confidence was there on land, struggling to get his footing. And albeit there is some pressure when you are the top dog going into an event like this, especially from your region, naturally that puts a magnifying glass on you. You know, teams are going to be looking exactly what you're up to. What are you doing? What is making you successful, and how can we counter and shut you down? And well, they've effectively been shut down so far. 3 games in, it's not too late to turn the tide, turn things around. But with top level scores like Falcons was just able to get Vitality a game just a little bit earlier, 150 points isn't that far away, especially when you consider Ravens after 6 games is already at 66 points. Things start to get a little bit worrisome for sure, but overall still highly competitive. The top 4 race for a ticket to EWC very much in contention. The point spread, Enigma, isn't that big, right? So even from 10th place, where Twisted Minds is currently at 4 fun just above them, like breaking into top 4, very realistic after game 3.
100%. Look, we got a lot of Warzone left this afternoon, and all these stories are great and they are worth discussing, of course, but BOL, Warzone flips on a dime. You could very much so see the teams towards the bottom go and have some heaters. T1 are capable of 30 and 40 point maps, just like the Falcons are. So don't get me wrong, if the Falcons continue to put up the kind of performance they did in the last map, we might be in for an early bath, but otherwise we're looking at, you know, potentially pushing 8-10 drops here. So you've got the time to build in. T1 was speaking to Bubble yesterday. He said he's not too worried about if his team doesn't qualify necessarily because of the lack of LAN experience. Disruptor's only played 1 as well, so there's not a lot there. They believe in the long-term project, but that picture there is stinking. I need to see someone get some energy. I need to see someone talking to each other, lift them up a little bit, and get yourselves going this afternoon. It's all good to talk about a lack of experience. What you're seeing right now, that's not necessarily good experience, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm really looking at Echo, right? I think Echo being the vet of this team, this is where he needs to kind of infuse the confidence in his 2 players, right? We know what Spam and Disrupt are like when they're feeling themselves and they're taking some confident gunfights. This is where Echo needs to call on that experience of last year's World Series of Warzone, where, you know, they kind of surged from behind in order to get to where they needed to. And he needs to be talking to them like, listen, guys, yes, our drops haven't been great. This is what we need to do. This is how we tighten on up. You guys are some of the best shooters in the game. This is what we need to do if we're going to be able to maybe win this contest against Vitality, or come up with a new game plan, come up with a new strat that's going to be able to lead us to victory. Because I'm going to be honest with you guys, if I'm looking at this scoreboard, when I'm looking at the difference in points from 4th all the way down to 10th, it's like a difference of 10, okay? So you still have a lot of Warzone left to play here, that if you can just start getting 18, 20 points on the board from here on out, we could see a late game surge from T1 to enter into this conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as far as landing spots go, though, they might have been jumping around a little bit today, but where do they land currently? Where do you think they go in map 4?
I mean, this is a team that have built and practiced themselves around playing out of Train, but last map they've decided to chalk up that landing, that contest with Vitality, and head over towards Pond. Now, they'll have some experience there. We've seen them play incredibly wide at times, but they get a lot of free space in Europe. They won't get as much of that here on the global stage. The only problem with that is if you want to play south, you're hitting Vitality, have already been beating you. If you want to play across the map, you're hitting that mansion contest that is a nightmare. So they've got to kind of figure out their pathing very quickly if this is their designated choice for the rest of this afternoon.
Well, it's Ravens in first place. Can they hold on to it? Let's find out. Hopping into game number 4. Spider Tiff Ghost, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Nobles, and our amazing analysts. Now, Tiff, so much we can talk about because, yes, the Falcons have flown high finally, and they've picked up a 38.4-point win. They're near the top. But I got to say, we got a lot of birds at the top of the leaderboard because the Ravens esports are crushing it right now, and they're living up to their smack talk. They said they're going Mansion. They said they're coming for Shifty, and they've done it in back-to-back maps, and it's made Twisted Minds not really be in the main conversation way up there at the top.
Yeah, and look, this team is incredibly talented. For them to just have missed out by getting that auto qual to EWC, to DreamHack Birmingham here, to compete for that top 4 slot, dude, literally less than a point goes. Like, that's what we're talking about. Every kill matters, and to start your journey towards 150 at 66 already, which means we're averaging 22 points per game. So for the teams that are sitting outside of top 4, right, what do you have to do to overcome that? I want to see some wins. I want to see some north of 25-point games, and you have to kind of prey on the downfall of some of those consistent teams. And a team that kind of has to do that, like all the desk was talking about, is T1. Is Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds are currently in 10th place. You have Almond there, sitting there in the center with Z Smith, side by side, right? They were the ones to hoist that trophy in Riyadh last year. Yeah. You know for a fact that they want to get there, that they want to do it again, and Shifty did it in year 1, right? This is a team that's looking to return to dominance, and a team that has some newer players on the other side. Sure, not new to Call of Duty, but new to competitive nature, with Spam literally just turning 18, Disrupt having 8th at World Series of Warzone competing under Onyx. It's like the perfect head-to-head shot here.
Yeah, it's funny because I think that's a great comparison. I think it's, new versus old in terms of like veteran experience with Warzone competition. I will say, as we take a look at the leaderboard, obviously you don't see T1 there. We know they're at the bottom with basically 0 points.
For now.
But it doesn't feel like nerves. Like oftentimes when we talk about new players, it's like, oh, well, they're not used to land. I don't feel like that's the issue. The problem right now is that they're just under way too much fire from all of the teams on the west side of the map. And Vitality's playing really well as well. So I think that's something to keep in mind. If Vitality's playing well, T1's going to have a tough time. And if you go Pond, which is free, and it worked for them kind of last map, the problem is you can't rotate to anywhere without going through what? Ravens Esports, Twisted Minds, or back down to Vitality, just in a different context. And AG had been landing Chapel, which means rotating to even mid-map isn't nearly impossible. So yeah, it's a really tough spot to play from, frankly, at Pond. And we've been pulling Eastern zones the entire time. So just keep that in mind. But as a reminder on scoring, by the way, how this all works, if you haven't been paying attention to all of the Resurgence tournaments that have been happening, especially inside of this Warzone Resurgence series, we've got our 16 teams. They're playing for that 150 match point threshold point total. Once you hit that, the next map, if you win it, you will win our full competition. And then our multipliers today, 1.6 for that first place position. And then you're really trying to play for top 5 because that's at 1.4x. You still get a little something if you get top 10 though, Tough.
Exactly, but it's still at the end of the day, the flexibility that we're looking forward towards. If the Falcons can turn their story around in just one map with that 38-point game, then you know teams that are on kind of the other side of our leaderboard have the chance to be able to do that, because a 38-point game for T1 is going to put them into the 40s. It's going to put them into the fighting mix. They just have to get a good start, like you were saying. But I'm looking at the map, Goj, and in terms of buy stations, look, I get it. Pond has one, right? Research, you've got 3 teams fighting for that central buy station in the center of the building. So getting your loadout weapons can be a little more challenging, right? So you're kind of favoring some good ground loot. We've heard the Dash talk about some meta and all of those things. But making sure that you're remaining flexible, that you're getting the resources that you need for that end game navigation, because once you get those pulls towards the end, you have to be able to maximize the point multiplier. That 1.6 is such a difference makers. And as we look at the gentlemates on your screen, the little prince, as Enigma loves to say over there, standing up, getting, you know, some stretches in. Of course, we are still prepping to get into game number 4. You gotta stay I don't stay loose. That feels so weird to say, Goj.
What? They gotta stay loose. You gotta, like, you know, do some arm circles or something.
Sure.
You know, if you've been sitting around for a little while. Yeah, honestly, I am in my booth here, folks. Of course, if we could start the map, we would. We want to make sure it's the most competitively, or I guess most filled with integrity, if you will. Our competitive integrity has to be at the top of our priority list. So we will take our time in order to make sure that is the case. But yeah, you know, Tiff, it's interesting. We've played 3 maps here. And the second map in particular felt like a couple of our teams going back to a position that they liked on the map, trying it out and seeing if it worked. In particular, I'm talking about Ravens Esports trying out Mansion. It worked, so they decided to stay there for map 3. And then I'm talking about Los Corrillos, which is, I've been told I've been saying it wrong all day, so I will try to say it right.
Get better,
Deus Amir tried Lumber, which is where they landed in the opens. It worked. And so they said, okay, let's do it again. And it kind of worked again. So, you know, it'll be fun to see. It'll be fun to see the contests happen at Mansion. It'll be fun to see the contests happen at Lumber. And then, of course, if we don't pull research, I expect to see AG Global go back to Chapel, because that obviously didn't work.
Yeah, so here's the deal. No shade on Los Corrillos, because I'm a huge fan of that team, but they are one of the only teams that has taken a win here that is not inside the top 4. Could have been the shift over towards Lumber. Of course, it's tough when you've got G2 and the Gentlemates breathing down your neck, and Falcons who land Riverboat, who decide to rotate on early, looking for every single kill on the entire map. And roaming the south side is the best path of resistance there, or least path of resistance over towards Research Center, right? Because you're just looking to clean up the entirety as you rotate up. Now, as we think towards game number 4, I want to see a shakeup. I want to see something completely change. I called out Research. I'm going to say, I want a Mansion ending, Goj. I want to go to Mansion. Yeah, dude, that's where I want to go.
All right, Mansion ending, says Tiff. Well, you predicted the last one, so I'll be very curious to see if you predict this one. No, I would like to see some Western zones, and I think Danger actually said it perfectly for Vitality. Said, hey, look, Vitality's actually doing a really good job of finding kills and actually finding in-game placements, even a win, on zones that are on the opposite side of the map. But what about the zones on their side of the map? It is something, and a big question mark that we saw during Opens. One of the reasons they barely made it actually to this stage was because for the zones that pulled train, well, they weren't really getting any kills. So their average placement was 4.5, nearly 4th place on average every single map. They just didn't find a lot of kills, Tiff. And because of that, they didn't find a lot of points. And because of that, they almost barely didn't make it here. But now we find them at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, see, I was curious how that would look with the Gentlemates when we had that initial circle kind of pull towards the south on Lumber, because they were isolated in Lumber after winning a lot of those initial fights. And I'm like, there's been 3 or 4 minutes that have gone by that we're listening to the cast, and I'm seeing the Gentlemates on the map feed, like, not really contesting around. You've even invested one player kind of moving up, crawling through some buildings, trying to find those engagements. And all you can do is make sure that you get those numbers up towards 150.
Get your numbers up. We got a lot of Warzone to be played, but folks, we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, hopefully we'll bring you game number 4. Thanks for staying patient. We'll see you in just a moment.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fights coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy.
Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twist and Might! They do it to the very end! It was patience all the way through!
Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours, get to Riyadh this summer, and watch the greatest rise above. Welcome back in, everybody. Game 4 just around the corner. Thank you for your patience. We're figuring some things out there out on the stage. We definitely want all the competitors to have a clean way to get into the game, right? That's what it's all about. Competitive integrity. Of course, my name, Taylor Reflections, double joined by Dandro and Enigma. Great game number 4 about to be underway. One of the top leading teams that I've been really impressed with so far has been Spectre. Spectre is a team that Goj has been really, really hot on recently. Currently in 5th place, looking to break into top 4, Dandro.
Yeah, they're looking really, really solid. I'm just looking at some of their stats so far that they've had in this lobby, and it's really been all Sariel, right? 19 kills so far across these first 3 maps. Has really been trying to put the team on their back. No surprise, right? Because we've seen this young man absolutely being able to fry throughout this entire year. Came on through, had some people saying, yeah, maybe the Spectre roster can make something happen in qualifiers. They are that 5th place team, able to make it happen. Look really good so far. Very excited to see what they can do throughout the rest of our day.
And they definitely are performing well. Naturally, a team that we had to watch out for at the beginning. Goj called them, and he might be right. Top 4 could be well underway. But is there a team, Enigma, that's currently in that top page that you're like, it's a big surprise that they're actually doing as well as they are today?
I'll make it super snappy. It's Lotus 8. They're a team that, quite frankly, shouldn't be here. A lot of people expected them to get absolutely battered out of the open portion. They're now in 7th, sitting on the cusp. Havoc, standout player for sure. One to keep an eye on. He's putting on.
Lotus 8 looking great. A lot of teams out there. We appreciate it. It's map 4. Let's get it underway. Spider Tiff Coach, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble and the desk. We've been doing a lot of yapping today, but I like the conjecture. I am a hypothetical Harry at heart, Tiff, and a lot of hypotheticals, but it's time to get into the action. Game 4 about to be underway. What do you want to see? You said Mansion, I think, in terms of the zone.
I do want to see Mansion. I also want to say onomatopoeia because you were saying a lot of big words there, Goj, and I wanted to get one in as well, okay? I wanted to feel special, feel smart, but yeah, I want to go Mansion, okay? I want to see some mess over there. I want to see Twisted Minds get into the action, and honestly, with Ravens Esports having a little bit of a death note their own, and they might have wrote Shifty in there looking like Light, trying to operate some things here, of course, in-game. Legal reasons only there. But I think this is the fight that I want to see Twisted Minds answer back to. I'm pitting Raven on one side, Twisted Minds on the other. You've got former LAN champions on Twisted Minds. You literally have some teams that are vying for that position. They want to get there. They want to do it. And look at that crowd, baby.
I know, we got a crowd watching our main stage, and there's a lot going on at DreamHack, by the way. It was a lot of fun to see all the stuff happening with the CDL and obviously with Warzone as well today, and with the Opens yesterday. So, yeah, DreamHack is a very cool spot there in Birmingham and getting a lot of value. But it's time for Game 4, folks. Enough yet. It's time to see what happens.
I clicked my
Who's
button.
dropping where? We hit the buttons on the backside. Hopefully everything works out. As a reminder, we are playing for top 4, but there's also $100,000 on the line for this competition as well. Top 4 is huge to make it the EWC, but 100K and 30K for first? Good grief, Tiff.
That's a lot of money in this economy, let me tell you. And let's get into it, Goj, as we are cruising through. I'm ready to see the play line. I'm ready to see where we're heading. And I'm curious to see which team is going to net themselves a map win. Mind you, we're just getting in to game number 4. It is anyone's play. We still have to get to 150, and we're not even halfway there.
Holy cow. All right. Couple things to know. First of all, we got a south to north plane line. And Tiff, you are doing some weird witchcraft because it's not just a mansion circle. Our entire bottom half of the map is cut off and the top half of the first circle is off the map. And we got a lot of folks changing draft spots and moving all which way all across the map.
Oh, gentlemates, where have you gone? Keep your eyes on Pond. They have moved from Lumber. They have gone to Pond, which means T1 isn't there. And Los Carrillos over there getting messy at Mansion. This is the changeup that I was looking for.
Yeah, this is crazy. Gentlemates, they have done this in the past when it's a northern zone, especially northwestern zone. They will head up to Pond. This isn't totally abnormal for them. However, I was expecting them to fight T1 off rip because T1 had been landing Pond and they get the circle. But instead, T1 go all the way to Cole and they're contesting Gooey because they're like, I guess we win that fight. I don't know what they're thinking. I respect the ego chow. We'll see if it pays off for them. We're going to take a quick look at them. It's looking like they're currently winning the fight, at least somewhat. One thing that hasn't changed is that off screen, you're seeing the kill feed pop through now. You do see Twisted Minds and Ravens Esports still fighting over Mansion, and it does look like this is the team I was about to shout out. Los Carrillos are up here in Mansion, third partying this fight, making things more messy.
Bro, Goj, where did you go during the break? Now you're getting fancy with the Los Carrillos over there. So, look, they still have 2 self-reses, and you've got Krimi over here looking for that action. They're not the only teams that are here, but of course, with that Twisted Minds, with trying to go through the streaks and work around, you've got multiple angles, but something that they're exercising right now is caution. They're not just blatantly full sending on this roof. They are on the hunt. They see that door closed. They know they're in the stairway, but what is the best way to pick them apart? You rip the plates off, and you just need 2 more bullets. Well, now it's going to be a full reset. The peak there, and Kirby's not giving up on this.
Uh-oh. Look at Pink 15. Folks, that's HG Global. They had a tough start. They rotate over. They try to land over at Research. It doesn't work out for them. They go back to Chapel, and they're early rotating up here in a Mansion, thinking they maybe can get a piece of some of the action of what will be the chaos of Mansion. We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams all around Mansion with Gentlemates close by. Kill feed lighting up, the streaks landing on top, not doing much besides zoning people off from rotating across the top of the Mansion and maybe catching somebody unaware from the backside.
Couple
In the
things to note.
meantime, a lot of stuff going on, Tiff. Go for it.
There really is. You've got VP fighting Lotus 8. You've got Twisted Minds on your screen. AG Global have finally arrived, and it's going to put things into an interesting perspective. When you see FIFA go down, when you see Scummin go down, and you're saying, did they get one back with the Resurgence timer, and are they still alive? Because we're down 2 teams, and I would hate to see AG Global be one of them.
That's a good shout. By the way, off screen, it looks like the Ego Chow might have paid off. T1, they land all the way on the east side of the map at Cole, and they wipe GUI, one of the first teams off the map, win Cole, and then they're pushed out by G2 from the south side. So G2's moved up into Cole, and T1's going to be up in Research. We'll figure out where they go from here in a second. But in the meantime, Research still getting extremely active with all the fighting happening. And Falcons, well, they had the entirety of the south side of the map alone again. So we see 2 pushed up here around mid-map over by Trainwreck, trying to move over towards G2 and what looks like 2 parts of For Fun Esports who are in a blender. We're going to have to chow everything to stay alive. And so far, so good. Bubble on the backside, keeping his team alive, playing anchor right now, still with 2 kills as For Fun try to stabilize.
All right, I'm getting word. FLS and AG confirmed fully out, and the Falcons are on the hunt for mid-map. Now, about this time, about 4 or 5 minutes in, For Fun does normally end up in this vicinity, but the Falcons, with no one to chow off rip, have extended out this far, looking for any and all kills, and it's going to be one of them finding flanked. So Bubble and Juju still wrapping around and trying to navigate a rotation, but with T1 still in the mix, they actually bypass For Fun on the right side.
Good God, this map's going to be extremely fast. We're already down to 14 teams, sure. But everybody's having to move up to basically just Mansion and Pond, and I guess Barn on the south side. So even Research is out of this next zone here for zone number 2. And everybody's going to have to rotate over across the bridge and get caught in transition. It's going to be a bloodbath at Research on the way out. See For Fun still alive, man. I will tip my hat to their resilience. The fact that they're still up and still fighting with all the chaos of trying to play through mid-map is pretty impressive. See if they can try to stabilize with G2 hunting them down. I can expect G2 For Fun rather to finally fall here as G2 finally pick up a couple kills. That'll be their 3rd or 4th now after a fight over at Cole.
Well, I believe, since I didn't see squad wipe, that there's probably some floaters from For Fun. We'll confirm later. T1 racking up some kills on that feed, so we're starting to get the points on the board and doing what we need. For Light Unlimited, a quick flash here. You can see where we started. We did have Ravens that were north of the 60s, but it's okay because Light Unlimited still trying to hit the move. We know that we have this chaos over at Research Center, and you've got Gentlemates near the top of it. You have T1 that's up there looking to get messy. So gotta cover your angles, but with Dragons on 6, dude, you've gotta watch your back because here comes Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it's a great chow there to make sure you keep your teammate alive and should be able to pick up the res as well. VP's going to be on your backside. The problem is, even if you do win out, even if you wipe VP here, you're going to get cut off in transition. You got T1 on the north side. That's that purple 2. And on the south side, you get G2 hunting for kills, trying to win out on the east. Really rotating in is going to be brutal, but we'll see what they're able to do as Gentlemates have been hanging out in Pond since the beginning. I don't think they hardly have a kill with their name since they've been chilling here since the very beginning of the map, but hopefully they'll be able to pick some up in-game, ideally.
Now, here's the deal. There is a buy station in Pond. We need to get Gromalok back, and I love what Hollow is doing, is just kind of scouting out, looking to throw some damage, and it's Enkyo, the Le Petit Prince, getting crazy, trying to get in there, finding flanked. For Fun can't seem to get any grounds moving. We're not even into the top 10 Goj, but what we're doing is just trying to carve out a path. That's a big one. You saw that, right? Ravens are out.
Ravens Esports get wiped. A brief look there at the free cam. You can see the kill feed, and Ravens Esports go down in 11th. No multiplier for them, but we got a huge fight on our hands. Gentlemate's in trouble. Gentlemate's maybe causing it, but Aikio last alive for his team. Hardly a kill and 0 kills to his name, but almost 1,000 damage. Gentlemates, they've got a couple, but hanging out in Pod, they've got to slow things down, chill in the shack, wait for what is next. Gentlemates should be fine to have a couple floaters. The problem is they won't have great loot. We're down to not very many teams comparatively to what we're used to at this circle. Our Resurgence timer is still active, by the way. We lost a lot of teams rotating over from Research as expected. T1 was in trouble. They've regained around mid-map, but again, won't have great loot either. Really looking at teams like Twisted Minds, Los Carrillos, in the mid-map to have the best loot in a good position on a high ground position, especially moving toward a mansion ending.
For Fun out. And you've got T1 holding on. You jump to Echo's POV. Echo has no cash. We're a solo in a shack doing some shenanigans, and I'm not feeling good about it. But for the teams on your screen, gentlemates, we're back up in our numbers. We have the advantage, and we are going to full send that T1 squad. They had 4 points coming into this map, and we are going to deny them any chance to get even more. Down to Disrupt, and he immediately gets annihilated.
Yeah, that's a false positive there. He did get the double buyback, by the way. So T1 still in this lobby. I will say, though, VP are not. Virtus Pro down and out by the hands of Twisted Minds as they try to wrap around the north side of Mansion, and they get punished for it. Twisted Minds having to play the low side now because of all the chaos inside, but they're picking up the kills, which is what they want. Shifty finds more as he finds a couple members of T1, but also finds a couple members of G2, and unfortunately Almond does get cut down as G2 win out on the north, but it's only by one player. As they move around from Research, they went up from Lumber into Coal, win out of Research, and now they've wrapped over to Mansion, doing a fantastic job winning their engagements to get to this point. The problem is they're down to 1.
Down to 1. And another thing, if you're going to be calling out the 1, you've got to seek out that red one on your mini map.
Jeez.
They are taking space, and for Disrupt, you're just laying low. You want to get into that top 5, make the most of the kills that you were able to acquire, and get up on that leaderboard. Who knows? Maybe you can make a Hail Mary play, have another buyback. But for the Los Carrillos, they have been your map 1 winners. They've been consistently towards that end game. And I think the pickup of Criminal God here on 5 was stellar. But now you've got to drop down, take a crazy fight, you get anxiety, you knock another one. This proves everything about Amir having the ability to create a stellar team.
Yeah, good pickups, and as much as it looked like Criminal God just put on a huge blender of G2, it was a full team position. They actually played the trade from the backside, so nice pickup. But Gentlemates get wiped. Falcons come in from the south side. They win out the south side of the map. They rotate all the way up to the north, and now they're fighting Vitality. Again, our timer is still active, so we still got people respawning. We're now finally moving into the 4th circle. And so because of that, the Falcons, they've won out all the way wrapping around the west. They move up and now are challenging Vitality. This is a huge fight to win the west. This is basically a fight for WinCon as they do wipe Vitality. The Falcons are on a tear right now. Dongi on 7, and they've got a fantastic position on the map, especially if the zone continues to pull outside of Mansion.
Dongi is not letting anything go. He's putting it all on the table. But when you think back, sure, Falcons have the west. Who has the east? It's the team on your screen. And as they're working towards the front side of Mansion, they're going to have to deal with a couple teams that are still situated in the vicinity. Spectre being one of them. Goes, they've got the roof.
They've got the roof. Now, a reminder, I think it was Disrupt on T1 that was hanging out in, I think they call it TikTok spot, but Creddy spot up top.
Sure.
Hiding between the rooftops. And because of that, his teammates were able to respawn because the timer was still active. They all land there. Now they're just chilling, waiting for, I guess, top 5, which they do get. I don't know if they hardly have a kill to their name. They got a couple, probably. Maybe more than I'm expecting, but...
Gosh.
Yeah.
Pause. Ain't no way. There is no way in hell that we are seeing pulls like this. Sure, you want to look at Mansion, but this is very similar to that Research in map number 3. You're telling me the Falcons get another damn pull. What?
Yeah, this zone is criminal. Like I said, win condition on the outside of the map if it pulls outside of Mansion, which it does. They sit here waiting for it. They called it perfectly, kind of as per the usual for the Falcons. Shout out to Soka. Not sure who made the call. I'm expecting it's Soka. So they get the zone. Everybody's got to go to them. Now, what does Shifty do? We run at it immediately. We can't come in late. We got to take this fight, and he takes down Dongi. Shifty shooting Beebs. Wins a nice trade over the top and gets the cleanup. The Falcons may get the zone, but they got to win the zone to take it. T1 may play spoiler to the backside of Twisted Minds if they're not careful, though. Yes, we're into the top 5. Now, all that matters is a win. So a deployable cover might be nice, but Shifty's on 11 kills. By the way, T1 actually on sizable amount of kills. Spam goal on double digits himself. So all of these teams getting a win here. 1.6 will go huge for their scores as Almond does pick one of T1 out of this lobby.
The best thing that they just did was they dropped a deployable cover to cover some angles there from Mansion. It allows Almond to extend out and to clear house. The stimmy, you don't survive. It's okay though, because you still have Z-Smith. You get eviscerated. Los Carrillos coming in. They say you can throw the deployable. You can do what you want. But now a reset is needed. The pullback towards Mansion. The Falcons encroaching on that territory. And you see a final 3v2.
3v2, but the res means everybody was pretty weak. Z-Dark in trouble, loses some place, but stays alive somehow. Dongi down with the two members of Falcons trying to hunt. This just feels like Romeo and Juliet. We're gonna climb all the vines and pick up two. Ahsoka can do it all. Fragging IGL and wins the 1v2. Holy cow. Now a 2v1, a complete turn of the script. But are we gonna get a crazy 1v2 back for Data Samir? What is happening?
Stop! This is everything that we could have wanted for DreamHack Birmingham, baby. This is Warzone. Can we run that back? Can we just see that one again? Because I need it. Because your drop 4 winners are potentially your map 1 winners as well. Because Amir, baby, when he jumps out, does he really clean up the two of them? I want it slow-mo. I need it more. Give me it all.
I'm all over the place, Tiff. I'm going to be honest.
I need it.
What was a crazy fight. It really could have been 3 teams fighting each other, but instead, smartly, we get a really aggressive team. We find ourselves in a 2v3. Ahsoka climbs up the balcony.
Oh my God.
Like Romeo trying to find Juliet, but he finds a 2-piece instead.
Yeah, there goes it. Down Dark, down Criminal God. So it's just Amir who flings himself out, leapfrogs over, says, "What up, my guy?" and takes them down.
Wow. Yeah, Amir just proned out wins on Ahsoka when he was weak from the 2-piece, and then WWE style over the top suplex slams. And Los Carrillos, vamos, gentlemen. Holy cow. Our first team to pick up 2 map wins. And it's at LAN finals here in Birmingham. Representing LATAM extremely well after a banger last map. Wow, that was crazy.
Okay, but here's the last stand. Now, I loved this, right? Falcons get the pull, and Twisted Minds immediately identify where they want to go. But instead of being a little conservative, because you can't survive, you've got streaks going on, you drop the deployable, you're trying to thrive in this scenario, but when you've got T1 still in Mansion holding an angle, as well as Los Carrillos, you have to fully commit to wiping Falcons and cutting off the angles from Mansion. That extension out causes them to fall a bit too early, right? And what it does, it allows Falcons some time to regain before they have to inevitably move back to Mansion.
Yeah, Twisted Minds did a really good job of rotating early, like you said. They tried to chow for what they thought could be win condition. The zone repulls, the zone repulls back, and because of the eco chow there, Shifty going down, means the Falcons are relegated to only 2 players, which makes it 2v3 extremely difficult to do, or at least so we thought. This is such a crazy sequence, and it's great to be able to see it from this free cam observer's perspective, because you can actually see that Noobs is playing this off angle from the backside, playing patient. And Ahsoka just chows this. Noobs is trying to catch one in transition over the top, but can't find an angle to put enough damage down over the top of this railing somehow to help his teammate out. So Ahsoka just wins the 2. But then Noobs is so far away that Amir catches Ahsoka peeking the angle, getting just a little overheating. And then Amir just suplexes him. I think Noobs was plating or something. I don't know. That was wild.
It was some nice timing there. It's recognizing that there's an opportunity that I am full sending this 1v1 right now. I'm going to end it here, and I'm going to have a 50% win rate at it. If you're taking 2 out of our 4 match wins, what is the name of Call of Duty Warzone match point? It's get to 150 and prove that you can win after that. And if you've already 100%. Won 2 maps here today, well, damn well, you can do it.
Look, it's fantastic from them. Winning 2 maps for them is giant because of the multipliers. They average 6.2 place. They average about 6th place through our open LAN finals, and they're doing a little bit better than that, I think, this time around. Let's head back to the desk and see what Taylor Reflections Noble and our amazing analysts have to say. Oh, wait, just kidding. Folks, we're going to head to a very short break because we're going to be rotating out. You're going to have Dan Enigma back for the cast. See you in just a second.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above! The shots are firing! Fights coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy.
Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twisted Minds! They do it to the very end! It was patience all the way through!
Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours, get to Riyadh this summer, and watch the greatest rise above. Welcome back, everyone, to the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Grand Finals in Birmingham. We are 4 games in, and I tell you what, it's been exhilarating to watch these teams play. And now Team 1 has stepped it up, making a big adjustment, and they end up placing a little bit better. But it was Los Carrillos who ended up taking the victory on fire. They continue to excel, and obviously we got to highlight Deus Amir, who has been just stellar in picking his teams. Tiff, you were the first one to point that out, and not only winning a tournament recently before even Birmingham, but now potentially winning today. They're on fire. Goj. First, let's talk T1, though. That was the big story at the very start of map number 4. They make a big adjustment, and it ends up paying off for a little bit.
Yeah, you know, they do make a big adjustment, and I'm curious that it worked. Like, they ego chow basically GUI. They think about the map. They know where everybody lands. They're very smart players, and they go, I think we win this. And they were right. So they went out there. They get shoved out by G2, though, and when they get shoved out by G2, they kind of make a break for it all the way to Mansion. It kind of sort of works. They pick up kills in transition. I believe that one of their players, I want to say it was Disruptor or Spam. No, Spam had 10 kills. So they find kills, but then they just rat till top 5, which kind of works out for them because they needed that multiplier. So overall, a better map for them, Taylor.
Yeah, great map indeed. You know, adjustment had to be made. What they were doing before just simply was not working. I'm okay with incremental changes. Look, it's not the end of the world, Tip. If it doesn't work out here in Birmingham, I'm not selling them short. I'm just saying, I love that they're making adjustments. They still have Atlanta in the future if they decide to stay together and continue to move forward. Fun. Another good map coming out from them, at least decent start anyways.
Yeah, it's been really tough to navigate, okay? Especially if you're having some of these crazy pools like the Research in map number 3, like the Mansion in map number 4. You can have this contention point inside mid-map where they seem to find themselves. And even though you have Flank that survives and pushes up more for a regain in Pawn to access that buy station, this is where Gentlemates were situated. And Gentlemates then have to deal with Skullface, with Blast, with Sage, who decide to say, we have to push. We know this is win condition and we have to clear this out. Of course, they're not alone. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, they have to fight from the Mansion side, which they have been doing map after map, and this time it was a little more difficult.
Yeah, this as we get towards the ending, it was pretty insane. First off, Tip, shout out to you for calling not only the initial zone, but also Falcons getting blessed by zone towards the end. Well, I thought they were free and clear to take the win. Ultimately, ended up not falling their way. However, still a phenomenal game because Doggy was tearing it up, Goj.
Yeah, tearing it up. The Falcons did a great job. Nobody was near them on the south side, so they didn't do anything with that. But because of that, they did a great job of hunting the map for kills. But this moment right here changed the game for the Falcons. We see a really aggressive Twisted Minds, and by the way, Twisted Minds had a lot of points that game as well. They're also top 5, had a player on double digits, so a great game for them. But then we find ourselves in a 2v3 where the Falcons theoretically could win. It was going to be difficult. Ahsoka creeps up the balcony, picks up 2, and then he just overcooks a little bit. Why are we peeking the corner without putting a single plate in? We lose our life, and Hideo Samir suplexes noobs off the top ropes and wins the map to get their second. A great finish to a great map 4.
Yeah, Los Carrillos, wonderful job, and it was funny. I actually had a chance to catch it. It was Criminal God, and I believe Amir, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe Z-Dark. Either way, one of the two went over to the Pulse check, ended up posing behind them after their win. These guys are vibing at a level unlike anyone else. I would say besides Sage. His vibes are obviously peak, as we saw earlier after map 2. But well done to these boys. They are playing out of their mind, and clearly getting those games in yesterday ended up paying off tremendously. They'll walk away with 28.8 points, which is massive. Falcons continue their reign of terror. I believe should be close, should be in second place. We'll see. Twisted Minds make great headway, though, with their third place. And I do want to highlight, by the way, in that getting towards the tail end of things, you know, Shifty did make a great push towards the Falcons, and I thought he was going to challenge them super strong, and he did, but the zone shifted away. They ended up falling, which is unfortunate, but still a great game. And again, the highlight tip is T1 finally getting on the board. Up to this game, they had a total of 3 eliminations. In map 4, they get 16.
Yeah, they're on par with what the Falcons are able to do. We saw them do that in their region on the online qualifiers. They shook out a couple of maps, and now they're returning to form, right? 22 points on top of the 4-ish that they had coming into this puts them closer to 26. They're likely going to be mid-lobby. We'll check in with that later. But still, it's that comeback we needed. For Gentlemates to walk out in 7th there, it's not going to be what they wanted, but that regain situation that we saw over by Pawn, that's difficult when you had teams like VP, like Falcons, all heading that way.
Yeah, it's well, I think at any point these maps are going to be difficult, right? I mean, after all, it is Birmingham, it's LAN, and teams are making adjustments on the fly. Your POI is never a guarantee. I mean, that was made apparent in map 2 when Lumber saw 3 teams all of a sudden, right? And Gentlemates had to make that extreme adjustments and try and battle against them. But I'm curious, did Falcons do enough to get in the top 2? Let's take a peek. And also for Twisted Minds, top 4, yes, they will be, but just barely over Virtus Pro. Ravens will fall down just a bit, but they're still cruising from their earlier performance in Los Carrillos up there just behind Falcons, surprisingly taking over first place. So our top 4 highly competitive, but the race to the top 4 with 5th, 6 on down, Doge is still highly competitive.
This is really close. I mean, this is what I expected, frankly. We thought the leaderboard would be very tight. This is similar to what we saw in the Open LAN finals just yesterday, where all the scores are really close together. There isn't somebody running away with this competition, right? We only have a 7-point lead at the top. And even the spread from 1st to 5th, yes, it's 19 points, but at the end of the day, this doesn't look like NA finals or EU finals where there's a clear top 2. This is still anybody's game. And you see even T1, they pick up their 20-some-odd point game. They jump back up into the race. Yes, they're in 15th. There's still an opportunity for them to qual, folks. There is nobody out of this competition now, which is good news if you're a fan of some of these teams near the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, for sure. Still early goings. And after all, right, we have that 150-point threshold that still needs to be reached. Falcons, after all, are almost halfway there.
A little over,
actually, they just a little over halfway there. So plenty of time remains. I am sure of it. After all, that's only 4 games. And it's time to get started with our 5th one. So without further ado, Dandro Enigma, let's get it started.
Woo, okay, Taylor, I love how you guys set the stage in a beautiful way for what we are about to witness here for game number 5. Enigma, it's taken us 4 games to get even halfway over our match point threshold that's there. Kind of has me saying, if we keep it up at this rate, we have a lot of Warzone ahead of us, which, hey, I love that. I would rather not have any other way to spend my Sunday than watch some of the best fry out on Haven's Hollow.
Yeah, I was hoping to get back to the venue and catch some other action, but you know what? I'll also take like a 15 drop banger where we've got lots of teams on match point. I will take that all damn day. We were trying to predict it in the back, right? We kind of think it's going to 8, maybe 10. Right now, we are on course for way past that. Now, of course, teams like the Falcons could have bangers where they take big runs, but it's one of those where this is not as simple as it used to be back when we used to talk about the Falcons on match point, and they'd basically win pretty much every map where they hit match point. It will be hotly contested, even when they get to that point. And again, we're only at 77.4 after 4. So some time yet, some Warzone to play. That will be comfort to those who've got off to slow starts. Looking at T1, Gentlemates, who finally started to build their way back in. But for some others, Vitality, VP started to slide a little bit after your early adrenaline. Gotta see them pick that momentum back up now and start to run to get themselves way into contention. Talking about some of the players that are absolutely frying, by the way, I'm seeing Noobs leading the lobby for kills with 26. The hell are we talking about there?
I mean, hey, that's just Big Eddie coming on out every single map. Like you mentioned, it was a slow start for the Falcons for today, but Noobs just doing such a great job. I think maybe he gets overlooked. I saw Smixy making some tweets saying, hey, don't forget about Eddie on LAN as a beast that is here. And maybe I think sometimes everyone's like, oh, Noobs, he's such a great support player for Soka and Doggy. No, listen, this is what makes this roster insane. It is that any one of those 3 players can absolutely shoot. And when you have that ability to be able to get back on in, and no matter who's alive, you can feel confident you can get those kills, you're going to be feeling great. I mean, it's just a couple of bullets in that last map, Enigma, that changes the Falcons from 2nd to 1st. So I'm very excited. The Falcons are starting to heat up. Some of our mainstays through maps number 1 and 2 need to figure it on out, put up some solid games here in map number 5 if they want to find their way closer to the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, T1, by the way, landing off towards Cole again, and will instantly find 2 kills onto FLS, who's going to rotate away. So that must be the change up in plan. And, well, it certainly got better for them in the last map. Let's see if they continue that way through. Let's try to keep an eye on Los Carrillos as well, because obviously they're having one hell of a tournament. We'll land down by Gazebos. As has worked for them so far, but under pressure again from the Ravens this time over on Main Street. Gentlemates square up with G2 at Lumbermill, as is tradition. Kill feed's going to show that Lotus 8 are having their way with Sariel's roster. Spectre team. Other than that, position to set yourself up. If you're Colony, need to build your way into today. It's been slow. Research center, a hard one to control. And you will have company in Light Unlimited.
It's so interesting. When we get here to map 5, it's kind of feel like we've been pedal to the metal, all gas, no brakes on these first 4 maps. Then we get here and it's just a little bit of calm, right? Yeah, we have these contests early on, a couple kills going on back and forth, but nothing really insane. We're here towards that mill side. Obviously, Gooey and them get pushed out of their POI by Team 1. You're trying regain at mill. If For Fun is there, trying to be able to bring you on down. A little bit of a flip His FLS has made his way on over towards the houses. Going to be looking on down. Can you catch any of these players? And you have a Falcons member who's actually come on over towards that For Fun roster as well. So maybe if you are careful, you can manage to get some guns, float your way back on over toward that milled side, and take down some of For Fun if needed. Over at Research, though, we continue to see Virtus Pro do what they do best. Land mini, go ahead, loot on up, float on over here towards Research, try and pick up some of these kills. And it looks like that's already what they're off to a hot start doing.
Couple of players going to land back in towards Research, though. From Team Clown. Colony has 2. Good see VP here, putting pressure on underneath. Anchor's going to be sat up in servers, so this is essentially a free life, although you'll give one of them up very, very quickly. Cloud's going to look to third party this, hits the zip. Looks like a confirmed kill on one VP member. There goes the second. So Anchor doing their job. They'll feel like a bit of a waste. Clown's going to shimmy and shake here and try and get himself backed out for a second replay as Light Unlimited look to hit this.
Yeah, the Light Unlimited, they hear some of these shots. They want to slide on out, but they're just having to be a little bit cautious. But on the outside, look at this. Destroy thinks he can maybe get a little bit of a cheeky angle, but nope, Clown does not let that happen. Absolutely brought on down, and that is a huge sigh of relief. I think if you are this squad 7 of Clown, Colony, and Waldo, you lose 1 to Dragons, unfortunately. So Waldo and Colony have to be very careful that Light Unlimited do not activate off of getting that 1 kill. It looks like they won't. Happy to trade blows back and forth. So we can see stabilization happening over there at Research, but look down towards Main Street here, Enigma. The Falcons starting to do what we know they can, and that's float off of that boat, try and take some of these kills on Main Street. But Havoc has something to say for Doggy. Cuts him down off that zip, but Noobs good for a solid trade. So not going to let it be for free. You gain some ground if you are the Falcons.
Yeah, that's going to put Lotus 8 into a very difficult situation. Complete regain there. Both players floating in out of the sky that live. Third will join them shortly on timer, but you will lack loot, especially compared to many of your rivals. Falcons just want to continue to set back up here. So we can take a look over at this Research battle that wages on. Trade coming on through. Watch Waldo knocked by Dragons. Clown going to try and find the timing, get to his teammate, approach this 2v2 fight, but that rotation's got to begin, and there are several teams looking to hem you in, so this might be the end of both of these rosters if they're not careful.
This would be such a huge way to get VP back on into this game. It's been a little bit of a blender here for them in this early game, but look at the positioning. They've sort of lining themselves on up. They know that there are going to be 2 teams in this Research building, and that's exactly what happens. It's Adrian, X3 Ion in hand, will catch Clown. That's 1 brought on down. Now, here for Virtus Pro, yeah, you're looking to hold out a lot of these teams, but you then still have another squad waiting in the wings. That's going to be Spectre lurking right on that outside area that we know and love that they can play out of. So you have to be very careful. VP has an opportunity to get some of these kills, but you could see Spectre come online. Authentics, just watch Waldo. That's there, and a lot of action happening on this eastern side of the map.
Certainly is, gentlemates. Can you come online now? Can you activate? Hallow's going to play the low ground. You're missing your Star Slayer for now, so it's all about tempering yourself. A little bit of restraint. Let your Prince back in on the action. He will flow straight down here. A couple of players from Team 5 maybe looking to threaten. Actually, it looks like they've been backed out of Coal Depot. That's G2, who've largely given up this lumber mill fight for now. Not looking to play chalk for chalk. They're not having their way much either further north. Gentlemen, it's back to a 4-3. It's all about this hit. You don't have much in the way of intel. Trying to get that right now before you start to engage your opponents. Look at this. You might actually third party, and Gromlock will find Scythe, so you could get G2 out early here.
That would be huge for the gentlemates. Hold that lumber mill side if possible. Still on Main Street. It's just the Falcons doing what the Falcons do best, and that is just get around this map as a 2 and just try and farm everything. Because look at this. I'm looking at the kill feed. Falcons are finding some. Soka at range on bow. X3 Ion in hand. He's still managing to find kills. And it's just Donkey and Noobs flying on forward, finding the kills that they need. You don't need to overheat. You go ahead, back on up. You got a guy on this train. That's certainly a call up from Soka. That's going to be flanked, and well, that looks like an early exit for Fun. Had a great start to their day. Unfortunately now, though, here in map number 5, not exactly the best performance you'd like to see.
Certainly not. Confirmation as well, by the way, that G2 are also out of here. So they're pushed towards call, contested by T1. They lose that, back down. Gentlemates third party it and say, get the hell out of our lobby. You've caused us enough grief. Ravens looking to squabble over the bank against Lotus 8. Now, Lotus 8, you've always got to be wary of Havoc here. He was really putting on yesterday. Millsy not bad either. Catches King Chalk looking the wrong way, puts him down. Nielsen back off to replay. Squad 15, they're going to be next door. So could third party this. That's AG Global. Torrid Afternoon thus far, but a team that can come online in their moment. Nielsen just going to try and hold the stairs. Look at those pink arrows swarm. They smell blood in the water, and they may push that out.
AG Global, it's been a rough day for them. This could be the start. And they make their way back up the leaderboard. While all this action was happening, other side of the map, Virtus Pro, unfortunately, wiped already very early on here in map number 5. And look at this. We get a quick little look. Dongi on 6, Noobs on 4. We've at least seen Soka's got at least 1 or 2 in the bag. Falcons very early on here, getting about towards the end of zone 3. Already hitting double digits on their kills. 15 I'm looking at right now. If I were to believe that. An insane start for them. As Niacin continuing to look in farm, finds FLS. That's a quick one and continues the shots down on range. Some of those AG Global players. That's going to be the pressure that you're looking for. Make sure that they don't float on over towards these buildings. Gain control of one. Look to have somebody maybe look to scam flying in towards your building. Get some free kills.
Hell of a lot of bodies all drop at the same time. Spectre, FLS, Light Unlimited, all confirmed out at this point. So we go inside top 10. That's your next multiplier. Top 5, following that on. Enkyo's going to squeeze up. Find, disrupt, spam, echo. T1 also dealt with out of here. Frenchman starting to come online. UK fellas still have plenty of work to do. That will give them complete control of the east side of the map. They're going to have to get themselves across water because that circle's squeezing towards Main Street. And look who's here to try and take control of it. The Falcons, but they're up against Los Criollos.
Los Criollos trying to be able to fly on in, and they manage to find these kills. Amir does get dropped, so it's only going to be Criminal Guard and Z-Dark. Only 2 players left alive, and Doggy, he might have made this read. He tries to play on that outside, but he's getting shot from at distance. Thankfully, Noob's gonna slide on forward. It's good for a trade. You find Z-Dark. Gonna put Criminal God as the last player alive. I see another player getting dropped as well, and I think for the Falcons, they're saying, hey, this is getting a little bit too mixy for us. Let's go ahead. Let's back on up. Let's hold this line in the sand. We got Soka who can look on over us. Let's maybe get these rooftops, get some of these picks out of the sky, catch some of these players below us.
A confirmation of Los Criollos go out, by the way, and only with 3 kills. Quiet map for them. No one really fought them off towards gazebos, and then when they do get active, it's about an 18-team party at Main Street. Falcons do the right thing. Back off from it. Let everybody else engage, and just want to walk in a little bit with the circle now as we get towards the later stages. It's a full 3 looking pretty here, but Ravens will also have that full team. Circle's going to drag towards the north, so we're talking maybe white. Good position here might be held actually by Team 16 Vitality. They're controlling a lot of land mass. Dongi going to be the player to trade everything out. He's on 10, having his way. You're going to continue to march on if you're the Falcons.
That's such a great play right there. I mean, obviously Noobs is not expecting those 2 players from Clownwatch Waldo and Colony 2K, but Dongi just ready to swing and make that trade. So it's not even like a huge deal. Yeah, you'll burn some plates. Don't have to worry about too much, but immediately you put that squad into a little bit of a regain situation. They're not fully out. Cloud still floating in the air. Not too worried about that, but it's a lot of space given towards the Falcons. So they're pushing from that lower side. You can look up here towards the barn area. They've moved out of Mansion. They've made their way south. Twisted Mind's going to look to farm a lot of these players who are just trying to cross into Main Street in some way, shape, or form. And they're going to be at the hands of the Twisted Minds if possible. Only one more team needs to drop to put us into our top 5.
This position for moment's fantastic. Grandma's just lets you look out over the entirety of Main Street. Going to give you that height advantage, allow you to slowly work on down. It's also going to let you control Market and Blue, which is where the circle may drag. Just so many potential win conditions being put into your pocket, stacking those odds in your favor. We talk about luck. This is the preparation part where it needs to be opportunity. Dongi looking to flood inside a bowling here, being held up by Lotus 8.
Lotus 8, they would love to be able to find these kills. Noobs gets dropped. Soka, very low HP. He's going to challenge the doorway, though. He finds one, snaps onto the second. Soka and Doggy, they make quick work of Lotus 8 to gain some ground, but look who is going to hold them on out. It's none other. Vitality. They would love to find these kills, bring down the Falcons, but you have Ravens soaring from above, looking to bring out the Talons, sink them into both of these teams, continue their climb. Top 5 now secured for both of these rosters. Skullface with the PA. He finds Soka. He finds Noobs. It's just Dongi. 13 kills to his name. He's going to fly forward, but he's at the end of Skullface, who is going to cut down the Falcons. 4 teams remain.
Ravens are going to activate off the back of that. We'll outnumber this 3v2 and find the first in Blastity. So they're trying to rotate forward. Squad 3 rotating up now. They're looking to push this in from the north. That's Twisted Mind. C-Smith on the hunt through the graves. Church going to slowly be engulfed. And oh my lord, you lose a knock. Shifty and Altman both found Z-Smith in trouble as well. The cluster doing the Lord's work from the skies. And Z-Smith's having to back off being hunted. Surely not long for this world. He's out of here. Vitality, you lose one body, but clean up so many more in the process. Incredible streak usage. It's them, it's Ravens, it's Gentlemates.
The stingers of Vitality. You're gonna let them be felt towards Twisted Minds. A huge win, a huge team to get out of this lobby. That's gonna let them hold this entire north side of the map, but they gotta play out of the gas. And look who is on a rooftop down below. They're gonna have full sights of this. It's the Gentlemates. Enkyo keeping his eyes towards that sky, trying to catch any floaters flying on in, but this is gonna be a full surge against the Ravens. They want to take control of this building. Do you get any sort of information that lets you know there's a full 3 in front of you?
Well, they've got 17 kills already. This could be a 20-kill banger, right? Now, Harlow will find the crack on the first. Look at the swarm come in. Gromlock with the first. Enkyo's going to read the trade. Finds the crack. Finds the kill. Drop.
God.
3v3, fully standing. Circular drags in Vitality's favor, but there's the opening knock from Gromlock, a huge pick.
Skullface getting taken on down. Blast and Sage playing from the rooftop, though. Gromlock, Enkyo drop. Blast finds 2. Can Blast find 3? They're searching for it. It's one last player of the Gentlemates. No, they are there, but Skullface from below will be able to do it. You find Hollow. We were wondering what was going to happen with Vitality. They started to slip down, but it doesn't matter. A huge win against Twisted Minds lets them take the win of the map. Oh my God. Call it V for victory. Let's also call it V for Vitality, ladies and gentlemen.
Putting on beautiful control of what could have been a very chaotic circle. Was for many, a lot of kills in this one to talk about, but Vitality, the way they execute on that looked like they were dead and buried, to completely honest. When Twisted Minds rolled up from the north, they were pinched in between 2 very big teams and not in a wonderful spot for it. But it's that earlier work that they put in, seize control of the buy, manage to pocket so many streaks. That gives them the buyout clause against Twisted Minds. And then they just spread out nice and wide, hold the north side so there's no one flanking round. We then trap players in from towards bowling, and everybody's funneled in front of them. That late reposition from the 2 remaining players from Blast and Sage to hit the rooftop, that's the difference maker.
Yep.
As soon as you lose Skull, you're in trouble, but you have that high. Gentlemen trying to get out, and you just cut them down from above.
I don't think it'd be any more poetic than maybe a huge 2-piece from Blast to try and get them right back on into it. It's a little bit, you know, it gets scary there for a second, but it is just the positioning, like you mentioned. It's Skullface down low. I see Blast get that huge 2-piece. He tries to take the fight to Hollow, the last player alive. Does get dropped, but it doesn't matter because Skull is in the right place at the right time. But the end game of that Enigma all came down to this right here. It is Shifty getting knocks with a cluster and getting the cleanup. And it's just a quick thinking from, of course, Vitality to realize there's only one player from that squad left alive. We have to go and find them. And they quickly bring down Z-Smith. And you can see just the immediate turn of the arrows to look at how they want to play the rest of the zone.
Not 100%. This was the moment where I thought they were going to die. They then basically bring everything out. Okay, we're just going to throw the kitchen sink at you, stop you collapsing on us. And it is that recognition. Okay, hang on a minute. We've managed to pick up 2 knocks through this. Let's flood that 3rd player. That will give us this northern control and the height advantage, and essentially let us play the other side of the sandwich. Trap Ravens in the middle. Gentlemates will have to play from the other side. We let them 2 fight first, and we then play third-party spoiler. So great stuff from them. Again, we talked about it online. Do we know these 3 boys can shoot? Absolutely. On paper, do we have them making the Esports World Cup? Without a shadow of a doubt. It's that decision making. It's that calm amongst the madness, the control of the chaos. They've lacked it at times. They've clearly put the work in for this lad. And you see the shoulder ups coming through. eBay's no doubt a huge part of the conversation that's been going on between those boys, because they've come into today. They've come into Birmingham looking real bloody good. So far improved.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big piece of that too is that Gentlemates kind of move up at the exact same time that Vitality moved down. So it's these 2 teams are the ones that kind of just sandwich in the Ravens, bring them on and down. And it's just the Ravens can't really shoot on back, and it's just that collapse through the rest of the game of where Vitality just kind of make that realization, oh, hey, we got Gentlemates below us. We're looking at that top right. We can see that there's only 2 teams, you know, kind of remaining. We just heard this fight happen in this house below us. Let's go ahead. Let's hold that rooftop. Let's hold on through. very, very curious about how our leaderboard looks, because I'm kind of taking a peek at some of these kills that we have sort of unofficially, you know, that are there. And while, yes, you love to see, I believe it's 18-4 Vitality in that win. There's a couple other squads at Enigma that actually had more kills than them. So we're going to let all those scores get brought on up. I know the desk probably has a lot of thoughts about that game, but wow, what a way to kickstart kind of the rest of our day here with game number 5 and Vitality taking a win. Let's bring the desk back on in.
Thank you, Dan, and Enigma. Yeah, great game. One of the most exciting end zones we've seen, at least from my perspective. And a big game coming out for quite a few teams out there. Vitality, for example, right, Coach? The last time we really saw them was game number 2 with 20 total eliminations. It was our biggest game of the day. Granted, only 2 maps in. This time around, they'll get 18, but still gets a win, stays in the conversation, and staying very strong.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality getting another win is huge. This is a team that's playing very well. This is a team that looks like they're in final form. They've kind of figured out all of the pieces that weren't really fitting together during some moments in the qualifiers. So I'm loving it. It's great to see Vitality return to form. By the way, they had like 40 streaks. I don't know what that was at the end game. Picked up streak kills on, of course, Twisted Minds, and then added a little extra on top for the final fight to make the Ravens think twice about the way they were going to play. But, Tip, I think as we kind of circle all the way back to the beginning of this one, a couple quick notes, by the way. Ravens Esports, they go Main Street. They're no longer contesting Twisted Minds up at Mansion. And we do see Los Carrillos, they go back down to gazebos on the southwestern side of the map. So things shaking up a little bit. And then also we see Gentlemates win out in Lumber, which we hadn't seen.
Look, those are the kind of moments that you have to be able to maintain that flexibility we talked about. If that plane line is alluding to a different kind of circle that's across your normal drop spot, then you have to be confident in your rotational abilities to do this map from a different starting point. So to have that flexibility is everything that you need, especially on Call of Duty Warzone Match Point. Now, the team on your screen, they started heating up early. The fact that they breached north of 20 kills is to no one's surprise, but it's everything they needed to do to right the first 2 matches that didn't go their way, right? Yeah. So the race to 150 is still on, and they were at 77 points prior to this. If they've breached triple digits, there's only so many more games, guys.
For sure. We know they know how to close out games, right? I mean, that's what Hisoka was brought onto the roster for originally during the World Series of Warzone last year, and it ended up or a couple years ago, ended up paying off. That LDBR was disgusting and ended up getting so many cleanups. Gentlemate, a chance to win the game, but falling short, as ultimately Vitality would at least hammer in the final nail, take them down, and get the win. Wonderful job. I hope we get a player cam on Sage to see if he's still dancing around, man. The vibes are high. Vitality is feeling good, and really a big fan of the DNA of this roster for sure. But yeah, Falcons with 25, top 5, that is massive for them. The way that they pushed straight through Lotus 8 was really impressive, especially with the gas just being right behind them. We get that player cam, and it looks like Sage a little bit chill this time, but preoccupied. He's got somebody to talk to this time around. But that's the man right there. He loves to give his hugs. I'm telling you, he's lovely, loves to give out that love, and just so appreciative of again, the position that he's in. Beautiful history and a wonderful roster. So we are now 5 games completed. How many do we get? We don't know just yet until that point threshold is reached, but overall, we've seen a lot of the usual suspects end up at the top and continuing to perform at the top. Now, for the Gentlemates, great game from them. 19 total eliminations. Beautifully done, Ghosh.
Yeah, a great game from them. Obviously, making it to the final circle, getting a top 5 position. That's what you need. I will say, though, Falcons, they pick up probably 25 kills, and they also get a top 5 position as they sneak their way in and take down 6th place. So that was a giant game for them. I think, Tiff, you brought up the question, do they breach triple digits? I think assuredly, yes. They nearly did that with kills alone, let alone the multiplier. So they got that, and they're going to be up there. We still need 150, though, and then a win. Can the Falcons get map wins? Absolutely. Today, though, we have Vitality winning 2 maps. We have Los Carrillos winning 2 maps. And then we have the Falcons winning the other one. So those are our only winners through 5. 2 teams having 2 wins already is kind of crazy to say, to be honest.
I love that. That's a good shout. Yeah, it truly is. And honestly, the way Vitality's been doing it, they did it with 18, they did it with 20. That's the consistency that we're talking about. And on paper, when you look at this roster, of course, it's Sage, Blast, Skullface. Guys, Skullface used to grind back in the day and compete along Hisoka. Sage used to be a part of the dynasty alongside some heavy hitters that has won LAN championships, bro. And Blast, he's a demon in his own right. He's been in Call of Duty for God knows how long, and he is going to stay here, and he wants to be a Warzone LAN champ. So on paper, in theory, and proven, that team, albeit they had to fight in through the open, it was close, it was crazy, but that doesn't matter. What matters is this lobby here is top 4, and then for a little extra sauce, a LAN win and 30 grand.
30 grand is a lot of sauce as far as I'm concerned, right? That's a lot. I'll take 30 grand for sure.
Same,
now,
though.
it is,
Same.
Tiff, there's a lot we could spend 30 grand on. Okay, it's a lot. I'm thinking a lot of food.
I thought you were going to say shoes. I low-key thought you were going to say shoes.
You know I got too many of them.
Can I add a quick note, by the way? Vitality, as much as we're like, wow, they made it through opens, as a reminder, this is a top team on paper originally. We were surprised when they didn't make it through NA finals, right? So that is something to keep in mind for the folks at home that are maybe just tuning in for this. Yes, they went through opens, but this originally was a team we expected to do really well. That's finally kind of getting to what we expected, Taylor.
Yeah, I don't think you could look at this roster and not expect them to do well. Game 5, here's the results. Vitality, of course, in first with the most points. Gentlemen just below them. And then Raven still, very consistent. You know, they're a team that has been hovering in the top 4. At one point, they were in first place, but only by just after one game. But either way, Raven's very impressive as a whole. They keep the momentum from their performance just yesterday. We do have some teams that are still towards the bottom. G2 Esports might have started off okay, but they've yet to get up into the forefront from the time being. Lost Korea slowed down just a little bit. Not too worried about them. AG Global, though, I do put them on alert at the moment, especially after 5 drops. And we can see the other teams like Vitality, Gentlemates, especially Falcons, right, who get 35, mind you, which is just insane top 5. And they might be the team to break, actually, they will be the team to break 100 points. So they're getting dangerously close to 150. So now, Ghosh, if I'm any of those other rosters below, bottom, or top 4, I start to get a little bit worried, but more importantly, I start to get on high alert. What's not working? Okay, let's fix it because we don't have that much time.
Yeah, sure. I'll be very curious to see what the overall looks like. This is a great map from these top 3-4 teams, of course, but the Falcons pick up a 35-point game on a map they didn't even win. So yeah, that pushes them to 112.4 points. They are far and above everybody else at this point, over eclipsing 30 points ahead of Vitality, of course, securing that second position. Everybody else is close together, though. I mean, you see a spread of 8 points or so between 4th and 5th, and then everybody else, you know, mostly all together. I would say down where Light Unlimited is in Lotus 8, that's where you start to get worried. I mean, you're 62 points behind our leaders, but you're 30 points behind our kind of room for error, if you will, of being inside the top 4, our bubble, rather. AG Global's in 16th. Again, this is a roster that starts out. This is a great player. These are, you know, FIFA Kill, former world champion. This is a great team. Unfortunately, it isn't working on Resurgence. And yes, they made it here. Reminder, do I have to bring us back to our regional finals? They got turbo slammed. It's the exact same position of what happened in regional finals. They didn't make it because the competition was stout. They can't really find their place on the map. I don't love Chapel as a drop spot, and I don't think they're liking it either.
Yeah, they've gone through a couple of iterations of drops, you know, that trying to find their identity, what works, what doesn't work. We got the pink hair for FIFA, though, and I believe in the pink hair. Hey, look, it's not over till it's over. Still plenty of time for them to catch up, but time might be running out. I mean, 112, 117, whatever for Falcons. Very impressive. Let's get Game 6 underway. Dandro Enigma, take it away.
Thank you, Taylor. I think you bring up the point, Enigma, that I'm looking at the most is that the Falcons, we were worried, right? They've come online. They've awoken. They are finding these kills. 25 and a 1.4 is definitely nothing to sneeze at because this feels more in line with what we have seen from the Falcons online in a lot of their different stages. They are sprinting towards that 150-point Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. And I think you maybe are starting to now put the rest of the lobby on alarm that this tournament might be ending sooner than you think.
100%. They are what, 25 points clear, something like that. And if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, they had issues out of their control in the first 2 maps. So they are doing what they do best. There's a reason why we say that these boys are the best in their individual roles. Soka, known as the closer for a good reason. Dongi, arguably the best shooter we've ever seen. Noob's that guy that forever goes underrated. No one really talks about, you know, just how much he does and how much he's achieved over the years. But those of us who know ball know he's very good. That being said, the roster I'm most impressed with thus far sit right there. Vitality. The growth that they have shown so far through this afternoon, it spells a lot of hard work, and I always tip my hat towards that. So looking to see them 3 continue. Ravens will sit in third. That's a squad that is continuing to just impress everybody. No one really thought that they would get this far. Sure, you might get into this end pool, but this is where you tend to unravel and making it happen. And Twisted Minds will make up our top 4 as well. Still plenty of Warzone to go, no doubt. But you're right, Falcons putting the rest of the lobby on alert. One more big game like that, they could cross match point threshold, and then everyone knows it's a ticking time bomb. If your afternoon's been slow, you haven't got long to get it going.
You know, it wasn't too long that we had this conversation about the gap between 4th and some of these other teams. And unfortunately, for Twisted Minds in 4th, they're starting to create that gap. The closest team to them is Los Carrillos, Amir, Criminal Guard, and Z-Dark in 5th. But even then, they're still behind them by 8 or so points, right? And then behind them, it's the Gentlemates with 68.2. So really strong opportunity here for some of these rosters where if we go another 2 or 3 games where if they start putting up 20 points a game, you might start to find yourself in the right position. But let's take a look. We're dropping on in, ladies and gentlemen, to map number 6. We are heading east, and it looks like a lot of these players have also seen that same map that we are, as about 90% of our lobby has landed within zone. Look at this. Vitality, free. Twisted Minds, free. And the Falcons, it's just a little battle with the Ravens at Main Street. Everybody else is fighting across the river here. This is a little insane.
Yeah, Vitality and Twisted Minds anchors are going to be putting their feet up for half of this one. Bingo. Going to be alerted to the presence of several players. Not a surprise there. Going to be contested by 2. Slightly north of here will be T1 looking to fight again with Team FLS. For once not going their way, you see Melvin pick up Echo in the kill feed. Research, or servers currently, squad 15 are going to be here. Usually a landing spot for Virtus Pro, but AG Global have taken control for now. Virtus Pro, you do have one body here, but the rest of you demoted to the parking lot, and the Scummin finds a kill. You need several more if you are this team. This really has to be the heater afternoon. To kickstart their afternoon. Otherwise, I don't see a route back in. Noki with the X-3 Ion gets a crack. FIFA kill cleans up for the knock. That's the start you want.
Oh, looking down below. Virtus Pro, they actually kind of swing on out. They maybe think that player is playing a little bit more down, but no. Gonna be able to have the Ion in hand and just holding the top side. Oki, he's doing such a great job scumming there for a little bit of extra damage. You find Destroy, and Grimy finds a Clown on the bottom, and our first squad wipe here in map number 6. Virtus Pro. A little bit too much heat over there in Research. They get dropped. And for fun, they're going to be at the other end of the hands of Ravens Esports. All of our top teams here, Enigma, already finding Falter.
Ravens, though, might be in the spot of bother here. Their anchor is under pressure from Falcons trying to flee them right now. So if you are Nielsen, if you are Kingshot, you got to slow down for a second because you're worried you're about to lose Heeds in this. Destabilize your entire setup, but Kingshot sends in a PA, finds a knock, and Heeds will be there to clean it up. And Heeds stays alive amongst all this as well, which means if you are Dongy, got to get the hell out of there. Back up, reset this situation. It shows that Ravens is why they do so well, able to live through moments like that. 1 month ago, that squad's losing your anchor and having to slow down. This time, deal with it. Great support in from the boys.
Yeah, it's really just everybody playing the role that they should. Like I said, the fraggers moving on out, finding some of those for fun eliminations. Heat staying alive when getting pushed by a very formidable player in Dongy. Absolutely crazy. For Twisted Minds, they've made their way out of Mansion, realizing that how far east this zone is pulling. We got to start moving sooner rather than later. You know you have squads that play out of this train car area. It's going to be huge, especially when you have Almond looking above you, giving you some of that recon. The drone ahead, so you're gonna clear out basically ahead of you. Realize that probably nobody's over here at Barn either, and I don't mind a little bit of the slower play here. They don't have to get thrown into that research mix right now. Go ahead, get that advanced UAV, get everything else you need, because when you try and make this rotation on in, you want to know exactly where everybody is.
Who knows where another player is. He's going to find one member of FLS. Oh, turn and a burn. Beautiful work out of SLS himself. Nielsen, though, will clean up Melvin. Shaw gonna bounce out. Damage is in initially. Crack. Great work, but trade come in. Sets it into a 1v1. Nielsen, do you decide to fly at this? We decide to play for the cleanup, and your teammate will get back in. But for now, the two standing players haven't found each other. One on the roof, one below. Pause. Let your boys back in. Figure it out from there.
Starting to just get a lay of the land. You have a one lone member of FLS that's here. think Niacin's going to be the one to find it. Before fun, they're still just trying to regain at this Cole side. Flank peeks his head just a little bit. Niacin says, no, I'm not going to let you stay alive here for too long. Brings him on down, and well, for the Ravens, it's just holding on. But look at the kill feed, my friend, as we are just getting a nice little look on over. It's Vitality down here on top of the Falcons. Oh my God, Skullface finds Soka, not before he gets the buyback on Dongi, but what a move from Vitality to move on over towards the boat. You take down 2 members of the Falcons, you force Dongi into the water that's there. That is a huge swing from the winners of map number 5.
Certainly is. Dongi gonna have to play anchor for a minute. Role you never want to see him in. Los Correos have done incredibly well here, by the way, and they'll find 2 plays of the Gentle Mace looking for a wipe. In fact, they'll get complete control of stacks. They're going to hold the right side of Lumber Mill. After great work, they were in a regame blender for a while, trying to bounce between basically Lumber and Cole to just stay in the fight, and have now seized control of a massive portion of the map, doing very well. Elsewhere, Light Unlimited out, FLS out. Bodies starting to fall as everyone gets squeezed together. Falcons will have control back of boat. How the hell they've gotten that for free? I guess you've rotated in early for your Vitality to hold that off. That may allow a regain over there. That being said, Squad 5 are going to be here keeping you under pressure as G2, not the best afternoon for them. And well, with Dongi getting that kill, gets a little bit worse.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Dongi, this is about as much as you can hope for. At least get that kill. You got the boys back on in. It's a little bit of a reset here from the Falcons. I love that you called that out. Vitality has already wrapped on over towards the Lumber Mill side. They wanted to get off boat. They wanted to get into zone early, and it's Noobs trying to be able to dance around here towards the side. He's going to be able to find one, but Z-Dark is there to play a little bit of spoiler. All of a sudden, the Falcons have found the ire of 2 different teams, and just like that, Los Correos, Vitality, they will cut down the Falcons, but the fight isn't over yet. Blast flying on through the mid side. You got 1 player up above you. Can you win this fight? You sure as hell can. Z-Dark dropped onto the inside. Can you find one more? No, because Criminal God is there for the trade. Sage, boots on the ground, has managed to find his way here, but with no cash in hand. You have the buy station, but no means to get your boys back on in. You take the fight. The armor crack is there. The stims come on out, and it's just not enough, but you survive long enough for Skullface to spawn back in towards the sky. And while this fight is going, so many teams are dropping in the back.
Certainly are. T1, Falcons, G2, Gentlemates all out of there. Los Correos gaining control of Lumber Mill. That'll give them the south side of the circle and allow them to just walk forward with the gas. A wonderful place to be for the team. They've already won 2 maps today. Scottman finds Heeds. That will be the Ravens dealt with. And AG Global are finally going to see a late circle in this one. That being said, Twisted Minds, they're going to activate off the back of that and start to move towards center zone, gaining control of Coal Depot.
Oh, Twisted, though. They know that there are players that landed on over here. Blast gun in hand. He's ripping. It's nice. 2 armor cracks. Unfortunately for him, it's too wide of a shoulder. Sage is not going to be there in time to make a trade. He tries to jump on down. He tries to find one more, and Sage will get dealt with. And just like that, Vitality go from winning a map to getting taken out in 6th, just barely missing out on that 1.4 times multiplier. Get a little bit of a look, though, Enigma, as we come on down. Finally, we have just squads of 3 remaining, and as I'm looking at this, we can see for fun it's a little bit of a regain, but Twisted Minds, they have complete control of Cole.
Los Correos have 16 kills. Get me in a mirror POV when they rotate in. These guys have been frying. 22.4 points already. Likely going to be in a great position as they rotate up from the south. The one thing against them is going to be the height. This is very much so a depressed position. You're coming up, you're having to fight squads that are going to be on headies. But the way Dark and Crimmy are shooting, you can't count them out. Juju's going to hold the heady, try and back them down. Crack comes through. You lose Bubble in the process. However, Juju has no plates here. Neither does Flanked. The Los Correos are coming. They're squeezing. And there you go. That's a big wipe. You'll gain control of so much of the landmass. There will be a knock that comes through, but can you get Dark back on his feet? You do. So you're 4-3, holding a big portion of this next circle.
Such a clean fight from Amir and Co. They just make their way on up. They see For Fun just trapped in this train car, and they deal with them handedly. The problem is, though, is that you're not going to face the exact same problem that For Fun was facing, which is that you have Twisted Minds and Cole that are looking down below you and are looking to gatekeep you. But thankfully, it looks like a couple of smokes in hand and immunity. They're going to cover this cross that you play from this bottom side of Cole. And I'm looking at, you have these 2 teams from down below, the other 2 squads sitting up towards Research. So we could kind of see 2 different fights breaking on out and then a final collide towards the end. But for Twisted Minds, I think it's about playing patiently, hold some of these Cole rooftops, just get any amount of information you can work off of.
Los Curios have so many kills right now, they can afford to just slow this down. The best thing for them really is going and getting that extra multiplier, so they can just play up that east side if they wish and let everything else unfold in front of them. It's not exactly a nice place to be, but it might be better if you just let these other 3 teams engage each other for a moment. And you can see a little bit of a Los Curios member there, just kind of assessing the situation, scouting out towards Coal Depot. As what you're going to get here for Twisted Minds, you fill your boots, get yourself an advanced UAV in the air. We only saw 3 pops. I'm going to assume that was 4. And that will give you the information on everybody, let you can try and control this end circle.
What's crazy here, Enigma, Los Curios currently sitting on 18, I believe is what we said. 19 now at this point. Other squads in this, Twisted Minds is only on 5, Clown's on 8, and AG Global's on 10, make it 11. With the X3 Ion from Scummin and coming on out there. So it's just, Los Curios has done the work. They've gotten the 1.4, they've gotten the kills. They just need to secure this 1.6. But you have to be careful, because I think this is what I was worried about. You wait too long, some of these teams are going to start to kind of throw some shoulders, look down at you from research. When they realize that they can't take this fight in front of them, they have to look elsewhere. And while some of these shots are coming on out, Twisted Minds, they're deciding, hey, we're getting a little bit too antsy. It's Z-Smith, it's Shifty, it's a wide swing. You bring down Z-Dark, you bring down Criminal God, but look at this. You have 2 members from Squad 7 still sitting on out here. Shifty still got the angle. Watch Waldo, deleted. Z-Smith finds Clown. A 2 quick back-to-back squad wipes leaves Twisted Minds and just 1 other team left in this lobby.
AG Global, they'll be up towards servers, should have the rooftop to look over. That will disappear once this next circle closes, but for now it should be able to, and you can see 1 player trying to reposition for it. This will give you the scouting information that you need. Look out over the land, pick up all the information you need. The one thing I'm worried about, that PA ripples through the middle and it splits you 2-on-1. If your 1 gets isolated here, you lose that numbers parity. So Scummin has got to set himself up very carefully here, and I like the decision to just drop back in. Let Oki try and go to work with that XR3 Ion. We've already seen him be effective with it. But slow it down. Figure out your next move if you're both of these teams.
I mean, realistically, AG Global, they have power position right now. They have the height. They can look down at this coal side. Very curious to see what is Twisted Minds going to be able to do to make their way out and into this zone. Gas is going to start encroaching here and here a little bit. PA ripping up over the top. There's some smokes that come on out. Oki's going to send out some of those shots. So the comms coming on through that they're there. But look at this wrap towards the other side. It's 2 members of Twisted Minds. They're trying to isolate Oki if they can. But just the X3 Ion is backing them down so much. You have to play on this wall. Teammates going to be able to jump off that rooftop, get on in. They're moving their way on up. This is a lot of ground being given to Twisted Minds, but the zone gonna pull off to the other side.
You gotta be careful though with the economy here. If there's a 1 wave of fight, you've basically got FIFA kill. Okay, you can't fully replenish your plate. Scummy needs to be dropping these out, but you've no opportunity to regain. We get together here. Oki's gonna try and just bob up and down, bit of whack-a-mole, just trying to keep a look at things. You gotta play this item. No, Oki gets isolated. The crack comes through. There's the trade, but I think you lose another all on FIFA kill.
It's a pinstripe kill feed to get down to the final moments here. Oki knocked. FIFA kill still alive. 2 members of Twisted Minds are here. The shots coming on out. Actually, all 3 members of Twisted are alive. How the hell do you play out of coal and get your way all the up towards research? And just like that, it's FIFA kill and a dream. Just trying to stay alive here, but it's the 3 members of Twisted Minds. They are on the hunt. You're gonna get pushed off of this. Skynades come on through. Bring FIFA down very low. This is all but done and dusted here, folks. You're just going to have no opportunity to stay alive. FIFA killing Gas. No gas mask in hand. You can see the health ticking away. Looking for anything out of these. He might just try and maybe give this one up to Gas if possible, because maybe it's 1 extra point that you don't give to Twisted. But they're on the hunt, man. They're flying in Gas. They want to be able to bring him on down. 2 stims. Please? Are we going to be able to find him? What are we doing here, boys?
Yeah, this is a dream from FIFA kill. Not really got much hope in hell, and there you go, cleaned up in the end. Twisted Minds with a fantastic map when they needed it. They were sat right on that cusp, sat in 4th place, coming into that drop, and well, they go big in the end. That play out of Cole is impressive to me. They were very patient with it, very much so understood what they were up against. We've got Oki with an XR3 Ion. We've got Scummin and FIFA Kill who can play height if they wish. We can't allow them that. That PA splits them in half, and from there, it never felt like you managed to get back together if you are AG Global. Twisted Minds, get that opening knock, then just play around each other with the trade situation. Self-res comes through as well, and that allows you to swarm FIFA Kill in the end. Great stuff from these boys. we knew they'd never be very far away from the top 4. Map win while sitting in 4th. That's going to have them looking pretty running through the back half of today.
Yeah, I mean, this was a squad that we really needed to start kind of putting up some points, especially when we look at the top half of our leaderboard and seeing that so many of those squads were the first to exit this game. So with Twisted Minds being able to come on through, I believe that was 14 kills and a win, puts them at 22.4. That is a very solid game. Los Carrillos also with some insane kills. They get into that 1.4 multiplier. I think it's 26.6 points from them. Really solid work there. For AG Global, we've had some questions about them, but this could be the start, Enigma, where maybe if they can do this a couple more times in these games, it'll be A-okay. Look at just a glimpse of those final moments there with realistically what just kind of comes down to FIFA Kill being alive and showing off maybe a little bit of tech for those of you at home, which is how to survive in gas way longer than you should. It's called maybe having a muni box and some stims.
Yeah, while we watch FIFA Kill try and turn it into a heal off and pray to the gods for something out of a box, it's a great bounce back for them, sure. Like, this has been a tough afternoon. Yesterday, I was speaking to FIFA towards the end. They only just qualified through. Not technically when it comes to the points, but he was very nervous watching over his shoulder a bit. And the problem with this team is their floor. They just can have games where they get essentially insta-wiped. And when you're looking to be world champions, when you are, if you're FIFA Kill, a current world champion, you can't afford to have those kind of games. So that's what they've got to lift themselves out of. Moments like this, where you're just trying to make the best of a bad situation, gotta be doing more of that. It's a great thing right now, but I worry you're leaving it a bit too little, too late. We need some mega games from this point. Twisted Minds, of course, going to lift them way up. Los Carrillos, you said it yourself, a banger of a map. Rotating, took complete control of Lumber Mill, moved forward. Yes, you're only getting yourself inside top 5. Crimmy goes for maybe a bit of an over-egregious chow, but we'll give it to him because that boy's frying today. But they're going to be sitting real good inside that top 4. Great stuff out of them.
Yeah, I mean, we did ask FIFA Kill before. He did say before qualifiers that he would have pink hair on land. What did you trying to hide it here with your hat, my boy? You gotta own that, okay? You gotta really own it. He also does no preference for dogs or cats, and that maybe also concerns me just a little bit. That's there. But when we kind of talk about the final few remaining teams in that lobby, Enigma, like you mentioned, it came on down. We had Twisted Minds, we had Los Carrillos. That's currently your 4th and 5th team. So if you're Los Carrillos, that's a huge game for you, a potential to overtake that 4th game slot. But Twisted Minds being able to lock on in, being able to take that W keeps them, I think, believing in that 3rd place spot, at least keeping it close, making sure that they are not letting this slip away from them. It is an absolutely crazy moment to be able to see just so many of these teams, you know, here in map number 6, dude, that we're already here, still finding form, still finding the purchase to be able to get these kills and to get these points on the board. We are just heating up, it feels like, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to go ahead and go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to break down that map number 6, take a look at the scores, hopefully, and tee us up for map number 7. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back after the break.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fights coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twisted Minds! They do it to the very end. It was patience all the way through.
Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above. Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Grand Finals in Birmingham. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Dandro and Enigma. We've got 6 completed games, many more to come, but some teams are definitely getting close to surpassing that 150-point threshold. We might be nearing the end for teams that are obviously below top 4. They need to step it up because time might be running short. Dandro, that last game was wonderful to watch. Los Carrillos had an excellent game. They've been on fire all day today. Twisted Minds, though, and AG had a great performance. Matter of fact, Twisted Minds taking the win. Nice to see them waking up here.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you want to see if you are a Twisted Minds fan, right? Like we mentioned right before we went to the break, that was a really big game for potentially Los Carrillos to be able to get themselves up over the hump, maybe kind of leapfrog, feel a little bit better about where they're sitting on that standing. But Twisted Minds getting that win, and especially going from, I think they had like 5 kills, and then they ended the game with 14. Like they pick up 9 kills in that end game zone is really, really nice. That's exactly what you want to have happen if you are some of these teams. So great resolute from them to be able to make happen, but I also love seeing the ability to fry out from Los Carrillos.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've been on fire. Latin America standing proud, and we are proud of the boys too. I mean, they have come in and they look comfortable and they look dominant. We get towards the tail, and actually Vitality still performing very well. They've been highly consistent all day today. They finish off at least outside of the top 5 this game, but still walk away with a total of 6 eliminations, which is going to be big for them. We get towards the tail end. It's where Twisted Minds really started to heat up, and I'm loving the snipers from a distance as well. This AG roster, Enigma, they've been on the struggle bus today, hit or miss, but I'm hoping this is the turnaround point for them. We thought it was going to be a couple games earlier, but I'm hoping this is the time it sticks.
Yeah, 100%. This is a team that will have a lot of fans. Obviously, FIFA beloved over here in the UK. Oki is a young man we've had our eyes on for a few years. Kind of feels like he's on that cusp of turning into a very strong player, but that's the consistency that we're looking for. Brinks coming over from the US. How does he perform? It's just been a weird kind of time for this team. Sometimes they seem to barely be able to want to talk to each other. Other times it seems like they're riding high on a vibe. It's all about them now taking what was a solid map there in drop 6 and run through the rest of the afternoon, scooping as many points as they can on the way. Really run with the wind in their sails. For the Twisted Minds, though, Allman, Z-Smith, Shifty, no one's going to be surprised to see these boys lighting up our screens. Obviously, 2 of them, current Esports World Cup champion Shifty, looking to cement his claim as the greatest of all time this year. These 3 want to be in Riyadh. They will be in Riyadh, in fact, regardless of their finishing position. But it's all about making claim just how good they are and showing everyone they're going back to back.
Yeah, I guess that would be the narrative, huh, Dandro? I mean, if Shifty does win EWC, he would undisputably be the best in Warzone history.
It's a great talking point, right? I mean, he's been able to win across multiple rosters, multiple different flavors of the game. I know kind of we hold Diaz Biffle currently in that regard, and well, Shifty, he might be on his way to be able to usurp that throne that's there. So would love to be able to see it happen. I mean, this is a great roster. When I kind of saw them come in here together, it's like, wow, I feel for Aiden because I loved Aiden on this team, but there's not many people that you could sub in on this Twisted Minds roster who would be what we consider a quote-unquote upgrade maybe. Shifty is maybe one of the only few people who is able to do that. Really, really crazy. And you can see here 14 kills in that last game with that 1.6, netting them 22.4. Really like what we see out of them.
Yeah, great work coming out from Twisted Minds, especially at a critical time. You know, Enigma, this game that I take away from it was an opportunity for those teams who weren't in first, aka not the Falcons, to get some much-needed points to scale themselves up the leaderboard.
Sorry, you have to repeat the question. I lost you there for a second, my friend. The audio stuff.
Oh, you're good.
What
I was just saying, like, this game for me personally was for every team outside of the Falcons who were in first place to kind of catch up, right? Because Falcons, they ended up dropping the ball a little bit, challenged by Vitality. But for other rosters, you know, example, Twisted Minds, right? Able to get up the leaderboard. Los Carrillos, good game for them.
Yeah, 100%. A wonderful game for Los Curios, in fact. They're doing a great job of just moving up through that south side, taking control of a very hotly contested spot. And that's going to breed confidence into them. We've talked quite often about Amir and, well, it used to be Castillo and Z-Dark and where that roster kind of sat. Fantastic on big map, would struggle when it came to Resurgence.
Yep.
Honest, Castillo goes his way. He was there playing through the open, unfortunately didn't qualify for today. Amir and Co get through with Crimmy, and he's proving why he was picked up. This team are putting on, doing a very strong job right now, and looking like that team to represent LATAM. Obviously, Crimmy coming in for Puerto Rico to get through. You've still got a fair bit of work to do, but it's that consistency of them through the day and also their ability to win those hot drops. We've not seen that from them before. They're usually a little bit timid, but on the front foot through this afternoon.
Let me ask a question, Dandro. Vitality finally challenging Falcons. I say finally, wasn't necessarily their burden, but they end up going over towards boats and really put a hurting on them. They ultimately get eliminated. Is this kind of a sneak peek to what we can expect for the future? Is because Falcons getting closer to that match point, are teams like Vitality going to start challenging them?
I mean, I don't know if they're going to challenge them specifically just because they're getting closer to map point. I think Vitality is just finding themselves in the best position on the map. And no surprise to see that Falcons also is putting themselves in the best position on the map. And that's why you're starting to see a lot of that battle come on out, right? Vitality make a great read in that last game of just saying, hey, we need to be able to get over to Lumbermill. The easiest way to do that is through boat, and they just play it beautifully in order to get there. And reminder, folks, I know it's top 4, make it on, but Vitality is only, they're less than 5 points behind Ravens Esports, currently in 4th. So definitely still in this running when it comes to being one of our top teams, potentially making their way to 4th. They've done a great job so far on the day. They have to keep up this momentum if they want to be in that top 4.
Naturally, it's a team effort to get to the top, but sometimes the individuals need to be highlighted. Let's see who's leading the charge right now. Enigma, before I believe it was Noobs, he still stays on top. Not exactly Shifty takes it, but he's going to have to share the top spot.
Certainly, Charles Nielsen continuing his fine form from yesterday. We've spoken about this boy Suling and how he has evolved on LAN. But Shifty, yeah, again, this is all about him claiming that he's the best player of all time. Currently sits between him and Soka in a lot of people's opinions of active players. And now Shifty's trying to win without either Biffle or Soka, and going the right way about it, proving that, well, he has got a motor mouth, but he backs it up out there, and he's delivering. In behind, Noobs is still going to be there. Hell of a performance out of him, considering that you've got Dongi and Soka usually to lead that line. He's really putting on. Surprise player in 4th, though. Dragons? That guy's putting on, and no one saw that coming.
That's crazy to see that.
It is, isn't it? But I mean, come on, my boy's tearing it up, and Dongi just behind him in 5th place. That's your top 5 at least. And chat, let us know any big surprises from the kill leaders overall as a whole. Nice to see Shifty up there, though. Again, you know, I could still go back to the World Series Warzone Global Finals in London after they won, and I went up to him, and he said, you know, I just want one more win. That's all I want. Then we'll ride off into the sunset. I'm going to be done. And I looked at him, I said, really? I just don't believe in that, man. And he's still kicking around, doing his thing. Beautiful, beautiful job coming out from him. How many more games we got? I don't know. 117 is currently where we're at for the Falcons. They're getting dangerously close. I'm thinking 3 more games to 150. Let's find out. This time, Spider Tiff Coach, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, and our amazing guest. Now, Tiff, it is time for Game 7, and I finally think that we're in the conversation of, could this be the game where a team could breach our 150-point threshold? Our Falcons, they need, I believe, about 33 points, if I did my math correctly, and if they're able to get that, they will be past 150 and could play for the win in the next one. What do you think? Do you think they drop a banger?
I mean, I thought they would have done that last map. They were really going through the momentum, but of course, you know, they didn't necessarily get some things going, and that's okay, right? Because it's not like someone has breached 150. They're looking to be the first team to do it. Now, what it did do, and it had this effect on the lobby, that we just had this insanely quick paced lobby, right? It died out insanely quicker. There was so much space left in the end game, and everyone was attacking each other. And that frenzy is going to keep happening as all of the teams that are, you know, further outside, further down on the leaderboard, trying to get to 150. Because what happens is, as soon as we reach that threshold, the leaderboard freezes after we win, right? And if you're not in the top 4, you're not advancing directly onto EWC. You've got to go to Atlanta, you've got to ride it out, begin the gauntlet all over again. Which, you want the money, you want the glory, you want to call yourself a LAN champ, baby. Whether it's DreamHack Birmingham, whether it's Atlanta and DreamHack, whether it's, most importantly, that EWC LAN champ.
Yeah, 100%. Quick reminder, by the way, $100,000 on the line, like Tiff said. Everybody's getting paid a little bit of something to make it to the finals today. But you're right, Tiff. Top 4 to make it to EWC, and then 30K if you get first. That's 10 bands apiece for our team at the top. Big question is, who will it be? Will it be the Falcons, or will somebody else start catching up to them? Our leaderboard is pretty mixy, and our room for error, our margin for error is growing thinner and thinner, but it is a Call of Duty Warzone match point format, which means we could play 12 games. We could play 15 games or more, or we could wrap it up here in 8 or 9, depending on how the Falcons do in this map. But moving into map 7, big question in my mind, Tiff, is where is our zone? What is our plane line?
Look at that plane line, Goj. We are in for a wild map as we pull it on up. We ride through with some of our teams. We've got the early contest moving
T1.
on. But you have to switch things up. Vitality and T1 at train station.
Yeah, again, it's a Western zone, which means train station is going to be hotly contested in general at some point. I wasn't expecting T1 to come back here, but it sure makes a lot of sense. They still have a lot of, not ego, but they've got a lot of skill. They've won all the other tournaments, and they're not winning today. They go back and challenge. It looks like they've actually pushed off the competition. The Ravens are over here at Chapel, getting really mixy as well. Looks like Kiriko's over here. We have shifted some things up, folks, and already the Ravens continue to play spoiler to their competition, winning some gunfights, but there's 3 teams in the area. Looks like Deus Amir's over here. Los Correos is over here with AG. It is utter chaos around Train and Chapel.
You know where else is chaos? Right here on your screen. Pond, VP, Gentle Mace. And it's going to get nasty because you think about the amount of ground loot that's around here, some angles. Enkyo's got a pistol and a damn dream. Like, we are trying to hold on because VP has proven how formidable they were in those first few matches. So Enkyo dancing around, holding angles, drops Adrian. That's a clean one. What does he do? He makes the great escape, and Hollow is there for the backup alongside Grom, who falls. No, Hollow gets picked apart. Enkyo, you have got to survive, and you are surrounded.
Oh, they're hunting him. He's got a pistol. Did he move enough?
No!
Wait for it. No, Gentlemates are gone. Virtus Pro smartly make a move to Pond. This is something we saw in the regional finals. They leave research. When the zone pulls this far west, that's too far of a rotation to make. Gentlemates go down first in map number 7. Disaster for the Frenchmen. See if they can regain in future ones. For now, VP will breathe. Be excited. They won an early engagement and hopefully start creeping their way up the leaderboard. We got to go check out some more action, though. Dragons leading this Lotus 8 team by a gigantic margin in the kill category. We saw them in the top 5 in individual kills, but the team's in 11th. That team's got a lot of work to do.
Especially if you want to be in the top 4, and that's where it needs to be. Shifty, though, over here, Twisted Minds sets his sights with a PA straight onto the face of Spectre. Still hasn't dealt the finishing blow. They're currently hunting for him. Takes some damage right there because they don't care. Oh my God, wait a second. Authentics? Okay.
Shifty's not losing that. By the way, in that interview, I think the desk briefly brought it up. He got interviewed by Pulse Check earlier. Basically said it feels like I'm playing pubs. Everybody's scared, we're not, and therefore we win. Which, hey, you know, fair enough. Shifty is top of the individual fragger leaderboard, having a great day. We'll see what they're able to do.
Yeah, he did say that about Ravens Esports. He definitely did. Good thing to note, Ravens Esports alive for the time being in Main Street. Vitality, this is the reset of ages. We have become one with the water, the way of the wind, and I don't blame them because the way the circle is pulling, they're going to have to emerge themselves, but all this is doing is allowing T1 the time and space to spread out and hunt them down.
Well, Criminal got in deep trouble, almost makes the great escape off the rooftops. Unfortunately, Amir can't get his trade, but Z-Dark's there to do the thing that Amir could not. So we pick up 1. And again, this is classic. This goes back to map number 1. Deus Amir and Co., Los Correos, they moved down to gazebos again and are going to play this southwestern side of the map based on the zone. They're kind of showing us the way Haven's Hollow is, I don't know if meant to be played is the correct term, but the way it can be played, which is your drop spot is highly variable based on the zone, and they're doing a great job of it. They went out on the southwestern side currently, still got a lot of work to do in Main Street, and they harried some folks up at Train. But back to Twisted Minds we go, and unfortunately, Authentic's not going to make it out of the zone on that one. Shifty finds another.
You cannot escape Shifty if you're authentic. So you see Twisted Minds up there at Mansion. Falcons on the south side. They start putting their kind of thorns over in that gazebo side. You have Los Crios, that number 14, just ahead of them. Now, Vitality has been on the move, just kind of farming that Resurgence timer as their rotations, trying to basically get some grounds on land. I want to see them give some weapons, and they're going to have to inevitably take this fight against Light Unlimited and potentially Los Crios.
Speaking of teams we haven't really talked too much about on this map, AG Global on 9 kills, by the way, mid street, or Main Street rather, and they are fighting for their lives, and it's working. Something has clicked for them in the second half of this event, and they desperately need these points. Even after around a 20-point game, they're still pretty far down the leaderboard. They need these bad. G2 has been pretty quiet after the first couple drops, but they're all 3 alive, moving out through Trainwreck, moving into Main Street on the backside of Ravens and AG Global. G2 not out of the weeds yet, especially when they lose sight to Z-Smith on the north side. Twisted Minds rotating through Barn, picking up kills because they can. They've got a lot of ground to work with. Their anchors playing back by Pond and of course Mansion, but they're alone up there as the other two hunt for kills around this barn area. You can see them just outside of view. Team 13 running for their lives and running for the hills. Millsy goes down. Twisted Minds are hunting down their prey. It does look like pubs for them currently. Shifty on 8.
8 is massive. It truly is. If you were north of 100 points for Twisted Minds, if you're hunting down the Falcons, this is a performance that is going to do just that for you. But your goal is to find even more kills. You pushed out G2. They found themselves at the helm of Ravens Esports. And even then, this is where the remainder of Lotus 8 went. So you've got multiple teams surrounding you, and that one hurts. That one hurts for Ravens Esports at the hands of Big Man.
And just getting some intel, but G2 is trying to figure out what they're going to do against Ravens. Again, G2 is in 12th overall, by the way. They started out pretty solid and now really struggling to find any points. This map could change it all if they can win their fight in Main Street, but we move over to Vitality, who lost the fight in Train Station. They've had to regain. They found a few kills along the way, but they're chilling in the water, waiting on a few more zones to figure out where they need to go. You also see Los Crios over in the water as well. And who are pushing everybody into the water and pushing them out of the south side? It's the Falcons. We'll show you them in a little while because the Ravens and G2 are about to engage. G2 trying to rotate to new, get into a better position. The Ravens down to a solo, just waiting, lurking, hoping their teammates come flying back in here shortly. I'm sure those timers are getting quite low.
And the thing is, that information went the way of G2. Look what happens. We're down to a solo. And now you're getting even more information, and this time it's given to you by Niasen. Now, here's the deal, though. He did enough to get his 2 teammates back on in, but we need weapons that they're going to feel comfortable.
Hello.
So good angle on taking down Anxiety like that. Sure, you get a bit of punishment there, but you're alive, and that's all that matters.
Peekaboo. Reminder, Niasen shoots straight. Finds 2 members of G2 just trying to figure out where these 2 new players of the Ravens are. They caused enough distraction for Niasen to pick up 2, and now G2's down to a solo trying to do the exact same thing the Ravens just did, which is hide in a corner and wait for my teammates to fly back in, so hopefully we can piece something together. Now we're missing 4 teams, still 12 teams on the map. The Falcons have won out on the south side. These 2 teams are going to rotate straight into the Falcons, or maybe they won't even get there. The Falcons are on the hunt. You can see them, that red one. Falcons finding angles off screen. That's Nudes finding FLS. On-screen Dongi hunting down these 2 teams who have been chalking each other. And Ahsoka is picking up the kills.
Yeah, he is. They are basically putting pressure on the surrounding teams, and Soka is giving them the intel they need to make sure that they can attack in full force. Love that Noobs is just out here in a distance hunting. Don't think he's going to get credited with that one, but still G2 under fire.
Yeah, Falcons doing a really good job of winning out the south side. They've pushed everybody else into the water. Vitality, Amir, FLS, all just swimming around out there trying to figure out where are we going to go from here, because the Falcons have won out on the land, crossing bridge now. Ravens have done a good job to stay alive, restabilize, and they're going to cycle up to the north. They don't want to fight the Falcons. Here's the problem. Twisted Minds are up there on double-digit kills, holding down the top side of the map. You have nowhere to run, so the Ravens try to run straight through the middle, and on the opposite side of the zone, holding the coast is T1. They win Train Station, and welcome back. A return to form, T1. We've been waiting for you. You win your original POI and spams on 11.
Yeah, this seems to be the T1 that we have seen historically based on the online qualifier performances. So good to see them putting some numbers up. I believe they're on about 19 kills. 19
Brutal.
Gosh. That is insane, right? because I'm looking at 9th place overall as we run. That's 1.2x multiplier. So we want to make the most of this. Getting into top 5 is the absolute mission. And honestly, a win is what they need.
By the way, Vitality just got full wiped, and I do believe they might have gotten 10th, so they do get a little bit of multiplier, but I don't think they had a ton of kills, because reminder, they lost to T1 on train. They were just shoved out into the water and have been trying to make the best out of a bad situation. We do see Amir in the water, full team of 3 in the water, finding a couple kills. This is Wild Warzone. This getting wet and wild and wacky out here in the water as we were just swimming and dolphin diving up and down, catching a breath of air and hiding again. This is a way to play, and for now, it is the right way to play. But on the other side of the zone, a big gunfight. Twisted Mind trying to get aggressive, and the PA drops 2. Shifty in deep trouble as a solo. T1 getting aggressive. They need to win desperately. A most wanted flags that can do a whole lot, but you all 3, Swarm, Shifty, all 3 go down. Well-placed PA and a great follow-up. T1 back into original form. A huge map on their hands.
Twisted Minds out, T1 up, breaking 20+ kills. They set their sights straight onto G2, the battle of the road. You've got Spam and Disrupt kind of leading the charge, taking angles, investing streaks. Hopefully we can grab, you see those armor cracks right there? That's going to be that firing signal. The moment they can move in and encroach on that, they can. But when that circle pulls back, we don't actually need to go forward. Everyone has to push towards them, including the duo of Ravens Esports.
Yeah, this zone, by the way, you can't even see it on the minimap because it's all the way on the water. I believe it's actually Virtus Pro just holding dead center on the edge of zone. And well, Spam just does not care, and he didn't ask. G2 is out of here. G2 falling not in the top 5 is bad news if you're a G2 fan, as they are well outside of the top 10. Here goes the Falcons. As a reminder, the Falcons, the only team probably with Twisted Minds out, definitely, that can make it to our Call of Duty Warzone match point of 150. They likely need to win the map to do that. They take down Dragons and they make it to top 5. Great multiplier, but the 1.6 could push them across the finish line here to get to 150.
This is going to be so interesting. Virtus Pro up there, Los Carrillos in the water, T1 main train, and it's going to be the Falcons wrapping around. The thing is, who's going to target each other first? Because right now the Falcons are focused on Los Carrillos in the water.
That's right, and Virtus Pro is still alive. Again, Virtus Pro won against Gentlemates up at Pond, and because of that, it's given a mistake inside the top 5. Spam barely misses them. That could have been some free kills, and the zone does pull back. T1, the Falcons gonna get aggressive because of it. T1 Spam just eco chows a full 2 out in the open and loses his life because of it. Oh, that is a young man's chow yet again, this time from T1, and he gets punished for it. We do have a most wanted flag still, I think, for T1, so that actually might pop and get Spam back in. No, unfortunately, they kill him before it pops. Echo is down. They desperately needed the win, but still a great game from T1. Could have a chance in this event. Unfortunately for everybody else, the Falcons are frying. They wipe all of T1, and now they've got Virtus Pro in their sights. And down below, you've got Los Carrillos, and Hisoka's finding them as well.
And we're down to the final 3 teams, the final 6 players, and 3 of them are the Falcons, looking to net themselves another win. This is their game to lose, basically just hunting. However, you see Soka go down there on the rooftop. So what does Noobs do? He grabs the nade, tries to anchor down, uses the bait, finds Adrian, and now look at the self-reses coming through for the Falcons.
Perfect cross hold from the Falcons at perfect time. VP fall. Noobs, the hero of the Falcons, but the Falcons soar high as they win the map on a 1.6, and I believe they got enough kills to cross 150 points, or it is very, very close. We'll let the admins do the math, but the Falcons dominate the map, win out on the south side. T1 mostly win out in the mid map, with Twisted Minds winning out most of the top, but once Mansion was out of zone, Twisted Minds had to run into T1 and they couldn't get the better of their opponents. A well-placed PA, Twisted Minds falls. It was T1 really versus the Falcons when it came down to the final fights, and then when the Falcons took down T1, they had power position. It was their game to win.
It truly was, Goj, and the way that they just turned that very end game around just goes to show you why Soka is the closer, right? Why the Falcons have the capabilities to move things around and just net themselves a win. They've won 2 matches. Like, this is insane. Of course, Vitality has won 2, Los Carrillos has won 2, Twisted Minds is grabbing some wins. We have multiple game-winning teams. But this is going to have to be to perfection if you're not the Falcons, because there is a really good chance, Goj, that they just broke 150, and you can see it in Soka's face right there. We are coming down to the most minute details of numbers and math that I'm not even going to try to do right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Let's take a look back on this final moment. Again, this is where T1 had a power position mid-map, right? And we had Los Carrillos, to their credit, by the way, they get to top 5. They basically played in the water since there were like 12 teams alive. I mean, they were fighting for their lives, and yet again, achieved the second highest multiplier. So I tip it. I mean, Vamos, indeed, Los Carrillos is crushing it right now to be able to survive. Unfortunately, this is just too difficult of a position for them. And so the Falcons are the team to watch. They push over to T1, spam over Chow's for sure. I think maybe he thought he had all the intel, which he didn't. 2 Chow and he goes down, and now they have player advantage, and it was a matter of time. I thought there was maybe a world where Echo could get this most wanted off in time, or sorry, the flag off in time. But because of that, he goes down, and now the Falcons have the map to win. VP almost clutch up here when they take down 2 members of the Falcons. I didn't exactly see why, if it was a well-placed nade, if it was a streak over the top. So I'd be curious to tip and see if we see it from here. We see a streak does fall.
But this is where Soka goes on the roof. So Soka's out on the roof right there holding angles. I believe Adrian is the one who's going to find him initially. Grimy grabs Dongy from different. Now, the timing of trying to get to the roof is what cost them, because Noobs is on the other side, kind of creating that triangular effect, holding those angles to protect the Bulls from coming through.
Yeah, they just both won their ones, and then, yeah, Noobs had the great cross. And this time, Noobs was in the perfect place at the perfect time. You know, I think back to the moment with Deus Amir earlier in this competition. He was just a hair too slow. He was not going to let that happen this time around. This is the Falcons we know and love. They have been crushing it this whole competition, and that last map tiff was near flawless from them. Great execution, great win. This puts them poised and ready to win this whole event.
Honestly, it's really fun to see just a team that's coordinating on all efforts, whether it's the Falcons, whether it's Twisted Minds turning things around, whether it was Virtus Pro. Basically, you think back to some of our earlier matches of the day, starting outside of Research Center, grabbing a ton of kills. It's been so cool. And honestly, we begin potentially the area of our tournament where we get to say one more game. Right?
Yeah, that's right. They could clean sweep this. Listen, they joined the ranks of some other teams now with a couple wins under their belt in the same competition, and it's looking like there's only a couple teams that can win the map right now until somebody proves us wrong. And again, I will tip it to T1. They go back to train, they win their early engagement, and they get their lick back. It just feels like a little too late comparatively. They do pick up a lot of kills, so they'll maybe be in the running if this goes long. If the Falcons breached 150 points in that game, I can't see it taking more than 2 to 3 games until they get another win. And with that in mind, if that's the case, I don't think that's enough runway for T1 to catch back up and then get to 100 points and then get a win after that before the Falcons get there first. That is a long way to go. So my eyes go to the rest of the leaderboard at the top. I'm looking at the Twisted Minds. I'm looking at Vitality, who may be bumped out if they're not careful with how that one went down. But folks, we're going to head back to the desk. Taylor, Reflections, Noble, Dandro, Enigma, talk to me about that map. Our first far western zone, and things certainly changed.
Yeah, they changed in some ways, remain the same in others. It's Falcons taking the win and potentially reaching the 150-point threshold, setting themselves up for winning one more game, which means they would be the winners of our Birmingham Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Grand Finals. Big moves from them. T1 waking up, yes, but I gotta agree with Goj. I think it's a little bit too late, but we don't know how this is going to end up playing out. Dandro, Falcons get the job done. This time around, I don't believe they were challenged by Vitality, which frees them up to have a better end game.
Yeah, I mean, when you kind of look at where that zone is going to pull and you look like the teams that are between Falcons and where that end game is going to happen, really not too many squads you have to worry about, right? Like Los Carrillos is a big one, and obviously Ravens is another. But I think they just do such a great job of realizing they can pull up and be able to get there. For so many other teams, though, kind of harkening back to the beginning of that map, it's just such weird changes and drop spots. And I'm going to be honest with you, I love this. This is the exact type of thing, the exact type of small changes that you need to make as a team, where there's so many of these rosters who are saying, hey, if someone pulls to the opposite side of our POI, we're not going to force it. We're going to go somebody else and try and play out of there. And you can even see for rosters like VP, that worked very well in that last game. They land Pond House, they take down Gentlemates, and then they're able to survive until the very end.
Any other teams other than Falcons, Enigma, that you look at and you said, okay, this was a good performance? Naturally, you got several up there. But I feel like our cams were just kind of nonstop on either Los Carrillos or Falcons.
I think we got an individual one that showed why this Ravens esports team are doing very well. There's a moment where Nielsen, who's usually the fragger for the team, is by himself in Main Street. He's got to tuck himself in. He's being hunted. I forget by which team, but it was a big roster. And he's kind of trapped there towards Arcade. And he's like looking to tuck himself in, buy time for his boys to get back in. He does that. But then as his boys are flying in towards Bank, he actually steps out and drops one of the G2 players they came up against. And it's one of those moments where it's like that turns the entire tide of that fight. You stay in longer, you get a couple extra points, and it's just raising your floor. This could have been a map where you guys bow out early. Suddenly there's pressure from teams running up behind you. It's just going to keep you in a nice little flow that even when you don't have those big bang out maps, you're putting yourself in the best spots to get through to Esports World Cup. Nielsen having himself a breakout tournament.
Breakout tournament indeed. Noobs, Doggy, Hisoka from the Falcons dropped 7 winners and now potentially at match point. If not, I mean, they're quite literally half a point or a point away. I mean, that's how close they are. They did everything in their power. They're locked in. And Hisoka at one point, and they do hit match point. Falcons, It's official. They're on match point. I'm not going to lie to you, Chad. I thought it was going to take 2 or 3 games. Dandro, he said, hey, pause. It might only take 1 because it's Falcons, right? And imagine if the first 2 games weren't chalked for them. They might have already hit it. They might have already won the tournament. Point is, they are incredible. Dandro, Hisoka, for the chat, and for those members who might not know, he was brought onto this roster because he is considered the closer.
Yeah, I mean, all the way back, of course, into, last year when they formed that roster of him, Shifty, and Biffle, it was kind of like, we needed an IGL to really kind of help us, direct us where we need to go. And that was where he earned that nickname in this exact format, the closer, for a reason. You had Shifty and Biffle on that old Falcons roster who would fry out your way to get to this point where you're just trying to win a game. And now you need somebody like Soka to be able to come on in and help direct you and help put you in the best case scenario to win those maps. Now, this year, it's a little bit different story, right? It's a brand new team, but you have Noobs and Dongi backing you up, and it's a lot of the same stuff. If you don't remember, Dongi last year on that Virtus Pro roster, he was the IGL and top fragger for that team. So sometimes in those end game moments, you'll see Dongi is the one who's trying to help make some calls, feed information to Soka, so that way he can make the best call possible, and Noobs is doing the same thing as well. I think that if you're in this lobby, it's very scary that this is the first team that crossed threshold. There's a number of teams. Have they been there? You're probably, okay, we got 2 or 3 maybe until we got to really start to get worried. Now you're looking at this roster and be like, this team's really, really good at acing up events. That's when you cross the threshold in one game and win the very next game. I think you have to be very scared for some of the teams in this lobby that the Falcons are the ones to cross threshold.
Bro, honest to God, I don't think, and I'll hand it to you in a second, I do not think Doggy has looked away from his monitor. Probably that was the first time I saw it just a second ago. That dude is locked.
Yeah, no, this guy is a phenomenal talent, of course, and what Dan's saying there is, we talk about him as one of his greatest shooters, and trust me, if you've never seen his POV, go and check it out. He's one of those as well. He's able to talk, think about the game, very intelligent player. But the person that I want to bring up is Noobs. Not just because he's having himself an incredible tournament on the slaying side of things. We all talk about him as like this glue player. He makes teams do well just because he does the things that no one else wants to. This guy can play anchor, he can fry, he can also sit in the middle of the 2 and do the bits that needed. They've hit match point. The reason they get match point is because of Noobs in that last map. You had a great map until that point, sure, but you will scrape over by 1 kill being needed, and you get 2 right at the end because he backs off, plays coverage as his 2 teammates are knocked, and therefore picks up 1 as they move over. That allows his boys to self-res, and they play cleanup kills. If that doesn't happen, we aren't talking match point right now. We aren't talking about Eddie, Soka, and Dongi looking like they're about to ace this thing out. So yeah, he's having himself an afternoon, and that smile's going. I don't know if he's listening to us or if Soka's just giving him the gas, but either way, he deserves to be very happy right now.
Those boys have been chilling, man, and I'll tell you what, he's been smiling after game 3, man. Noobs has been, He's been in his bag. Love it. Look, he's a veteran, all right? He was at one point on one of the most historic rosters, TBE, and now looking to obviously be on another historic roster, which is Falcons, and kind of make this roster his. I believe in him fully. He's been flying and frying all day today. This is a huge addition, I think, to Hisoka's repertoire. Of course, alongside that of Doggy, they have been absolutely on fire. I can't wait to see how this next game is going to end up going. I've got some narratives to push for this roster, especially if they are officially on match point, which I do believe I'm 99% certain they are. We'll have the scoreboard in just a second. But, you know, this is a roster that when they do get to match points, of course, a little bit different. They typically close it out. Let's go back, though, to when they were on the struggle bus. Map number 3, they just come off the back of map 1 and map 2. Things were not looking good for them. A player wasn't loading in. You think they're put in the blender. There's a lot of doubts now from chat. They were like, oh, is this the Falcons roster that we expect to see from them? Danjo, they go into map 3, and they turn that narrative on its head instantly by getting a tremendous win.
I mean, yeah, that is exactly what you want to see if you are a Falcons, you know, obviously fan, is that, you know, obviously we know that this is a team that, you know, will walk into any tournament. They're confident. These 3 players legitimately think nobody on the map can gun them. And they're kind of almost true in it, right? Like when they get there, it's just this delusional level of confidence. But how do they perform when maybe they don't have that level of confidence to fall back on? Turns out they're still going to keep shooting like exactly how we know and love. Or like you mentioned, it's map 1 and map 2, not great due to some technical issues. A-okay. Map 3 is the first map that they are a full 3 roster, and it's the first map that they come out frying. Currently, our number 1 game of the day when in terms of kills, dropping 24 and the win in that game. And it's for the reason you're seeing right here. They clear out Boat, they get a lot of kills Main Street, and it's just this wrap on over into Lumber to clear out so many of these teams and just kind of just drop one squad after another to get them to that point. And this is, I think, was the spark they needed to realize, hey, we can get back into this tournament. We can be the top dogs. We can be able to be that first team to cross match point threshold.
And they did, right? And obviously it started on drop 3. That was a tremendous performance from them, and then really kind of showcased, look, the mental was there. You're talking about veterans on all accounts, and Hisoka was able to bring it in, obviously, for this roster quite well. And again, the closer, can he close it out now that he is on that match point? I firmly believe that they can in this introduction of Doggy, which is just a brilliant player, always locked, never blinks. The guy's Dogwick, okay? Plain and simple.
No,
all right. Hey, I had to try. They had match one guy.
No, you didn't have to do anything.
I had to. It's contractually obligated to drop it out there to Dogwick. Now, it's a great roster. They're here. And the question is, do they get challenged? They were challenged once. Do they get challenged again to try and shut them down? And I got to tell you guys, historically, teams that are on match point, Danjo, they don't get challenged.
Well, why would you? Like, it's kind of dumb to really go out of your way and try and chow them, right? I think if anything, if you are one of these other rosters, you just have to realize that maybe they're playing a little bit passive, right? Because they're playing for the win right now. So we saw in that one game where a team like Team Vitality was able to kind of swoop on in and throw them into the blender. That's what I want to see more. I want to see more of teams not being afraid to push Boat if they need to, if that's the best position. Unfortunately, when I look at this list of teams, and so far what we've seen so far, there's only a couple of squads that I think have the capabilities of doing that, right? Vitality's one, Los Carrillos is another one, Twisted Minds, and maybe Ravens, right? Are the only squads I can maybe think of that could potentially do that. So you're going to have to kind of wait and see, you know, are you going to be in a position to make that play and execute on it if you want to try and keep this tournament going?
Big game from the Falcons, 35.2 coming out from them, but nice to see T1 wake up. Question is it a little bit too late, Enigma?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, it might be a case of, we've talked about, sorry, excuse me. Cough coming through there. It was a long day in the venue yesterday, all right?
That's
12
right.
hours of shouting at the players playing. But T1, yeah, look, the thing is for them, they talked about this yesterday. It's a case of they have very little LAN experience. Obviously, Echo a LAN champion, but Spam, this is first, Disrupt, it's his second. If it doesn't go well, that's one thing. Do they expect it to go this poorly? No, I don't think so. But if you can build through this afternoon and manage to turn yourself into a respectable performance, then that's certainly experience, that's certainly gain, that's progress. I don't think you get close to match point now. I think we get close before that. I agree with what Goj said before. I will say, looking at those drop 7 results, though, Twisted Minds were on a heater. 17 kills to drop in 8th is a ridiculous performance. They managed managed to see themselves through to the later stages of that one, they could have been putting up anything north of 30 points. So yeah, great stuff out of them. A couple of teams going big right now, but I will say Vitality dropping a knife there. They get blessed by the fact that Gentlemates have a bad game because they're right on that cusp of potentially getting through. They don't want to be looking over their shoulder. So Gentlemates getting nothing. That's going to help them a lot.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you got to also account for Ravens still trying to gatekeep Vitality and Gentlemates both the same. They've been highly consistent all day today, so good on them for doing so. But Twisted Minds do get away with the bag. Obviously those 20 points are going to be huge for them. We take a look. There it is. Falcons have officially reached the match points, which means, chat, now they just need to win a game. If they win this next game, they are your champions. Wherever the other teams landed, well, that's where they landed. If you're outside of top 4, that's it, Enigma.
It is, and a very well. Let's asterisk that and put a very important note here, my friend. We're on match point. If Twisted Minds finish inside the top 4, they are already qualified to EWC as defending champions. That qualification position moves down one, so it would now include Vitality. So that suddenly changes the conversation a hell of a lot. And again, going back to that last map, Vitality, poor performance, sure, but the fact that Gentlemates dropped nothing, if they drop like a 25, 30-point game there, as we know they're very capable of, they'd have been right up behind them, shouting for that final potential spot.
Okay, that's definitely a good point, especially with them having a 30-point lead over the team just below them, Virtus Pro. So they are sitting in a great spot at the moment. For the other rosters down there, 11th through 16th, time is definitely running short, depending on how many games we get. You go back to EWC last year, we had, 6 teams on match point. We could still get to that very moment, but only time will tell. Falcons are on fire. Twisted Minds, the closest ones, potentially hit it, Dan.
Yeah, and I think that's really the key thing to think here, that if Falcons don't ace this, very real possibility that with them playing maybe a little bit more passive, not having to go out and find as many kills there, that could open up the map for a team like Twisted Minds who, they only need 26 points if they want to be able to cross that threshold and to be able to get on in there. And that's where conversations get very, very interesting. And if we keep going, man, don't count T1 out yet. They were 16th going into that last game. After that, they're now currently sitting in 8th. We could see some streaks happen. I don't know. I've seen miracles. They've been great. All I know is that we are going to have some great Warzone coming on up.
It's not over till it's over. Anything is possible. 7 games done. 8 game about to come your way. Falcons on match point. Will they close it out or will we get more? Let's find out. Spider Tiff Coach, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, and our amazing desk. Tiff, is this gonna be the final game? Holy cow. Also, great point from Enigma. The fact that we're kind of playing for top 5 with Twisted Minds up there because of that spot that's already assured, it's actually a huge value add. It actually makes T1's chances still possible. I don't want to keep harping on them, but they were our top seed or one of our top 2 seeds going into this one.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and agree with some of the things the desk were saying, Goj. If it doesn't end here, we are in for a crazy journey. And I can't imagine the caliber of a lobby that we have here today on LAN for DreamHack Birmingham, that they're going to allow this to happen. I don't think that they're going to go out of their way to necessarily land on the Falcons, but I think they're going to be really cognizant that that team does usually take up a lot of space at boat at the start of each and every map. And the way they just kind of filter out, determining on where that circle goes and pulls, as you can see, fans are like just surrounding the area. This is the beginning of the end.
Beginning of the end. We're in the end game. The question is, how long will the end game last? Folks, we see you in the venue. We wish we were there with you, but it has been a blast to commentate and analyze this amazing event. Job's not finished, though. The Falcons are thinking the same. They said, well, we did the first part. Now it's time for the second part. And will they ace? Like Danjo said, it is a technical ace if they get to match point and then immediately win the next game that follows it. A tall order, but they do have some room for error. They do have some margin as they are the only team that have breached the threshold. They're not going to change their game plan, Tiff. The big question is, will anybody else change theirs?
You're going to have to, right? We know that there's multiple teams that have already proven they can win. I'm looking at Twisted Minds. I'm looking at Los Carrillos. I'm looking at Vitality, a team that I thought had the potential to nab some wins. Honestly, VP, T1, Gentlemates. Look, I'm going to even throw AG Global in there. It's been an interesting run for them here today, but they're doing everything that they can to kind of carve back from those initial. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm excluding Ravens Esports from that conversation. They have an average placement of 6. The best performance they've had all day was 3rd. They're still in triple digits. Could they hit match point this game? Probably not. Within the next 2 they could, and I think that's why it's so important for the Falcons to ace. Virtus Pro right there on the left-hand side of your screen, currently situated in 6th. Their average placement just inside the top 10 goes. Not where you want to be. We know they have the fragging potential. We saw their best performance in the most recent game with that 3rd place. So let's get crazy. Let's get into it. Oh my God.
Listen, I know our casters and analysts hyped up Noobs already. I will bring up the fact that I'm looking at individual kill tallies. Okay, we showed them not too long ago. Noobs is at the top of that list. He is our top fragger on the day with 47 kills through 7 games. Shifty in 2nd at 45, and Niasen is at 43. Okay, those are your top 3 fraggers on the day. And so a big shout out to the desk talking about and hyping up Niasen. He is having a breakout tournament. We've known this player is really strong, had a crazy end to yesterday's open, and today is putting on a show for us as well. So you were right in calling out Ravens Esports. They still have a great chance here.
They truly do. You got the Gentlemates on the screen now. Not going to be too happy with their performance, right? A ton of big tournaments. They've been in 2nd place. Now, mind you, this is just looking to qualify for that major one in Riyadh, right? That EWC, the former Twisted Minds being that most recent LAN championship there. But it's all about getting there. And that's right, guys. If you're just tuning in, match point activated for the Falcons. And I feel like Noobs on your screen over there. By the way, 96% kill efficiency. And he's just like, yeah, that's me. That's me. I did that.
Yeah, that means he's putting down a crazy amount of damage, but that damage is being converted into kills. So he is being extremely efficient with the bullets that he throws down range. A big shout out to the Falcons, obviously the team to watch, and we'll be watching a lot of them in this map because nearly any engagement where their anchor is in trouble, we have to pay attention to. Otherwise, though, I want to highlight some of those other teams. Again, Twisted Minds. I think the desk brought it up. They only need about 26 points to breach our threshold. Gotta shout out our LATAM region being represented now by Los Criollos. They are at 118.6 points, right? So they only need, what, 31.4 points? That's definitely feasible for them. Ravens Esports holding down our 4th place position at 110. They need a 40-point game, of which nobody's been able to breach, but still technically possible. Everybody else is close. Our 5th currently is Vitality, and they have almost a 30-point margin over Virtus Pro, who's in 6th, by the way. So here's a look at it in the top right. This is our top 5, and technically speaking, if the tournament were to end right now with nobody else getting any points, these top 5 would make EWC because Twisted Minds already have an assured spot. So that's how that works. The team that's just off of this list, Tiff, that I just mentioned, Virtus Pro, they're 77.8 points. They have a lot of work to do, and they desperately need the Falcons to not win here if they want a chance to make EWC.
Yeah, Gosh. I mean, look, a trend that I've noticed throughout our games that we've played thus far is the point sponging that has been occurring inside our top 5. This is why it's been so difficult for our teams that are situated outside the top 5 to be able to breach that gap. You mentioned Virtus Pro being about 38-ish points back from the 5th place position. That's a full game. That's like saying, hey, our top 5 just, hey, don't play this one. VP's got a points jump that we've got to get. And that's saying they got a banger game to do so, right? That's where things are going to get difficult. Lotus 8, you could say the same thing. Now, how is T1 going to keep counteracting that? They had their best game in map number 7 with 36.4 points. You're going to need multiple ones of those to breach that, right?
Yeah.
And if you want your qual now and you don't want a qual in Atlanta, you got to do something about it.
Well, look, and as much as we're kind of hypothetical Harrys yet again, it is worth mentioning the 6th through 10th spot have a spread of 5.2 points. 6th is 77.8. 10th is 72.6. That's how close.
Spectre.
That's how close. Yeah, that's Spectre in 10th. Gentlemates are in there. T1's in there. Lotus 8's in there. Virtus Pro. That's how tense and tight the mid pack is, which means that the Falcons don't close out soon and we keep going for a little while, all of those teams will absolutely have a chance to still make EWC off of this event alone. So yeah, a lot of what ifs, a lot of question marks, but the main one that we continue to have to bring ourselves back to is, will the Falcons ace? And so I am excited to see what happens for a team like Virtus Pro, who's got great energy but unfortunately couldn't get things going today. And again, the other big what if that I brought up is, where do people land now? Now that The Falcons are on match point. Does that change anything for anybody? If you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, maybe it does. Maybe you want to keep this thing going. AG Global, they kind of went for broke last game, Tiff, and they got 9 kills, I think it was, in like 3 minutes, but then they got broke. They got full wiped early. So I don't know.
Okay, so here's the deal. You want to know that if like the bottom teams on the leaderboard are going to maybe do something crazy. As we look here at VP, real quick, they're locked in. Gentlemates, you know what? They're in that kind of cluster you were talking about. But for fun in 12th place, AG Global, G2, Clown, FLS's team. These are the teams that are south of 70 points on the leaderboard. They have nothing to lose and everything to gain. None of them have gotten a win yet in our series. The capabilities are definitely there. Hell, you've got AG Global, FIFA Kill. He's won LAN before. That team is stellar, just hasn't found their footing just yet. Bubble, Flanked, and Juju coming in from For Fun. They won through the open and they're in 12th. They've just struggled to get a hold on that mid-map scenario. But if you change things up here and you decide, mind you, For Fun Esports was talking about potentially challenging the Falcons on boat. You have nothing to lose, guys.
Yeah,
you
true.
literally could go boat.
That's true. You could see For Fun return to form there and go boat. And, you know, to be fair, talking about For Fun is about as expected for them, in my opinion. They win the open land because nobody else is at boat, and they're a really strong team. But they haven't really had a home this competition, and so, or in the finals rather, and because of that, they've been struggling a bit. Could go back to boat, go chalk for chalk and see what happens. Fun conversations, and we need to continue them because, of course, we want to make sure this potentially final lobby is as sound as possible. So let's bring back in Taylor. Let's bring back in our analysts and continue the Yapathon. Gentlemen, hi. Fun conversation starter. Falcons have won 2. Vitality's won 2. Los Carrillos has won 2. And we have one more team, Twisted Minds, that have won our 7th map. Other than that, we have no other winners. Do you really see anybody else winning maps today?
It's a good question. It's a good question. For me, I would say no. Personally, I'm saying no. I'm saying no. I think that's it. I really do. Does Falcons win this next one? Honestly, I don't know. But I would say I think Twisted Minds most likely is going to be the closest. Los Carrillos has kind of taken my heart. My favorite personally out of all the teams that have competed today. They've been on fire. I don't know. Nigma, you've got a different opinion?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I would love my Gentlemates to get one, but I think the team I'm going to lean towards is going to be T1. They realistically should have had one in that last map. I think that you get caught a little bit between trying to pick 3 or 4 fights. You're a little bit too aggressive there through the end. I think if you don't get that, and if Spam isn't a little over egregious with the chow there, to be fair, he was on 13 kills, fully earned that right, but it's one of those where I think you actually get the zone pull straight after, and you're just very unfortunate. All the timing works like that, and then Echo's got a most wanted in his back pocket, tells everyone where he is. If that doesn't happen, you probably close that map out. You just hold the wall. So yeah, I mean, they're getting better through this afternoon. Too little too late to win it. Too little too late to get to top 4. That's how I'm feeling right now. But if you get a big map win here, you never know. You could make it happen. So I'd love to see that be the case.
I mean, I think it would feel good, right, for T1 to get a win, at least on land, given that they do have a younger member on their team. First LAN event. This would be a big moment for them to finally feel like what it is to win on land, and then they can carry that over into Atlanta if they don't make it into top 4 today. But as far as kill leaders go, we've had a lot of shining stars throughout the entirety of today's competition, and Noobs continues to be that shining star, Dandro, who's leading the charge at 47.
Yeah, I mean, he's just absolutely shooting. Shifty isn't too far behind, though, and neither is Nyson, and then we kind of have that drop-off, right? One thing that's really interesting, I'm a stat nerd, okay, but one thing I want to bring up is I've been tracking something that we like to call kill efficiency, which is essentially your total damage divided by your number of kills that you have. Noobs is currently sitting at, let me just double check here. What's the number? Oh, it's like 92%, okay? You can almost think about that as like your percentage chance to get a kill when you start shooting, okay? So when Noobs is finding those openings, he's starting those shots going on out, he's going to get a kill. It's going to be crazy, and that's realistically why he's able to be up here towards the top 447. Compare that to Shifty, on the other hand, who's right behind him. I mean, you're just basically looking at Shifty's putting out an insane amount of damage, but he's not able to convert them into kills as much. So it just kind of shows you both sides of the coin there, where Shifty, he's shooting at anything it moves. Noobs, he's a little bit more calculated when he's trying to be able to get those kills. And that's why we see these two players at the top. Really interesting stuff to be able to see that. But when we look at this overall kill leaderboard, it's no surprising to see that obviously a lot of the players that are on our top overall kill leaderboard are on a lot of our top teams.
Yeah, I mean, what, Sea-Dark and Criminal God, by the way, shout out to them. 7th and 6th place. I mean, they've been highly consistent all day today, carrying Latin America. Currently in 3rd, Amir, nowhere to be. Where's he at? He's not on this list, actually, surprisingly. So clearly, look, again, he knows how to put together an incredible roster. And clearly, Criminal God, Sea-Dark know exactly what they're doing here, Enigma.
Yeah, certainly do. I mean, look, Amir's job is to hide out and just let his boys continue to do the job of the slaying, the heavy lifting, and Z-Dark and Crimmy are certainly doing that. And honestly, this continues to prove that Crimmy was the correct pickup for this team. I mean, look, we all love Castillo. Obviously, that band has been together for so long, the longest team in Warzone history. But look, they needed to make some changes if they really wanted to contest and try and win things. And Criminal God is putting on in his first LAN environment. Beautiful stuff to see. But a player that I am really surprised about, I keep looking at this list, blinking and checking the data in the bag. Dragons is in 4th. His team have not been doing great. So that guy has been putting on. I mean, look, I think they're doing a little bit better now. I think they're up towards 7th, but that's that really close cluster where one bad map here could drop you to like 12th. And basically, he's doing a lot of the work himself. You're going to get a quick look here. No, Lotus 8 in 7th. So, I mean, look, Light Unlimited, they're underneath this. They're going to be down in that bottom pack. And yet Dragons is sitting as like 4th Slayer. That's an insane performance individually.
It is definitely so. I mean, he's doing everything in his power to try and get his team across the finish line. Still a bit of a gap, right? Especially from 6th place on down. 5th place, realistic for them to break into top 4. But I don't know, Ravens, Los Carrillos, Twisted Mind's been so highly consistent. It's going to be very tough to break into that. After all, Falcons, your first team on the match point. Guys, we're getting closer to the end. So what's up for grabs? Naturally, top 4 we talked about is spotted EWC, but we got $1.2 million guaranteed for this Warzone Resurgence series, including $100,000 up for grabs. In this tournament today, we're talking $30,000 for first place. A ton of money. Naturally, Falcons a front runner to get that. However, Twisted Minds, Los Carrillos, Ravens knocking on the door to potentially take the first place themselves. Either way, they'll be walking away with some money, some cash for their good efforts. And I do mean good effort. They have been playing stellar all day today. Overall, good stuff. Chat predictions. What are we thinking? Does Falcons get the win here? Do they close out the tournament? Anybody else starts to catch up? Anything is possible. Chat, get your predictions. Let's find out. Coach Tiff, take it away.
Thank you so much. Fun conversations from Taylor Reflections Noble and our amazing desk. Now, Tiff, I bring us back to the age-old question. Will it be this map? I don't know that we technically gave predictions yet, so I think it's time that we jump into that, or at least I'm going to.
Go ahead, Coach, because I don't want to. Yeah, you go for it. I already did my predictions, okay? I predicted some zones. I'm done.
Okay.
I've used up all the magic I've got.
Got it. I don't have any curses associated with my casting.
Sure.
So I think it would be much easier to predict this based on the zone that we see. I truly think nobody's going to actually contest them at boat, which means they have a free south side of the map, which means I think they probably do win this map. I think they ace. I have a feeling. I have a gut feeling that the Falcons ace this map, especially if we get a zone that's easier for them to play inside of. I think that they win.
I just want to let you know, we have a crowd in Birmingham, and you just blasted across their speakers that you think the Falcons, an NA team, are going to sit here and ace. I love that energy out of you. I really do. I don't know where we're going, Goj. All I know is Soka's going to do his best that he can to close it out, to raise Dongi into that LAN championship position, as well as Noobs alongside that. And Soka, yet again, reclaiming victory for the Falcons. Mind you, some years, not even years, but the past couple of LANs, getting second place, that was the breakup between him and Shifty on the Falcons. They were sick of second place, dude. They're looking for wins. Will it come here, or will one of our other 15 teams go for broke? Turn it on. Like I'm saying, I need some crazy moments here, okay? We saw that happen in some of those earlier moments where I was calling. I was like, I need, for fun, to hit the riverboat.
Tiff, there is a clip that is infamous of you and I casting on land.
Yes.
And the Falcons at the time reached match point above and beyond everybody else, right? And this is a big map, and we are yelling for people to land on them. I will not do it this time around, but I am internally doing it. We'll see if anybody decides to chow the Falcons as our plane line rides in, and we don't know if this will be the last map, but it's certainly going to be a good map as we hop into map number 8 and take a look at the zone. They did
Look
it!
at
Forfun is chowing! Forfun is chowing on the south side.
Forfun is dead.
And we do get a south side zone. Forfun in deep trouble. They're not full wiped yet, but at least they're contested. Our zone pulls south, could go back to Lumber. We'll see what happens.
This is similar to what we looked at, right? Sure, Dongy picks up the first 2, but it's Resurgence, baby. You cut off one head, they're gonna keep coming back. And you know what? Flanked finds noobs. Now Dongy just had the 2 knocks, right? He didn't actually get the fulls, they self-res. And this is where things get a little messy, right?
Yeah, definitely. Very messy. Forfun trying to spoil the Falcons' play, and they're actually able to do just that. The Falcons are in a blender, and they're trying to regain. See Donkey go down. And here comes Noobs trying to figure out where do we go from here. We'll continue to check in with the Falcons as we need. But Forfun have one out on boat technically as of right now, which means the Falcons in a blender is good news for everybody else. Back at research, though, the classic. AG decided to change things back up. Let's go back to research. They did this in the qualifiers. They did this yesterday, and they're back here again. Fifco's going to line them all out, but he can't knock them all down because, unfortunately, there's 3 of them, and that's just too many bullets spread across too many people. Fifco goes down, and AG Global, as per the usual, in a bit of trouble. Of course, we love these gentlemen. We want to see them succeed, but today is not their day. Got to take a look at some of the other fights happening on the map. Twisted Minds, by the way, completely free and clear in Mansion. There's nobody within a country mile.
You know why? That's because Ravens went south. Ravens went to third party that contest.
I mean, that's the way to do it, especially with Forfun out of the picture around mid-map. The Ravens pretty much have the entire south side of the map as well to play around with, aside from boat. So what do? They move up from the barn area, they move through mid-map, they move through Chapel, and they move down to Main Street. AG Global's not there. Forfun's not there. They have a huge area of the map to deal with. The only other team that maybe has more real estate right now than the 2 teams we mentioned is Vitality. There is nobody on the western side of the map at all. Vitality is chilling, looting up. We'll check in with them a lot later as we take a look at Amir on the outside of Lumber.
Yeah, so I also thought they had a good spacing over here at Lumber. Sure, Gentlemates are going to be on that west side of Lumber, but you do have G2 to contend with. But these are some nice moments where you're going to see Los Curios pick up the needed kills that they're going to have to get to be able to breach 150. And if there are other teams that are going to be holding the Falcons at bay, then the rest of the teams that need to catch to 150 have the chance to do so. Now, here's going to be the biggest issue, right? You said Vitality on the west side alone. We're still not in the next circle. We're really close. Ravens Esports, with their switch up on the drop, are likely going to be the gatekeepers.
That's exactly right. By the way, just to keep you all assuaded, Falcons are alive and they have regained on the south side of Main Street. So we'll check in with them if they're in trouble. But for now, we'll take a look at some of the action. Dragons, who's been top fragger for this team, really the only fragger for this team. Not necessarily a flame, it is Resurgence after all. You need your entry fragger. Unfortunately, they can't get much going aside from that. Constant action, and back to Main Street we go. Vitality is aggressively rotated over here. The Ravens have been hanging out here, Tiff. And again, the Falcons are just on the south side of that. You do see them. Red 1, that's your Falcons on the outside of this fight.
Yeah, but they don't have to get involved, mind you. They just have to win the map and blast, okay? You find flanked. You get a little bit of vengeance for the boys that fell earlier, but now you have to set your sights towards the Ravens, who are getting their 3rd player back on the map. So in final form, I think it's smart. Hey, maybe we're running into some issues here. This isn't our best fight. We're going to back on up. But look who's right there. Falcons get loadout. They're comfortable weapons. You know that was Noobs holding the angle right there on the roof, right?
Yeah, this is a big regain from them. Be able to play outside of Main Street now, having loadout. They can actually play the game, which is nice. They still have a lot of work to do. What was a nice zone for them, Forfun has spoiled, and so now they have to rotate in late. They could come in late enough to actually catch Vitality unaware. Blast knows that they're over here somewhere. He doesn't know exactly where they are. And, Noobs maybe shot a hair too early. But actually throwing some shots is fine because Vitality's going to be checking their back, and the Falcons are going to rotate further south back towards boat.
Here's my problem. With the circle pulling towards the east, really favoring coal and lumber. This is going to be difficult, not only for the teams that have been duking it out inside of Research. We see some interesting moments there for Spectre, but good thing you have Authentics out on the outskirts, kind of working towards that Resurgence timer to get his teammates back on in. But think of the south side, right? For fun, they're on the boat again. And the Falcons love to rotate through the south side. And Dongy is going to have to go on the hunt.
Yeah, they had to come back this way. And oh my gosh, this is for free? What in the world? Just complete miscue of information. Dongy's going to line them all up and knock them all down with the help of his teammates. Good grief. For fun in an absolute blender. What started fantastic for them at the beginning of this map. They went out in boat and then they just get lost. The Falcons break them apart and eat them for breakfast. Golly, the Falcons have complete control of the boat now. And they're in control of the south side or southwestern side of the zone.
Right, but where do you go from here? The closest team to you on that lumber mill side of things is going to be Gentlemates. They have control of the main building. Up north of you, as you can see in the distance, you're going to have Ravens, you're going to have Vitality, and one member of G2. And the likelihood of them kind of swinging around, probably going to happen.
Woo! Criminal God. Showing us he's got more than some beams. Got great shots there. New snipe. See if you can get a couple more from the sky. Why not?
Okay. Spectre, VP, still going at it up there in the north. The brawl of Research Center is going to go on for some time. It's going to evict a lot of teams down towards that coal depot where you do have some heavy hitting squads going at it. I'm looking at AG Global and T1. Some of the teams that have the capabilities to net themselves a map win are in a good position, but you're putting them head to head for a power POI.
You can see Los Carrillos. They've got complete control of the bottom right-hand corner of Lumber. You see Gentlemates still alive in main Lumber. G2 in an utter blender yet again. The Falcons going to have to rotate in, and luckily for them, G2 has been picked apart. So this solo is not going to do too much to them. You see they're going to rotate through. Behind them, the Ravens have played spoiler to Vitality, completely putting Vitality in the Resurgence blender as well. They're having to fly back in, and it looks like Vitality may actually land boat, so we'll watch out for that. If they don't land boat, I don't know where they go, frankly. The anchor of the Falcons tip is still at boat and now may be in trouble, but the other two have rotated all the way into Lumber, are going to be running into the Gentlemates. We've got to swing back over to Lumber if we can. The Raven's important, but Ahsoka gets landed on by Vitality. This is a great move. High IQ play from Vitality. You're put in a blender, and now the Falcons in deep trouble. We lose noobs. It is all down to Dongy, who does get the buyback.
And that's so important, because if you are going to start having some players fall, you've got to get your players back. Zdark there had that most wanted on his back. He's going to be really sought out by Dongy, and he's looking to get the pings, looking to evict them out. You had Criminal God on the roof, and so is Dongy.
Still alive. Falcons are able to restabilize and take down two of the three members of Los Carrillos, but we've got a mirror out in the water. Should be fine. The Falcons... I've been put in a blender, Tiff, and somehow they still come out in one piece.
But what I'm saying is, they have the south side. They have the south compound of Lumber Mill. What is going to happen? Sure, Los Carrillos is going to keep spawning back on over there, but they're not going to immediately land back on Lumber, back on the Falcons. You do have Gentlemates across the way. Your biggest contenders are going to come from T1 just to the northeast, but they have to cross through open terrain. VP, they still have a huge rotation through Twisted Mines at Cole. This is not going to be easy for anyone except potentially Gentlemates or the Falcons to close this out.
Yep, Falcons have bottom right-hand corner of the map. This next zone is going to dictate a ton. We see Twisted Minds complete control of Cole, like you said. T1 on a bit of a banger, actually. 9 kills here for Spam yet again. He's been crushing it in the latter half of this competition. Just a matter of whether or not it's too late.
It could be.
VP still alive, by the way, going to contest Twisted Minds on the north side, but have to rotate into zone. While Spectre is still alive, maybe going to play a bit of spoiler to T1. I doubt they rotate around that side, but maybe could catch T1 in transition. We'll see. Or the Falcons, though, got to creep into zone.
The best part about Lumber Mill, there's 2 buy stations. Gentlemates hold one, Falcon holds another. And look what Gentlemates are doing. They're sending one player out, looking to get Mixie. The smokes come down. They're still looking for angles, trying to do what needs to be done. Even investing their anchor, giving up their main building. We're shifting to the north. We still have to go to Cole after this. But this battle could give us the one more game, and look who's trying to hold on. It's Soka dancing around. He's got the money to hit the buyback, but we've got to get to the buy station. And Gentlemates do not want to let you. We get one more game.
At least one more. The Gentlemates have stopped them. The Falcons, what a wild comeback to restabilization. And then finally, the Frenchmen take them down. A crazy map, but the Falcons do not do it, which means we have at least one more, and this is a great map for Twisted Minds to catch back up and breach this threshold potentially. Here comes VP, though, on a tear, out for some blood because they desperately need it outside of contention for EWC, and they're trying to assure their spot there by winning this fight. Unfortunately, you got Shifty running out of bullets, having to swap to the sidearm and not getting it. VP winning a big fight right now. Two more players still alive, and Allman gonna have to do it by himself for now. Z-Smith trying to catch back up and get back onto the map, flying in, trying to help out his teammate.
T1 is moving in on this. They have sensed the chaos in Cole, and they are reacting to it. Just on the outskirts, look at that. The sandwich that they have created. I don't know if it's super smart for them, but here's the deal. There's only two of them because one member of T1 has already just flown back in from zone. They're committing to going back to their team, but VP is looking strong. Grimy on 9, looking for double digits. We were asking for a comeback, and they're giving us one.
Yeah, Virtus.pro desperately needed these points. Again, they were like 30 points outside of the contention for a top 5 position. Here's Spam just picking up a few more kills. And again, T1 having another banger, so they're going to be in contention as well. Now, Ravens holding this cross and this rotation in potentially between these two teams and zone. Already inside of zone is the Gentlemates. They've won out in Lumber, they took down the Falcons, and now they have zone position. They're in a fantastic spot to win this map as everybody else chalks each other. Virtus.pro, again on a heater, almost 20 kills between the three of them. In a crazy encounter, Destroy is now alone with two members of Ravens trying to rotate in late. They didn't account for Destroy out here by himself, but he can't take them both at the same time. Raven still alive, but barely breathing. He's last up, the other down, and waiting for a res, which he actually may be able to stick because of the zone pull.
Wait.
The Ravens could win this map. Gentlemate's in trouble off screen, fighting out. Vitality's long gone now, and G2 are down to a solo, Gentlemate's down to a solo, and a team of 2 Ravens with the zone pull. The Ravens esports have a chance and a likelihood to win this map.
And Hollow immediately takes that G2 player in their sights through the angles, but the utility comes through. Scythe eliminates him, and now a 2v1. The Ravens are looking to end this one out.
A clutch win against Destroy on a 2v1 has set them up for success, and picking up the res. No thirst from Destroy means that the Ravens will win this, no problem. G2 returning to form a bit, making it to the top 5, but it's just not enough to take down Ravens Esports. From getting 6 in the qualifiers, missing out on a direct spot to this moment right here by 0.6, to going nuclear in the final map in the open LAN finals to get to this stage. I'm telling you also,
it's
stuff.
crazy. But we do look at VP there on the left. Adrian and Grimy. Destroy just got up. He's like, I gotta take a walk after that one. We absolutely fragged out. But to end that one with a 1.4x multi to go alongside those kills is going to be nice. Now, here's the deal though. We got a new winner. We got another game. And for Ravens Esports, kind of wild.
That's exactly right. Ravens Esports, they've actually had a great day today. They haven't gotten a win, like you said. But again, they just crazy moments to get to this stage, and they are in final form. This team is so strong. And to get a win with a sizable amount of kills, we'll take a look back on how they did it. But they desperately needed this to maintain their spot and frankly, nearly secure their spot pending how long it takes us to kind of finish out this tournament on match point. Be very curious to see where our leaderboard's at, but shout out to T1 as well. Spam on double digits again as a solo means T1 had another good map, which will put them into contention. And if we got down to it, we were looking for top 5, right? That's the multiplier that matters. Gentlemates did all the work on the south side of the map at Lumber, Tev. And when they won out in Lumber, I thought they were going to win this map, but look who it is. Vitality skating around on the outside in the zone. Vitality ended up chalking Gentlemates.
They do. They do. But they had to enter at some point. And do you choose Cole, which has already got VP up there?
Look at
He's
this.
looking dangerous. Ravens is there. And I love where they even positioned one of the Gentlemates, right? He's there on the silo on the outskirts of Lumber. Someone does fly back in a Vitality through the window. And that kind of triggers that last member of Gentlemates to roll up in there. It just wasn't quick enough. His team had already been eviscerated by that. He does kind of take the win there on Vitality, but it leaves them with minimal numbers and no real way to get the team back. So you have to go on as a solo.
Yeah, Vitality did a really good job there. They got to top 5 and they pick up 2 more kills. Put Gentlemates in a terrible position now as a solo. Of course, Scythe, well placed grenade. I mean, fantastic job there. Scythe picks up second place position. But then it's a 1v2. They set up the perfect trap. Ravens Esports not going to scam this one. They've got zone pull. They've got high ground. They got player advantage. You've got everything you need to win this one, and they're able to do just that. So Ravens Esports, they get the win finally. They desperately needed it in order to secure their spot to EWC. It's not fully secured, but it is much more assured at this point, Tiff, based on a scoreline like that.
I said it was the beginning of the end, Ghosh, and you thought it was the end. And I'm so happy to say that we are literally going again. We get one more game, and I know Dan and Enigma are going to be so amped to be able to commentate. Now, do I think it ends in the next 2 matches? Yes. Do I want it to end? No.
I don't know where this leaderboard's at, though. Did anybody else actually breach match point? I don't know. But, folks, we're going to head to a very short break. When we come back, we got at least one more game. You're not going to want to miss it.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fights coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sight is dying. Twist and Might! They do it to the very end. It was patience all the way through.
Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above. Well, we didn't hit it. Match points, unfortunately for the Falcons, it's going to have to wait just a little bit longer because they get challenged left and right and ultimately end up falling. Good news, though, for the teams looking to come up and get a match point themselves. The longer this goes, well, the more teams reach the match point threshold. Therefore, the more teams have a chance to win today's competition.
Yeah, 100%. Now, do I think Twisted Minds, who was the closest to get there, actually got there? I doubt it.
I think they're just short.
I think they're just short, and nobody else was really in contention. So that means the Falcons essentially are going to be the only team on match point yet again. Will it be an ace? No. But are they the only team that can end this tournament? The next one? Yes. So kind of the same story. However, it started here, and Tip called it out perfectly. She said, for fun, go return to home. This is what you did in the opens. Go to boat and chow the Falcons. They do just that. Somehow the Falcons restabilize. They fight for their life through Main Street. They rotate all the way over to Lumber, and they actually win out on the southeastern side of Lumber until finally the Gentlemates knock them down. And this is the moment where they're fighting the Gentlemates, where they finally lose. And I was like, golly, how many more times can they skate out on 1 HP?
Yeah, if they would have won that, Tiff, I mean, I would have lost my mind because they were battling through the blender the entirety of that game, but they almost made good work of it. But again, that opens up the doors for other rosters to catch up. For example, Twisted Minds or maybe even Virtus Pro.
There's a lot of teams, I think, that still have the capability to get their first win. And I even added Ravens Esports there at the end, right? I was like, wait a second, why am I missing this team? This is a team that is fully capable of doing it. Now, need I remind you, Gentlemates still have not gotten a win here today. But another French team has managed to do so. Niasin, King Chalk, and Heeds. They've been playing so crazy good all day. The fact that they came in from the open, that allowed them to get momentum, get experience on the LAN setups, and just kind of carry that forward. Prior to this, their average placing, 6.5, right? But that consistency in a nice 27.2 point game, sure, it's probably not enough to breach a 150. That's okay. But what they are doing is getting one step closer and denying the Falcons the capability to do so. And look at that. The Falcons were only able to acquire 8.4 points. So sure, For Fun might have chalked their game, but they also chalked the Falcons from not only not getting a win, but not acquiring any points either.
That's a fact. You know, you got to look at Virtus Pro. They had a wonderful game, which was much needed. They were about 30 points behind that, breaking into top 4. Now they inch closer and closer. Still a little bit to go. But again, if these games continue on, even if we get 2 more games, which we're thinking that to be the case, Tiff, I mean, we don't know just yet, but I know you write the scripts. Woo. They can catch up. We got the official. Wow, this is quick. Leaderboard overall. So again, Falcons still on match point. Twisted Minds will be short. Ravens, though, will also be just behind that of Twisted Mind Lost Koreas. Now, of course, the bubble teams, Vitality, Virtus Pro, Gentlemates, as close as you could possibly be.
Yeah.
As many games as we get, that means more teams start to enter in the top 4 race, but also into the match point goes. It's close.
It's very close. Again, reminder, Twisted Minds are inside the top 4. It really means that we have 5 spots, which means Vitality's there. Virtus Pro just outside looking in, but a couple folks creeping in closer. Whew, I am ready for this next game, Taylor, because it is a very tight race for the top 5 position to make it to EWC. But again, not to be hypothetical, Harry, but what if the Falcons just close it out here, man?
What if they don't?
What if? What if, right? Kane Brown wrote a song, What Ifs. Let's see if he was right about it. Let's get it going. Dandro, Enigma, let's see if they can close it out.
I think Tiff had the best question there, Enigma. What if we go one more game? Because that, to me, is what I'm looking at. Yeah, the Falcons are poised
Absolutely.
where if they win this, we end the tournament. Fantastic. But guess what? There's a lot of people waiting in the wings. And if we go one more game, man, Twisted Minds, Ravens, Amir and co. are all so close to also cross that threshold.
Yeah, it feels like we've got about 3 different wars going on right now on all sort of fronts. Taylor's replies continue to become more unhinged, but you do have obviously the top stuff going on right now, but then it's also that battle for the bubble of getting in, because like we said, it moves to 5th now, essentially, with Twisted Minds basically guaranteed through in those top 4. Vitality 119, VP 105, Gentlemates 101, just had a 28-point banger. T1, 92.8. They have risen like a phoenix from the ashes. So it's now looking at all of those teams and being like, okay, well, which one of you wants 5th, gentlemen? And can it be better than that? So many different squads, because again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are new to Warzone, if the Falcons win this next game, they go top, they take $30,000, they march on to EWC short. The rest of the leaderboard freezes. So everybody else, if you're Twisted Minds, Ravens, Lost Koreas, you're just looking to have a solid game. If you're Vitality, VP, Gentlemates, T1, you need a banger here. You need a heater to put you potentially inside that top 5. The Falcons win this next map, you can still get yourself to Saudi Arabia. You've just got to go massive right now. And you saw how much it meant to Gentlemates in that last map. They got the knock on the Falcons. They knew they needed more time this afternoon, so they went on the hunt and ensured that we see one more game.
Some of that composure is exactly what you were looking for from these rosters. Gentlemates starting to heat up. Virtus Pro starting to heat up. Vitality still finding success in here as well. Our gap is closing on in for some of our teams here as we look to maybe end our tournament here in map number 9. Enigma, I think the other big storyline that we got to talk about is obviously the Falcons in that last game. They get a little bit shaky, maybe put themselves in a position they don't need to be. So my question is, do they right the course? Do they correct their wrongs here in map number 9? It's a very Western zone pull, and look, already we got some fights brewing across the map. That contested train station still happening, and well, a new contest that's been brewing. It's the Gentlemates versus Virtus Pro, and it looks like VP yet again winning out that fight.
Couple of interesting changes in the landings there. You talk about that VP one, but also a T1 giving up call and heading them back on over. And I've got to ask the questions about that later on, but we'll move on forward for now. So much to talk about, and of course, a lot of blood early, but all 16 teams will remain in this lobby. No insta wipes coming through. Ravens going to set themselves up in Main Street as they so like, laying damage into For Fun. Really glad to see them send it towards Falcons last time around, but yeah, went horribly south for them. And Main Street's going to continue to be hot property, hot commodity, and Ravens, they're mopping up.
I think this is a great call from the Ravens. I think they realized that For Fun probably landed on top of Falcons in that last game. Says, hey, we can flex down a little bit here at Main Street and just kind of shoot up over the top, over to Boat. And that's exactly what happens, right? For Fun, they get put into the blender. Half of them are fighting the Falcons. Half of them are fighting Ravens Esports. And just no opportunity to kind of get their feet underneath them. You can see them flying in from the sky on the minimap there of the Falcons players. And it's just, they have to just go basically into Narnia and try and regain it. It's just going to be so tough in order to make it happen. For, of course, Spectre, though, it's been a little bit of a hot start already here at Research. You might win out the POI, but you got to get moving here quick. And, well, I don't know if taking this fight against Team 7 is exactly the best way to do it.
Certainly won't be. A Switching gets knocked. Sariel's going to try and provide the trade. Cracks in. EGRT is lovely, but he won't wallbang anything. And you're going to have to find a different position here. As a player from Squad 13, that is Lotus 8, sits over the top. Sariel is just about going to get out, but needs to buy time to get Swizzen back into the mix. She will at least be in Research, able to get lost pretty well here. And Swizzen will spawn back in. To give you an update on where a couple of bubble teams are right now. Gentlemates trying to regain in Main Street. VP, control of Pond House. Whereas for T1, they're also in a bit of a regain blender, but did just square up with VP. Only one player alive for that team right now. They're in a difficult position. All their hot momentum cut early in this one.
Yeah, he made a great call out. They did such a great job contesting at Cole. They win, of course, one of those fights early on here at Train Station against Vitality, maybe feeling themselves a little bit. They come right back at Train, and unfortunately for them, I think it's just too many people on this side of the map. A little bit of a, they lose that initial fight against Vitality. They're trying to regain, not expecting Virtus Pro maybe to also try and make their presence known coming on in from that pond side. Look at this, Vitality starting to circle around. You got two members of Virtus Pro trying to take these shots on the players in the water if possible. I don't mind this Destroy looking out up over the top, trying to maybe cut those players down. You had one last member of Vitality. I'll be giving those live pings up into the air, giving the comms, let them know exactly where these members of Virtus Pro are sitting. But you don't got to do anything crazy right now. Go ahead, back on up if you are Virtus Pro, realizing, hey, we are in a strong spot. If we continue to fry out, we have a great map. We can put ourselves up on that leaderboard.
Without a shadow of a doubt. A lot of teams jostling for position. Lobby still very healthy. Obviously slowed down by the fact that, well, the Falcons, they aren't going to get aggressive here. They don't need to. They'll start to punch a path at some point, but for now can just back off. Essentially playing two anchors on the boat after recent contests from the likes of For Fun. They're going to play the smart game. G2 tries to get out. Can be tagged up here. Could fall. Knocks Millsy. There will be another player from Lotus 8 in. And 2 potentially flying through the sky. Big man's done well. Yeah, that's that G2 roster in. It's Clown, actually, that may try and hold him as he looks to escape here. Crossing to Mill is where you want to get to next. You do have the PA. That's going to cut off opposing players that are maybe trying to be a bit of a pain in the ass. And your boys will land. Honestly, I go for Mill here. You've got about 7 grand in the pocket. Try and put it to use this buy station.
See the PA come out, try and hopefully buy you some space to make some moves, but Big Man doesn't even need to try and move. Just found, I don't mind this. Can you catch one trying to push on over? You're gonna get some good damage, but meanwhile at Barn, T1 looks like a regain, and we've seen them chow this team at Cole. Looks like it's going to be a play at Barn now.
Right.
Disrupt's able to find Melvin, but the trades are there. Echo gets dropped, and I think that might be a T1 wipe, my friend. No, actually it's not. I see one player floating in the sky. It looks close, but it wasn't there. But either way, T1 is still in a blender. Yeah, it's Spam, still alive. Just hanging out in this cubby hole. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, to update you guys, Falcons in a great spot. Twisted Minds are currently doing their thing now, trying to play back out of Mansion. For Ravens, they're still doing their thing in Main Street, holding down the bank. Los Korea's trying to regain in the water. All the teams after that, the best one right now, Vitality, putting themselves in a good spot. 7 kills and complete control of train station. That's your biggest threat, but reminder, it does drop to 5 teams. If we are going to see Twisted Minds inside the top, so that opens it up for the likes of VP, Gentlemates. But none of those teams particularly progressing right now, and neither are G2. It's been a weird afternoon for them. Solid start, faded off. Big man's got to do his worst, and well, he gets cleaned up just in the nick of time. Anxiety will spawn back in, but I don't know how long you're still for this world, my friend.
Yeah, he's already in tagged up too, coming on in. Maybe can make something happen towards that boat side. I don't think he even has cash to go for one of those buybacks. It's a tough situation. As we kind of look towards the southern side of the map, Ravens are starting to flex up towards that church area, and the Falcons are still alive, but they're sort of flirting with danger though, because Los Correos, they've taken managed to control of the bridge, and well, if you try and make this cross and you're not aware of their positioning, you could very easily get cut down. But for the Falcons, they realize we don't have to do anything just yet. They can basically ride this edge of zone if they need to. You're playing for info. You're trying to throw some shoulders where you can. Donkey has an idea that there's maybe somebody over here on this bridge in the hut, and is gonna maybe try and hold it on out. Nice little look at the map view though, as we start to see where this pulls, and we're going back towards the north. This could bode very well for Virtus Pro.
Everything I just said that was good for Vitality, by the way. You've been rocked up on and potentially wiped off the map by VP. Looks like they are gone out of here. They were sat on 119 points coming into this. You're going to see them in the top 5 overall with 128. VP were coming into about 15 points back. So VP do have that big map, and then Falcons win. That could be the difference maker. That could be the moment that gets them to EWC.
That's a huge win there. Dak down on Main Street, though. Ravens currently sitting in second. This is a huge fight. King Chalk goes wide. Scythe there for the cut down, though, but it's a full onto Anxiety. Keys, last one alive. He has to fly back towards this buy station. Can he hit it? Get the buyback on in? Looks like he will be able to. King Chalk, welcome back to the lobby, my friend. We're missing 6 teams here. You've made it into the top 10. 1.2 multiplier activated for all squads in this roster. But to be honest with you, the multiplier might not matter, because you can see the Falcons are still alive and they're making their way towards church.
Ravens need one more kill to cross threshold and put themselves on match point. For Twisted, it's at least 4, so multiplier will do a lot of the work for you. Falcons, of course, looking to close. Noob's going to be on your front here. He's been the Star Slayer for them this afternoon, and they will find Enkyo in the initial engagement. Gentlemate's going to be in 2v3 here. Initial trade, though, on Dongi. 2v2 sets up. Noob's high.
Huge shoots there coming on out. Noobs does a great job. You catch a player up towards the top, but down below, look who's now coming to get on in the mix. Grimey's managed to find Soka. Falcons, I don't think they're going to be able to stay alive. We'll get full confirmation that the Falcons are out. But if so, we might be going one more game, ladies and gentlemen, as the zone starts to constrict everybody and the fights start breaking out. King Chalk still alive, coming back on in from the buyback. Finds 2 members of 4Fun Esports, only 1 remaining. You got to clear them out to get your way on into the zone, but way to keep your dreams alive.
Falcons dead. We'll see one more game. Ravens crush. Threshold. Gentlemates out. A lot of movement going on right now. Vitality are done, of course. Los Carrillos are out as well. So all those teams will freeze for the moment. Twisted Minds will have bodies alive on the northern side of the map, although it's in a little bit of a regain blender situation for them. So it all comes down then. Ravens Esports, what do you want to do with the rest of this? Got a bit of a rotation on. Squad 10 is going to be Team GUI. They've had a torrid afternoon. They're starting to rotate in, but under pressure immediately from G2. Two teams that haven't had much of much. So VP then, the movement over from Train. If they get center zone, if they get over towards Church here, they're looking very pretty.
And this could be a huge game for VP. This battle between GUI and G2 continuing to roll on out. FLS has made his way on into Grandma's, trying to be able to get to this buy station. 27k in hand, double buyback. You're gonna be feeling okay with it. No shots coming on in. You can even get a loadout if you wanted to. Nope, it looks like it's going to be a UAV probably. Not too worried, and just like that, blink of an eye, Enigma. As we get to the top 5, Twisted Minds still in it. This is going to be enough for them to cross the threshold. So not only do we have Ravens Esports joining the Falcons, it's also the Twisted Minds. For Los Carrillos, they were taken out too early in this map. They're going to be on the outside looking in. This could be a huge map for all of these teams remaining. Heeds, last one alive from Ravens, lurking on the outside. We got 3 members of G2 looking down at you. Do you get found out? You do, but you're going to take Scythe with you onto the exit. A huge kill, but it's not going to be able to get any more. Ravens will get taken on out, but you've done the damage that you need to.
Certainly have. 3 teams will be on threshold for that next map. Closing out here, 4 teams. Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro starting to engage on the north side. Virtus Pro win this. Virtus Pro go big. They could put themselves within that top 5. However, Twisted Minds, they want to win this whole thing as well. And they want to do it with as many points as possible. So expect it to be a very difficult foe to face. And the zone's going to go straight to Twisted, who've wrapped wide in order to control this entire north side. VP will have to head towards them, but there's very little cover. You sparse safety between what you currently sit and where you need to get to.
I don't even know if VP had this realization that Twisted Minds is right at their back. You're going to hear this LDBR going off. You're going to hear these shots go on through as it's a huge regain for Team GUI. Melvin, FLS, as they've now started to make their way over to Church. Feels like they've probably only fought G2 in this entire map. Couple of shots go on out. You'll maybe back on up. You don't want to try and take this, but look who's come on over to join the fight. It is none other than Twisted Minds. Z Smith's going to be able to catch Anxiety, cuts them on down, but all 3 members of GUI, FLS, Melvin, they start to make their way on in. Shifty Shun, he's going to be able to find Melvin. Z Smith's there for the trade. Shifty will get full, but Z Smith goes huge, and he's actually able to get the 3rd. Scythe's still alive, cleans them on up. A few of our teams fall just like that. It is all 3 members of Virtus Pro alive and just 2 solos.
You have 15 kills already. You want the 2 remainders. There's the first. It's only Scythe, and he won't be here for very long. Virtus Pro could make the jump right now to go top 5, and what a huge map out of them. Here in the most recent drop, Donkey being put to the sword will fall early. Destroy, though, on his feet, letting everybody know. What an incredible performance out of them. You can hear him, you can see him going absolutely nuts in the arena. Incredible stuff from them. Again, could be the difference maker. Grimy under so much pressure coming into this event. Are you overchalling? Are you doing too much? You're setting your teammates up for failure. He's going to put himself on double digits at the map when Virtus Pro needed him most.
Listen, this is the type of game that you love to see if you are a fan of any of these 3 members. Not only are they able to fry out, they put themselves in the best position possible. They take over Train, right? They're getting some of these shots onto Vitality. They win that huge first contest against the Gentlemates in order to secure that. This is a team that's been known for running research. So the fact that they have sort of a backup plan B of being able to land at this pond house, win that initial contest, and dovetail that into a map win is huge for their confidence. Now, here's the real question though, Enigma. Did they do enough to enter that top 5? How close are they to our 150 point match point threshold? All I know is that you are breathing a sigh of relief if you are Twisted Minds or Ravens Esports right now, because you've done enough to cross the threshold to join the Falcons at the top. But let's do a little bit of a breakdown of that end game, because it all centered around Church and was really predicated off of basically both these 2 teams fighting and Twisted Minds coming in trying to third party unsuccessfully.
Yeah, Twisted Minds will probably want that one back. They're not necessarily sure if they're looking for maybe too many kills there, whether they just wanted to slow it down or lacked information on how they wanted to play it out. But you had VP off towards that train station side. When that zone drags north, they're probably thinking, okay, we kind of want to back off to our anchor here. They just don't get it for free because Sife's kind of lingering around. He trades it all on out. If you know that that zone's going to pull in that direction, I think they slow it up and play on the wall and just hold VP instead. They're maybe thinking, okay, well, what we could do is push up towards that chapel. Zone drags there. No one's going to be able to get in. Overthink it a little bit, but either way, they'll be cross thresholds, so they won't mind too much. But Virtus Pro, what a game out of them. I'm trying to do the math. There's a lot of work to do, and of course, we'll leave the admin crew to figure it all out, but you can see why the boys are standing up and getting loud. That, again, could have put them top 5 after what has been an up and down afternoon and could mean Saudi Arabia this summer.
D getting so excited, almost knocks over the chair in his excitement there. I love it. Listen, if there's anything you know from that man, he bleeds nothing but pure passion. And I think that's a good sort of dichotomy between him and his teammates, because Adrian and Grimy, they're pretty low key. They don't really get too excited about anything. Hey, Destroy, he'll bring all of the energy for that squad and representing Virtus Pro well in that game. Really insane stuff to see from just so many squads in that game, right? Just watching everybody trying to take those fights, being able to try and get into that power position that they need, land in a completely different spot that we really haven't seen them do yet. All kinds of fun stuff, of course, to break down. Let's get the desk back on in here. Let's see what they have to say about that game and us going one more game.
Thank you, Dandro and Enigma. One more game. How many times can we say that? Well, for now, we've got 3 teams on match point. Before, it was Falcons who dominated it. They were the only team. However, now 2 more have joined into the mix. Twisted Minds and Ravens, who have been stellar all day long today. A shout out to the Ravens, man, for performing and really showcasing what they're all about. Again, carrying that momentum from yesterday and now looking even stronger today. Goj, talk to me about this game. Falcons have yet another chance, but unfortunately they fall short.
Yeah, they fall short, and frankly, it is pretty difficult to win when you're the only team on match point because everybody has to target you if they see you. So it was difficult. They did a good job of rotating Chapel, just couldn't quite close things out. But this map was one that was really fun to watch because of what Twisted Minds was able to do, what Ravens Esports was able to do, and what Virtus Pro was able to do. Those 3 teams fragged out this lobby, won the map, and I've got to tip it to Ravens Esports, man. We've been hyping them up all day for good reason. They're one of the 3 teams now on match point, like you said, and they are so dang adaptable. They're landing in different spots. They're playing out of Main Street now, which frankly is just difficult to do in general, and they're doing it near flawlessly. They're able to win one, sure, but they're also just able to stay alive, which is the name of the game in Resurgence. So very well done from Ravens Esports. You see them pick up for fun here into the final 8 to get to the top 5, to get their multiplier, and to breach that threshold. They are just playing so confidently, probably off the confidence that they were afforded in the last map of Open LAN Finals to get to this stage yesterday. Neeson drops a 19 kill banger rather to get their spot here. So now they got nothing to lose. They're playing with ego, and it's working out for them. But of course, Virtus Pro get the win they desperately needed. This should put them into the top 5 and potentially kick Vitality out of the top 5, Taylor.
Definitely the case, and the question is, can they go even further? Breaking the top 4. Las Carrillos is just above them, right? But it is VP who's been on the come up, and I tell you what, they are blessed to have multiple games before them, because if they didn't, if it was closed out earlier, no shot they make it in the top 5. They're going to be cooked. They're in trouble. Now they have a very real chance. Virtus Pro with Destroy, would love to see them in Saudi Arabia once again, because we know the caliber of player Destroy is, what he brings to the table as a player, as a competitor, and just as a human being as a whole, man. He's got the hype. Ravens, though, again, great. Twisted Minds, again, the consistency, Tiff, it's there. They've been so great all day today, and finally they surpassed the match threshold. They also have a chance to win. The returning champions might be a champion in Birmingham.
I mean, they very well could be, right? The Twisted Minds have already won a map prior. Ravens have proved they can win out in this lobby. So now when you meet Falcons on that coveted Call of Duty Warzone match point, this is a chance to prove that you are better than them. Raven Esports coming in from the open as 2nd seed, right? This would be a dream come true. Enigma said it earlier, right? He's used to compete under that Gentle Mates banner. And honestly, Raven Esports is doing better than the Gentlemates right now. You've got King Chalk and you have Neason, who's performing so crazy good that it's just so cool to see. Like, I'm really enjoying it, and they deserve so much love, so much respect. And if they close it out here, we're in for a treat, baby, because it's Birmingham. Your French are gonna go crazy.
They definitely are. It's been an incredible day for multiple regions, right? Not only for North America, for EU, but Latin America as well, being represented. Los Carrillos, they've been on fire. So both Ravens and Los Carrillos have been my two favorite rosters in terms of surprises for today. For Falcons Twisted Minds, I expected them to be where they currently are, and they are performing so well. Now the question is, Coach, now 3 teams are on that match point. I think it ends here. I really do, because you begged the question earlier when we were in the $5. You know, do we see any other teams potentially win today outside of those who have already won? Well, Twisted Minds, Falcons, Ravens, they all know how to win, and now they're all in a position to take this tournament.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, VP just got the first win, which was a huge one for them. So technically, it's still possible. I mean, the big question I think Enigma had brought up was, hey, does T1 start grabbing some wins? That's possible as well. It may not be over here. Now, I've said it was over the last 2 maps, and I was wrong. So it could be over now that there's 3 teams on match point. Okay, so let's take a look, though, at the drop 9 results in general, because that 27.2 points that we thought it was does hold true for Virtus Pro. They desperately need these points, and they get them. G2 Taylor finally have a good map, 19.6. They've been mediocre at best today, just frankly because they're taking so many fights early game that they're not fully winning. They're constantly in a stabilization blender. But then Twisted Minds pick up 18.2 points to drop over that threshold as well.
That's it. Big game for Virtus Pro. Man, for fun, though. They were an interesting roster a couple of games ago. This time around, they do get 13, still not in the biggest conversation. So, obviously, all attention has to be on Twisted Minds and Co-Vitality. Also, falling down 9 points, not going to be a lot given where they were at in top 5. It's a little bit scary for them now. Skullface, Sage, Blasity started off so strong, Tiff. They've got to finish strong, and it could be the final map. So, for them, they need to make it worth it. They need to make it count. And we look at it, here it is. Los Carrillos just 10 points behind, but Falcons, Ravens, Twisted Minds, all on match point. Tiff, the race for top 5, though, is incredibly close. Vitality drops below Virtus Pro, but they still have a chance.
They do. It's that close, right? 5 points separating 5th and 6th. That's a big storyline. And then as you scroll down, sure, even AG Global, you've got Oki, FIFA Kill, and Scummin. We haven't really seen too much of them on the main broadcast. They've been caught up at that research center mess, chaos, all of it, right? And they've still got 85 points. We're still on the up and up. Now, you do want to make the most money here on land, right? So every point, every kill, every performance is going to matter, especially with 3 top tier teams that have the chance to halt this out. We've played 2 games with the Falcons on match point. They haven't closed it out. T1 has started to warm up, but now when you've got Twisted Minds across from them that are also on match point, look, Shifty's looking to take it from the Falcons. He really is. I'm not going to say it's getting personal, but it's getting a little personal.
Tiff, I will say, I'm going to echo a great question you had earlier, but what if one of these 3 teams don't close it out? Los Carrillos, they're at 140 points. They need 10 points total. Virtus Pro only need 17 points. And then you got Vitality that only need 22. Folks, if it is not closed out right here, we are about to be... I'll use the term again. We're about to be in a blender, okay?
We're in for a treat. We're in for a treat.
It is spinning everybody around, and who knows where it may land. Taylor, take it away, because this is going to be nuts if one of these 3 teams don't win.
Let's find out. Hey, it's a big one, Chat Arena. Let's get loud. It's game number 10. Dantro Enigma, take it away.
Whoo, baby. If you had asked me, we have been at 10 games here today, Enigma, I would have said there's a possibility, but I think we probably get done a little bit earlier. But looking at the state of our scoreboard heading into game number 10, my friend, do you think it ends here? Do we see one of the Falcons' Twisted Minds or Ravens clutch it up here? Or do we get to smash that button and go one more game and potentially see even more teams on our Call of Duty Warzone match point?
Yeah, I'm a weird one, man. Part of me's I thought we'd be done way before this as well, but honestly, the fact that we've got Los Carrillos at 10 points back, the story that would bring, the romanticism that has to it, that whole chapter of putting your money on the line, flying out, paying the ticket to get on over from the LATAM region and take part, get through the open, and then potentially make match point 2. I love that. Virtus Pro, they're not sat far back either. They're on 17 points adrift. Vitality just 5 points back from that. If we got one more map, if we do that, ladies and gentlemen, we could have 6 teams cross threshold. Now, you and me, we've been blessed before with one that's had like 9 in it, and that was a hell of a time. But that wasn't for $100,000. That wasn't on LAN. That wasn't in Birmingham. So drop 10. Well, if it ends here, it has been an incredible day. I'd love to hit that button for one more game.
We'll have to wait and see. It feels like it's been really the Falcons just trying to stay alive as long as they could. But now you have 3 other teams. But I gotta bring this up every single time we talk about this. These are 3 teams who have all been massively frying out all day long. What happens when you give some more map to these other squads who now maybe have an opportunity to start shooting? Could flip the map on its head, could maybe play out like we've gone and seen. It's really, to me, going to come all the way down to where this circle pulls, because it feels like for a number of our teams, depending on where that zone pulls, we see drop spots change, we see early contests happen, and we can see some of our match point teams out early on. But enough conjecture, enough wondering, enough questions. Let's hop on into it, my friend. Map number 10 starts now. Do we end the Birmingham LAN finals, or do we go one more game?
Generates G2 will continue their contest. We return to that over Lumbermill. T1 and Vitality will square up here at train station. Disrupt gets one knocked off the stage, traded instantly. Echo will find Blast, however. Spam, no, he's going to be knocked instead. And you've lost 2 players. Echo just trying to stay alive right now. Opens a box, brings that timer down. Disrupt will get back in. Echo got to find some sort of safety to keep his team in this. Reminder, if we do go another game, a big map from these boys puts them right on the cusp of that top 5.
That would be crazy. Sage getting knocked as well. So Vitality, they're going to lose a lot of this early engagement. And you can see Scummin is actually being a thorn in the side to both of these teams. He's the only member from AG Global over here. He's actually the one to gotta get involved in that fight, right? So while this 3v3 is happening, you have to be very careful that Scummin is not going to be able to find just some type of angle, all of a sudden throw your fight into a little bit of a tizzy. Regain though from Vitality as they look to hold on this outside. Some good early shots. You find Echo. That's there. Skull is going to go for that finish.
Cleans it through. That's going to put T1 into a situation where they got to back off because you lose one over at main as well. So one member of that squad is in the fight. Dragon's actually going to knock Blastides from bowling. Looking at the other squads. The typical from Falcons, from Ravens, from Twisted Minds, who have pushed away for fun, who are trying to make their interesting very fun. Afternoon very fun even. Virtus Pro controlling Pond, they're comfy. T1 are coming back for this, and actually the player that was still in the fight has just been knocked and disrupt. So one body's had to hit the water and one's floating in the sky. T1 continuing to be in a blender early in this drop 10. For the Ravens, you're missing Nielsen for a moment. But there's plenty of places to get lost in when it comes to Main Street. It's why they're doing such a good job of staying alive when they need to. For now, get through this early resurgence timer. Set yourselves up for what could be a historic moment for this French roster.
It's a very mixy area. This is kind of the problem of being here, right? You play out of this Main Street side. It's what gives you the secret to success, to being one of these teams at the top of the leaderboard. But then you say, wait, we have to try and win a game playing out of Main Street? You've only been able to do it once so far, and it was in that game number 8. Going back to back would certainly be an absolute treat. But look at this. You got an idea that there is someone near you. It's going to be Dongi taking on down. This is going to force a couple of that other squad to start to move on over. That is, of course, going to be Los Carrillos, who are looking to get active in here, but Criminal God taken down by Niacin yet again. Thankfully, Z-Dark is there for a trade, so don't allow you to get fully aggressive, but he's going to just stabilize for the time being. Top right of your corner there, your screen there, ladies and gentlemen. You can see what teams have crossed our match point threshold and what teams are waiting in the wings.
And I believe that's not updated, that most recent knock from Dark, so Los Carrillos need 8 more to get themselves over the line. 6 and some multi, probably do it for you. More than capable of that. Get a big wide shot of this ongoing fight as Ravens bring Brody back into it. You're engaging low here. Los Carrillos putting this Ravens team to the sword. Dark will find Heeds, and Dark will then shall the second. Backs Nielsen down with the crack. King Jogs elsewhere. Beautiful work from Dark and Criminal God. Been so damn good today. And if they get across this match point threshold, they put themselves within a position of a first huge match point tournament for a LATAM roster. It's them two working pure magic.
Hey, you know what though? For King Chalk, it doesn't matter how many kills you have, as long as you can stay alive, get the teammates back on in. It's just about a win for that team at this point. For another team that's also just looking for a win, it's Twisted Minds. And guess what? They're feeling A-okay over here at Mansion. They've been uncontested most of the day. They've actually had to spend most of the day playing out of Mansion and full running at teams. They don't got to do that anymore. It's a full POI that they're going to be able to hold on to. So while maybe it's a little bit quieter towards that northern side of the map, Los Carrillos, they are looking to continue to put fight towards Ravens Esports. You find one, you're on the hunt for another. They are just farming right now, but they would love to be able to get a full squad wipe here.
Certainly would. Namir's going to find one, cracks him, backs him down into his teammate. And there you go. Chalk found yet again. You will get that ping. It's early enough that you still get it, but the Falcons are starting to push over. Hearing a lot of noise. The gas is also starting to move. You gotta be careful if you're Los Carrillos. You're very close to threshold. Might need to back off here and reassess the situation. But Heats will be full stun, so they're going to push this. Actually, in the whole fight of that, one of the Falcons members gets taken on out. Heats will get found on out. Nyson has been brought back on in, but he's getting pinged out of the sky, and he is ripped. I'm not entirely sure if that is a full wipe or not. We'll get confirmation. Either way, not looking good for Ravens Esports. Yeah, and confirmation that they will be out. They are full done, so it is on Twisted or Falcons to close it here. Go to Light Unlimited. Kiraku gonna back one down on the rooftop. It's a member of AG Global. Both of these teams really in the conversation for bubble, for big prize money for EWC. Let's take a look at one that most certainly is. Falcons gonna knock Echo here. T1 in a bit of bother. The rest of those players are going to be in bank, but they were likely on the hunt while Echo was trying to anchor. So that's going to destabilize their whole setup. They'll need to slow it down. And they're going to be up against potentially some Los Carrillos members here, as well as Noobs. And my God, this boy's been frying today.
He's been absolutely shooting. What has me worried here, Enigma, you might be able to get some of these shots on out, but you called it. Los Carrillos, they could decide to spring on forward and get involved in this fight. Noobs on the stairs. Disrupt doing a great job of getting that knock. Thankfully, no full coming on in. Dongi there for a trade, but he's actually going to get knocked as well because of Criminal God coming on in. It's just Soka. He's the only one left alive. He does have enough for a buyback if he can get to one of the buy stations. Resurgence is still here as well. Just kind of a little bit of an insurance statement if you need, but I'm seeing some of these members of Los Carrillos, they have an idea that there is movement, that Soka might be the only last player alive. I saw Criminal God get a kill in the kill feed there. Dude, this is getting mixy for so many of our match point teams, except Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, they were one of three coming on in, and they're just chilling. We're getting a zone pull up towards Mansion. They're just frying from the rooftops. They're having a great game.
Yeah, it's a confirmation, by the way, that Soka did die, but within that heartbeat, he gets his boys back in, but they're under pressure elsewhere. However, as Los Carrillos continue to form here and have put themselves across that threshold, you will get more bodies for Falcon spawn in at Mansion, but Dongi's under pressure. Twisted Minds, what they would do to signal an end to their threat. And Z-Smith will bury Dongi. Soka looking for a safe spot, desperately needs it, hanging on by a thread. The Falcons match point challenge, and they're gonna head to bowling, and you're gonna hope and pray and get yourself as much away from the action as you can be. Falcons, indeed blender of all blenders. And you've got a long rotation to even get yourself close to circle at this point.
The blender of all blenders is a beautiful way to put it, my friend. And it's just been them getting taken out. And I'm looking at that kill feed. Twisted Minds getting another squad out of this lobby. Team Clown eliminated, taken on out. And still, Twisted just continuing to hold down Mansion. Nobody needs to be here. Disrupt looks like he's maybe a lone soldier over here on the side. Almond spending all that cash down below. And they're looking to pop an advanced UAV. See if anybody else is in this POI with them. And I think they're going to get that read.
Take a quick wide look here. So much going on for Twisted Minds, lots to juggle in the kill feed. Amir's gonna knock Ahsoka, by the way. And Noobs is just trying to look for cover. He's trying to get the hell out of here. Will find FIFA kill. That's gonna drag timers down for the rest of his boys. Dongi's recovering elsewhere, but it's a one man on a mission, and Dongi trying to find a safe passage into this later portion of the map. 10 teams still in this. Only 2 can close it here. Ravens dealt with early. Los Carrillos have crossed. We'll definitely have 4. But Vitality, they've hit 144 points. They're rotating in. Should they get a couple more and we see one more game, ladies and gentlemen, could be 5 squads looking to close it out.
Well, you got to take down Twisted Minds and Falcons if we want to get there. And they do a great job. You find Skinner on your low ground. And look at that. Almond just has so many UAVs on that buy station. So they're going to be set on an advance. Still over here towards that bridge side, though. Falcons just trying to stay alive. You got teams at your front. You got teams at your back. It's just going to be noobs. He's gone huge so many times for his roster here today. You got to do it one more time, Eddie. Player from G2 at your front. Smoke comes on out. You're going to try and use it as a bait, but the double swing is there. And just like that, Falcons have been eliminated. 7 squads left in this lobby. It's all down to Twisted Minds. But Los Carrillos are continuing to fry. They are continuing to push the needle forward. As with that, they have crossed match point threshold. They are looking good. They are reaping everywhere that is in Mansion, and they are leaving it up to Twisted Minds to try and survive from this POI.
Confirmation, by the way, before Falcons drop there, so do VP. So it's likely that Vitality hold that all-important 5th spot. Should Twisted Minds do it, they will nudge the qualification down to them. Help them on through to Saudi Arabia. Shifty going to hold the top of Mansion. Anyone trying to patrol the courtyard here, you're going to be picked up. And there's the first, and the shots are glorious, but just not enough to get the knock. PA's designed to play cutoffs. Do you read that there's a player down to your right? No, that player escapes on off to your left. A frustrating one for Shifty. Team 8 going to be tucked in beneath. That's Light Unlimited. Team 10 also nearby. That's FLS and Co. There's one member of Los Carrillos just hanging around. They've reached match point. They've done their job. It's just now about making sure Twisted don't close out.
I think this is a great job. Twisted Minds, just hold this rooftop. They're doing such a good job of just kind of floating from one side to the other. Do not let anybody get up into these areas where they can just sneak up on you on this roof. Protect the zip line. Protect some of these stairs. Zone is going to pull out into that courtyard of Mansion. You're going to have a little bit of this rooftop left on into zone, but the question now becomes Enigma. Do you try and play from this rooftop, or do you swing on out and try to go down the stairs and play from a low ground?
Well, that's a very tough question to answer. There's a reason I'm sat this side of the desk. I actually really like what G2 have done here. They knew they couldn't cross the courtyard, so they decided to play very wide on the south side. But as I'm saying that, Twisted Minds, who saw them make that play, decided, we like your idea, and we're going to take it for our own. Down goes Scythe, and Big Man, Anxiety will live to see another day. But Twisted Minds, who could close it here, only face the threat of one other full 3 team, and that is going to be FLS & Co. It's not been their afternoon thus far. You'd be a brave man to bet on them taking down Twisted looking like this. Incredible read to shut down this entire south side of the circle and claim it for their own with one man on the roof of Mansion as well. They're in a glorious spot to close it all out here.
This feels like it comes down to, can GUI, FLS, and Melvin put us one more game? Almond, he's still on the roof. He's still holding this area, making sure nobody can look down above them. A veteran play coming on out from your EWC champion. Look at Smith playing on the outside of the zone. It pulls on over. Almond will get found on out, but they have the cash down below if they want to try and hang on to it. They're going to be able. The buyback on Almond comes on in. That's going to give them some info as he flies on through. Can he manage to stay alive? Shifty claims FLS with a PA as well. Twisted Minds, they're still here. They're still fighting.
Smith's gonna drop though. Anxiety being a thorn from the outside wall. You didn't manage to mop him up in that earlier fight, and how he's come back to fight you for it. Shifty gets knocked as well. Put down. Almond's in the gas. He does have a stim to his name, but Anxiety wants to clean this up. Finds Shifty. Pushes in, but the 2 players are going to engage. You can just leave him to it if you're Almond. He does. He lets the 2 cross. Finds the knock in the second as well. Into a 1v2. It's Los Carrillos to stop them.
Los Carrillos. It's a 2v1. We've seen them here before. They cut down the Falcons earlier on. They need to cut down Twisted Minds. They know exactly where Almond is sitting. Amir, he's got the roof on lock. I've seen a lot of crazy 1v3s, my friend, in my Warzone time. And well, I don't know if we're going to get one here from Ben already. He's trying to do his best. He's slipping. He's sliding around here, but the zone has continued to pull them away. Some great shots, getting the armor crack that's there. You're lurking your way on forward. Wait, he gets one. Oh, almost snaps for the second, but you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? Thanks to the hands of the Latam Demons, Los Carrillos push us one more game as they go ahead and take map number 10, netting their 3rd game win of the day.
Anyone else feel like they need to catch a breather? Maybe sit down, feeling a little lightheaded. Incredible stuff there towards the end. Felt like Shifty had made a play from the very top draw. Needs to buy his boy back in after FLS has wiped him. Drops a PA on top of that as well. That re-clears that mansion roof, knocks the only other full 3 team, puts them in a great spot. But it's just going back to that fight early on. You play that south wall very well. You find Big Man, you find Scythe. Who lives? Anxiety. And he wraps back through that south side, plays that wall, gets the knock onto Shifty, and completely changes that fight, completely resets it. Glorious work from him. And then obviously Los Carrillos to come in and just hold the line, stay very composed, and make sure that we see yet another drop today.
I mean, this looked like it was Twisted Minds games to lose. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought they had done it, but it's right here where Almond is this sole player up on the roof, and great play from Melvin and Gooey, right? You got to respect it. They double hit the zip to chow it. They get that kill, and it's immediately pushed down onto the stairs. And while that's happening, that's going to force the rest of Twisted Minds onto the inside. And then it's basically Anxiety also here playing spoiler, finding the kill onto Smith. It's just too many angles that you're trying to watch, that you're trying to keep in your head. You're worried about the people pushing from behind you. You're worried about getting gate kept from the front, and that's just exactly what happens. And while all that's going on, what is the one member of Los Carrillos doing? Oh, hitting this one buy station that's still in zone. Gets the teammates back on in. Let's hold out the rest of these teams. You hear the shots. You know exactly where they are. You set up on top of that rooftop, and you just play the waiting game.
Certainly do, and I like that as well. You know what you control in the moment. You know that you basically, this could be you ending the tournament here, and yes, you probably qualify for EWC. That's wonderful, but this is Deus Amir. This is Dark. This is Criminal God. They want to come out and win this, make a statement not just for themselves, but for LATAM, for those who want to play in through the opens and show that they have what it takes. They're certainly doing an incredible job thus far. My God, 11 drops on the day. Some of us said it might be 7, it might be 8. With how good Falcons had looked at points, it could be done before we were even having to make halftime breaks. But, well, we will see 11. Los Carrillos now a cross match point. I think we've now got 5 teams, definitely 4, but potentially 5 over the line. And my God, what that sets us up for in this next one.
I think you said it best, my friend. I think we all need to take a little bit of a breather. You need to kind of let your body relax after that one, man, because I was nail biting all the way to the very end for us to go one more game. But with this many teams now on match point, I don't know if we go past this next one. And if we do, man, it's just the games are going to get even crazier. Let's get the desk back on in there. Let them tee us up this last game, break down who made it all the way over, because it's crazy.
Crazy indeed. Look, again, more teams start to join into the mix when it comes to the match points. At least a guaranteed 4. I don't know if the 5th one was able to sneak in, but Los Carrillos gets into the mix, which goes very scary for everybody because I believe they're one of the most winningest teams today, right? I mean, at least they're up there. What, 3? So, I mean, like,
3.
Brother, they have a real chance now to win for Latin America. A team that was put together that was on our radar, yes, but not like this. They have been stellar.
Yeah, like statistically, technically, they've won the most maps and therefore they have the highest % chance of winning. That's not really how it works, but that's what it feels like right now. This team is dominant. By the way, they not only won the map, they also nearly killed every single team that was near that match point threshold. They were the ones that kept this tournament going, and now they're in a position to win it. What could be one of the greatest storylines of a LATAM team showing up to Open, crushing it, and potentially winning this whole competition? I'm cheering for Deus Amir, man.
Oh, I have to at this point. I mean, look, I've always been an Amir fan. I genuinely have. He's just a great guy. He's a long-term competitor. He's over there in Latin America, you know, streaming naturally for his fan base. His fan base is incredible. Latin American region. I've been a huge fan of you since another title that I was a part of. I want this roster to win now, Tiff. I mean, they've made it this far. Might as well close it out.
Yeah, look, I could say that and have a story about every single team. I'm rooting for them all, but I think it is high time that squad gets a major win. They deserve it. LATAM deserves it, but you're going to have to get through some crazy teams to get there. You're talking Twisted Minds, who were so close to being able to make that happen. But think of 2 of the end games we've witnessed, and it was Los Carrillos that was able to prevent the Falcons from taking a map win. It was Amir at the end, right? Amir the anchor in a crazy 1v1 against Soka early on. And now they do it again here in map number, what was that, 10? We're in double digits against Twisted Minds. They are putting down the top tier teams, which makes them a top tier team that they've always been.
That's right. Well said, Tiff. And look, it was a good effort from not only Hisoka trying to stay alive as long as he did, Almond, I mean, almost performing miracles, Goj. At a certain point, this man looked like Superman. If he doesn't get caught up, of course, in this building with really nowhere to go. I mean, even this play, I was like, yo, losing my mind. He hits those shots on the heady on Amir. He clutches that up. It would have been cinema. He doesn't get it, but what an effort.
It was a great effort. There was a third, by the way. This team did pick up their third off of the side, so I don't think he could have 1v3'd, especially with the zone that he had. However, it was heroic plays. And you got to remember, too, we now get to a conversation that points really do matter. Like, of course, we're paying attention to that match point, which team's on it, which team wins it. We're still playing for a top 4 or top 5 position to get to EWC, so points really matter at this point. The fact that Twisted Minds, yes, they didn't win the map, but they were still able to get top 5, and Almond's picking up a 2-piece inside the top 5. Those points may make the difference on you winning a lot of money or maybe not as much.
That's right. This Los Criollos on your screen, one of our freshest teams to reach match point. They've got a little bit of a fan base behind them. Again, you know, after their win, sometimes they've even gone onto the polls check, literally just to chill. They are having a blast, Tiff. I love their energy. They're super relaxed. They're feeling confident. They're feeling good. The fact is, here on LAN, right, if they do make it to EWC, which I don't see why they wouldn't, even if they don't win this next game, right, match point, they have so much aura and confidence on LAN that it's going to carry over to EWC and give them a huge boost.
It really will. And I'm looking at chat right now, which can be incredibly dangerous. But I do want to give a shout out to everyone that is in chat right now. I see Crim. I see Criminal God is the GOAT of Call of Duty in Puerto Rico. Everyone is highlighting the Los Criollos. And they said, you know what? I think they can close it out. So I see you guys. And then also, you know, I just want to shout out Els44 right now. I bet my life Falcons ain't winning today. Woo. That's a crazy bet, my man. That's a crazy bet, my man. But the team on your screen right now with the crew, with the fans, I think they can do it. You never know.
That's it. I think they can. I'm telling you, Amir, big fan of him. Love the guy. We got a lot of watch parties happening. Is Amir one of them, Goj?
Yeah, Darius Amir's got the biggest watch party right now by a mile. 17K watching for Laptap over there on Darius Amir's stream. Huge win. Of course, we got to shout out Pulse Check as well. I'll clip it up with great viewership. But Darius Amir is trying to bring it home for an entire region, which is a massive burden to carry. And somehow they are trying to carry it across the finish line. This is such a great competition. It's turned out and shaked out to be really, really close at the top, which just makes for such a better competition to watch. And so I'm so pumped to watch what happens in this final map. Or potentially final map, by the way. Not necessarily.
I don't know. It feels that way, right? I said beginning of the end like 3 or 4 maps ago, but these boys have had so many maps in pocket. 2 in particular where they were uncontested on match point that they could have closed it out. Now they have to go up against not only Twisted Minds and Raven Esports, but Los Criollos, like we said. These are some of the teams that have acquired the most wins in the entirety of our series. Now, there are a few teams out there that I still think have the chance to win a match that may not even be on match point already, right? VP have netted a win in map number 9, but Gentlemates, they still have not gotten a win yet, but what they have done is stop the Falcons a map or 2 from being able to accomplish their victory here today.
Yeah, it's a great point, Tiff. And frankly, let's briefly talk about VP. I mean, holy cow, they're going to shake the hands of Deus Amir at the end of that map because if Twisted Minds in there, we saw the leaderboard top right. Vitality had eclipsed them, which means that they weren't in the top 5, which means Vitality taking away that spot. Let's take a look at some of the scores from drop 10 in particular, because this will inform our overall. Virtus Pro got knocked down early after landing in Pond, and you can see they only pick up 7.2 points. Vitality pick up 18 in 7th overall on drop 10. So Vitality eclipsed them, jump up to a top 5 position, and would have gone to EWC if Twisted Minds had closed it out on the back of Allman. So crazy scenes right now with a lot of teams close, but 4 teams on that match point, Taylor.
Four teams, I was going to say earlier, I'm getting flashbacks from EWC last year. You know, we were consistently saying, hey, it's going to be the last game, and it wasn't. Teams just continually joined the match points until obviously the very end. Look at our scoreboard, 4 teams in red, which means 4 teams have crossed the threshold of 150 to be on match point. Twisted Minds, Los Carrillos, Falcons, and Raven Esports. Of course, we still pay attention to 5th and 6th. Vitality, Virtus Pro, 6 points separate them. 5th place matters because with Twisted Minds already being the champions, that means 5th place is now open if Vitality can hold on to what they got, or Virtus Pro can move it to top 5. They will still be going to EWC, but only 6 points. Goj, that is a narrow margin.
Very narrow margin. And by the way, I mean, looking at that leaderboard, I mean, you look at people like G2 and T1 who are at 120 and 110 points respectively. Gentleman's, you know, not on this page currently, we're showing the bottom, but Gentleman's were in 9th overall at 107. The 107 110s are kind of out of the question. 120 even from G2. They had a banger last map. It's just too late. They got online way too late in this competition. You're down 30 from threshold. 4 teams on it currently. Even if we go one more map, I mean, you'd have to drop another 30 bomb to breach threshold. Yes, it is possible, but we haven't seen 40 points yet from anybody. So the only other team we can talk about that's not our top 4, Vitality or Virtus Pro, G2 technically now in the conversation if they drop a 30, and this doesn't end, Taylor.
I don't know. I kind of want to see it go. Why not? Let's get some more games. After all, we're guaranteed one more game at this point. It's game number 11. Dandro Enigma, take it away.
Whew. Is this the last game that we have, my friend? I would be remiss if somehow we do not walk away with a winner here. $100,000 ready to be doled out. 4 spots going to the Esports World Cup, my friend. A lot on the line that can come down to at least one of our few teams' ability to perform and take this win.
I mean, it's incredible what has happened this afternoon. We always want the best. We want the entertainment. We want the big teams taking lumps out of each other. We've had underdog stories. We've had global representation. We've had superstar moments. We're only missing a winner. I would be incredibly surprised, but I'll be honest, delighted if somehow we went on from here, because we're looking at probably bringing 2 more teams into the fold for match point. But that being said, those 4 that are across the line right now, they've won maps this afternoon, plenty capable of closing this out right here. And my God, the war that is about to unfold in front of our very eyes, not only for the $100,000, but of course for Esports World Cup qualification. A penny for the thoughts of those 3, by the way. Soka, loud and proud as ever. But since they've moved over to match point, they've slowed down considerably. At one point, well in the lead. Now sit technically 3rd on score. A reminder on how this works: if they don't win on match point, the leaderboard freezes, so they could drop down the leaderboard considerably yet if they continue to play at this slower pace, which so far has not suited them.
Listen, Soka, a man of many words, a man of very many exclamative words when he needs to be. And this feels like one of those moments where you can see he's locking on in. He's yelling at him, come on, doggy, come on, Eddie, we got this. Let's go ahead. Let's lock in. Let's clutch this one on up. He's watched too many of these games slip on by them. That has absolutely been their curse. Could this game 11 be when they finally come out and do it? Because, hey, to be the first team to cross match point threshold, and even if it might take you a little bit to get there, who cares when you got a W in the column next to your name? But map number 11, this might be our last one. I'm with Taylor. I wouldn't hate to see it go one more either, my friend. Let's get ready. Let's drop on into it as we get a zone that's pulling heavy towards the east.
Hellish contest over to Lumbermill. Gentlemates G2, Los Carrillos are back for action. Criminal Guards going to squeeze forward here. And actually, G2 have just decided to go and fight Gentlemates. They don't want any of the LATAM squad. And I don't blame anyone for not wanting to run at them. It's so damn good today. And Crimmy's actually going to spot one. Just going to slow it down for a half second as clusters rain in from the skies. Remember, you don't need kills at this point. You can just slow it down, but they want control of Lumbermill so they can slowly work forward from there.
Yeah, I think if Los Carrillos, if they can manage to really just wipe out Lumbermill, manage to hold it, they don't have to worry as much about Falcons maybe sliding on over from boat to cause this chaos, right? They can hold the line, watch that zip, make sure that no movement comes on through. But Criminal God playing patiently. Some great shots will get dropped, though. So unfortunately, the shots go a little bit wide. I thought you had a teammate there to swing out for the trade. It's just not possible. You can see Z-Dark kind of playing by himself forward. The Gentlemates, they've started a regain. They want to kind of enter back on in over here at Lumbermill. And I don't mind this from Los Carrillos of having one player just completely off into stacks here, just playing isolated by themselves on top of the rooftop. Maybe get some shots across, not too worried about that. But they'll be able to hang on for the time being, and Lumbermill will continue to stay a hotbed of activity.
Yeah, it should stay plenty safe for now. The only problem is your anchor is relatively static, so that's a lack of contracts, that's a lack of looting, that could affect your economy for later on. So you do want to get control of this Lumbermill sooner rather than later. What you're hoping for is Gentlemates and G2 to fight each other, quite frankly. Let's take a look over at Mansion. Twisted Minds, they have loadout, and they have control of Mansion. A lot of space to play in, pretty much the entirety of the northwestern quadrant here. Nearest team's going to be Barn, and over towards the train cars. Let's look back in it. The Latam team. NKL finds Criminal God, and Dark's gonna do the right thing. Back off, let them two squabble, sit nice and pretty.
Yeah, this is kind of one of our only few match point teams that is actually kind of seemingly in the mix, it feels like, right? Twisted Minds, they have Mansion all to themselves. Falcons, they got Boat, doesn't really matter. Ravens, they kind of are chilling in that Main Street area. They're getting a couple of squabbles, but nothing really too crazy. It's just Los Carrillos here early on, which doesn't necessarily bode well, but if they can come out on top here, this would be huge. Z-Dark LMG in hand. He's gonna be able to find one right in hand, tries to slide on through, find another. Unfortunately, Enkyo just has the right position. Criminal God has to back on up towards Amir, but kind of getting hunted right now. Goes very low and will get dropped. So just like that, it's Amir, the only one alive, but Resurgence timer is still ticking. You got Z-Dark back on in.
Yeah, Amir with the veteran play. No rush of blood there. Keeps it calm. Slows things down. Let's do Z-Dark back in. Criminal God will surely join them soon. A lack of loot available to this team, though. Amir's going to have 8 plates. Crimmy's only got 2 in his vest. So you're looking to just kind of free him up for a moment. Can we get to your loot? Can we get to your guns? Can we get you some plates, some money, some landmass? All that is going on over there. VP, who sit on the cusp, on the bubble. Currently 6 points away from qualifying to the Esports World Cup in the summer. They're finding a lot of kills here at Research. They're going to get control of a lot of it, and that's not an easy thing to do. 3 teams trying to contest this. It's very difficult to wipe teams, but you're putting yourself in the best spot.
Oh, and I like this. Destroy. He's going to get some reads. You had a player knocked below you. Wasn't by anybody on your team, so you know there's at least one more squad nearby. No worries there, but look at where the zone is starting to pull. It's pulling these players out of Lumbermill. You gotta go more north towards Research Center. That's gonna be Los Carrillos. They have to start moving, but they're gonna get found out by G2. And yet again, blink and you'll miss it. It's Amir, still alive. Z-Dark is here as well, but he's gotta just be floating in the sky, figuring out where to go. And it will get found on out. He's going to land electrical, but look at this G2. They might get the sense that there's where this player's moving on in, and they could just start flying for this and maybe get out one of our match point teams early.
Confirm the spawns will come back in for one of those boys, likely Crimmy. It's a tough place to be, and well, Vitality in a considerably worse place. Your anchor is going to be sat up for long enough that you get back in, but well, as bodies are flying back in for that Vitality roster, by the way, one's just been plucked out of the sky. They may be wiped here. No, thankfully they managed to get themselves back to their feet for a moment. Twisted again, just with so much control, going to complete a recon. That's going to tell them where the end zone is going to be, or at least a deep circle, and allow them to play for positioning ahead of everybody else. Again, another veteran play out of Amir. It is not pretty Warzone, but it is effective Warzone. A Z-Dog is brought back in.
I mean, it just, my worry here though is that they're not really like creating space on the map for themselves. Compare that to Twisted Minds, who just, they kind of flex on out. They get a couple of those kills on Vitality, push them more south. That means they don't have to worry about somebody make this late rotation through Mansion on them, right? They're going to be A-okay just to kind of hold the line because they're still in zone, right? They still have the entirety of Mansion to themselves, and it's in zone, and they don't have to really work. I'm looking at that kill feed though. I'm seeing Heeds being able to take down Scummin, so Ravens Esports still in this. Curios still taking teams off the board, and it looks like they're actually going to make their way up towards those northern train cars just above Research, and I don't mind that at all. Hold that line, just kind of poke some fun down at Research, what's going on there. But for the Falcons, they've managed to rotate up through Cole. They take down G2. They gain control of this POI.
I watched pretty much all of that on the map view, and they just decided to hit the go button, play straight out of Main Street, cross the river, and bury G2 into a drop 12 if there is going to be one. Cold Depot will belong to them. One of our match point teams, of course. Los Curios, they're still trying to figure out that regain situation. One body alive off towards Research. Twisted Minds, all the control we spoke about earlier. For Ravens, they hold that north side. That's where our match point teams sit. Los Curios are somehow still going.
Yeah.
I've just watched the one remaining player die, but two bodies back in the sky and continuing to look for a place. And look, in Resurgence, it's never chalked.
It is never chalked, as a once famous Major Maniac said. That's definitely a word of advice for some of these teams here. Los Curios, I'm seeing one player alive over at Research. You have two different teams near you. You got T1, you got Team Clown near you. You just have to stay alive long enough. So you're doing a great job of staying alive, Enigma. What happens when the Resurgence timer stops?
The fact that Amir's managed to get himself back in is impressive, and you're right about the Resurgence timer situation. You can't afford to throw many lives away now. These boys need to find a quick little pick, scoop loot from the bodies, and build themselves into a late game strategy. Research Center is not the place to be trying to do that. It is also not going to be a place to safely put your anchor. But for now, it will be home. As you hear players zip around them, you got T1 just above you for company as well.
A lot of action happening here at the Research Center. Twisted Minds still up there towards Mansion, kind of flirting with For Fun below them if they can. Some great shots here from Z-Dark will help you obviously get this team down. Big. A little bit of shaky there as, whoa, look at that. Amir gets dropped and Destroy's actually going to be the one. Swings on forward. He's going to get the cleanup onto Swizzin and the full onto Amir. What should have been a very simple 2v1 right there from Los Curios. You'll lose Amir in the process. A little bit shaky, a little bit sloppy from that squad, Enigma. Would love to be able to see them kind of touch up on the fights there.
Ravens, by the way, are setting themselves up to pin Twisted Minds in. They sat up on that bridge for a very long time, awaiting the challenge. And Twisted Minds shall certainly provide. Shifty's going to light it up with a PA, force a player to back off at least. That's going to split the Ravens roster a little bit. Shimmy that line around. And hopefully unsettle them enough to give you a route through. North side push coming in from Almond, though. He's decided to wide wrap this, but he has been spotted. Needs the rest of his boys to activate, or is he sitting duck?
Looking down at the bridge, Almond, if he can pull their attention, you might let Shifty get into a possible scenario where he can sort of pinch from the other side. He's getting tagged on up. Cluster coming in from the top. He has to be very careful here. Swings wide, finds one, finds two. Twisted Minds are going to turn the tides on Ravens Esports. Only one player left alive, but you lose Z-Smith. You lose Shifty. Almond, he's still here, and it's T1 from the roof of Research who causes spoiler. But in the middle of all of that, Ravens Esports, one of our match point teams, has been eliminated.
So we're down to 3. Los Curios, what is left of Twisted Minds, and the Falcons. Falcons will hold a lot of space at Coal Depot. They basically have the south side of the map to themselves. Los Curios still figuring out Research Center there amongst the madness. Twisted Minds, well, you can see in not even bits and pieces. Almond will try and hold the line and pray to the gods. The fact that Los Curios are still alive is incredible. They win this from there.
Oh my god, good shots on to Vitality, continuing to back them on down. This is what now that they've sort of regained it, this is what I like to see, right? They don't have to full fly at that. They don't have to go get the knock, but just being able to get those shots out is enough to make Vitality second think about, okay, can we really push on through here? Because you've backed them on down. That's going to allow you to turn your sights over to Virtus Pro, who's now trying to look down this hallway and hold it on in. And you have to be extra careful too, because look who's right above you. It's T1. If you let this fight get a little bit too mixy, T1, they can slide on down here and they can start to get engaged in this battle. So go ahead, send out the shots, back down some of these other teams, but the zone is pulling you away. You're gonna have to move from Research at one point or another.
Confirmation that Virtus Pro and Vitality have both made match points. Should we go another game, we will see 6 teams square off to take it all home. Los Carrillos want to end it right here. Los Carrillos have dug themselves from the depths of hell to somehow be in the top 8 teams of this lobby. Circle 5, gotta rotate. Allman desperately trying to smoke his way to the buy station. It's Falcons players in front of him. He's going for the suit. He won't get there. Soulkill will bury him. Twisted Minds won't make it. Down to just 2 match point teams. Falcons already controlled the south side of the map, rotated hard west to control pretty much the entire rotation over. They hold win condition. Everyone's got to figure out the research situation, get themselves across, and shut down the birds. Otherwise, they claim it all here and will take first place and head to EWC as champions.
Soka's gonna have a lot to say about that one. Ben caught with his knife out. That is not what you want to have happen when you're trying to go for that double buyback. Vitality, it's just Blast trying to stay alive. Los Carrillos will be able to cut them on down. Vitality eliminated. Still hanging on by a thread, and that is until T1 plays a little bit of spoiler. Cuts you on down. Blink and you'll miss it. The Falcons are here. They are the only 3 players alive. Spam getting dropped. Dongi dropping. Echo T1 eliminated. It is a 3v1 to end map number 11. They were the first team to cross Call of Duty Warzone match point. They couldn't get it done, Enigma, in the time that they wanted, but it doesn't matter because when the time was right in map number 11, they take it by the horns. They soar towards the skies. They take the win.
How they have managed to see themselves through what has been a torrid time on match point. The man right there, the closer, making the call. The big rotation was on. They sat back from all the trouble. Took control of Coal Depot. Let everybody else squabble over research. We'll gamble on the zone pool, gentlemen. It's worked for us in the past. When it comes in, they rotate hard to the west. Lock it down and tell everyone out of research. Run at us. We dare you. Beautiful stuff from these 3, of course, for Soka. This is walked path. He knows victory. Dongi and Noobs. This is a statement moment on LAN and guarantees them that trip to Saudi Arabia.
Listen, man, there was a lot of questions about this roster. We had seen some online success from them, right? We said, how are they going to do when push comes to shove on LAN? These are 3 very talented, very experienced players. It looked a little shaky, but they are able to do it when it matters most. I know that was an electric game for you and I to watch from start to finish, but I know that the desk also wants to be able to help break that one on down. And you can see how much it means on Soka's face there. Let's get the desk back on in here to help talk about that because, man, what a way to finish our finals.
What a way indeed. The Falcons fought fly high. They fought so hard for this moment, not only in the qualifiers dominating their region, but coming to the stage, the first team to reach match point, the first team eligible to close out Birmingham. But it would take 3-4 more games later before they finally get the job done. But the important thing is they got the job done. This new roster, Noobs, Dongi, and Hisoka holding it down. The IGL, the closer for a reason. He finally gets the job done, and you know this means the world to Noobs. This means the world to Dongi to now have a chance to play at EWC under the Falcons banner in front of the home crowd, screaming their names, wanting them to win the championship, Coach.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that's got to feel fantastic. Was there really ever a question that they were going to qualify for EWC? Probably not, but still feels very good to secure that ticket 100%. And to win it all is even better. This is a continuation, like you said, of their dominance in NA finals, and they're able to win it here. Again, it's kind of the classic age-old mantra. You can't give the Falcons 3 chances to win a map. It's just too many. They finally get it. It does take 3. Everybody else was close. And if we went one more, we had 6 teams, I believe, that would have been on match point and a couple that were close. So yeah, we were running out of room for the Falcons to get a free win. But frankly, Tiff, the thing that was really impressive about this map was Deus Amir. This team was so resilient. They kept regaining over and over and over again to find their way all the way to top 5, and then to the final 3 fight was nuts.
To do whatever it took is exactly what Los Carrillos were doing, right? And it was tough. This fight through Research Center, we always talk about this area in particular being just such a nuisance to get through. And if you've got, we're 11 games deep and we go pull out of Research Center, You did the best you could. You've got T1 in there. You've got Spectre. You've got a ton of teams. And the Falcons do it right by rotating outside and going through the south to try and evict everyone out. You see For Fun Esports, they hold a lot of space here. They take them out. You have Twisted Minds, Almond looking for a regain, has 16k cash and looking for the double buy. If Almond clutches that out, dude, it could have been a different story. It could have been really gnarly.
Can I say one thing, by the way? Unfortunately for Twisted Minds, I don't know if it's a scam. Shifty picks up a 2-piece in a brilliant way and frankly a very tough rotation. The one thing they didn't have was info. They didn't know where T1 was, and T1 plays spoiler to Twisted Minds. True. If Twisted Minds are able to stay alive there, skate through, stay up, play the backside of that bridge, there's a chance Twisted Minds could win that map. T1 over from the top ropes, shot under the bridge from like 200 meters away. And basically ruin Twisted Mind's chances. So it was a crazy way for T1 to kind of make their mark on this tournament when they're not actually doing as well as we thought they would.
Yeah, an exciting tournament as a whole. I mean, going 11 games, honestly, I didn't account for that. I really didn't. I thought it would end maybe 8 to 10 games, 11, pretty spectacular. And you're right, Goj, if we would have gone one more map, there would have been 6 total teams on match points, which would have matched the energy of EWC last year, which makes me even more excited to get to Saudi Arabia. Let's go to the stage and watch the Falcons get their medals that they so earned and they so deserved. And again, such a performance. Noobs, Doggy, Hisoka take the stage. Doggy's been fighting tooth and nail to get to this point, to be up there, right, to be a champion. And he is now officially that. Of course, the job's not done. EWC is on his mind, but for now, they can rest easy, knowing that they hoist the trophy, knowing that they earned the medals to $30,000. Such a tremendous occasion. Adam also on the stage, leading the charge behind the scenes, putting in the work. Such an incredible guy. We love Adam. Adam also just truly dedicated to the program, making things best as they possibly can be. The GOAT. But such a good job, man. I mean, the Falcons, you know, this roster, since they entered into esports, and more specifically here it goes, entering into Warzone, biting the metal, giving the peace sign, yeah, flying high, baby. You know, they believed in Hisoka, they picked him up, and naturally he stays the course, he stays with this roster, he stays with this org. And you know, for him, like, it's got to be such a good feeling, right, to now get another title for the Falcons.
Oh, yeah, 100%. This is an ego boost that, frankly, they didn't need, but it's still well-earned, right? This is a really strong roster, and I got to continue to tip my hat to Eddie, man. Noobs is a difference maker for already a star-studded roster. Having the Falcons with Dongi and Hisoka, and now Noobs really creates a full picture for what this team's able to do. They're celebrating because, yes, it is well-earned, and they crushed the competition, but it was a very good event, and again, it was quite tight. This was not the runaway performance that we saw in our regional finals. When it got to land, everything changed. The one thing that didn't, the Falcons were on top.
And I saw Donkey actually wipe a tear from his eye. Can't officially say he was crying, but I think he was. Again, just the heaviness of the moment. You know, it means so much to him. Tiff, I mean, not only Doggy, right? Kind of the new guy on the block, if you will. I know he's been competing a long time, but when you think about Noobs and his history in Warzone and his history of winning and being a part of historic rosters, Hisoka as well, winning championships. Now you got Doggy there, joined by these two GOATs. I mean, such an incredible feeling. And the realism of potentially winning at EWC, and I'm getting carried away, but like, it's there. Doggy realizes that. I mean, surrounded by two GOATs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very full circle moment just for Noobs. I'm going to talk about him first, right? He was pretty much a pillar, constantly being in the right positions, allowing Dongi and Soka to perform to the best of their abilities. We know Soka as one of the greatest of all time here in competitive Warzone history. He has been since he emerged on the scene back in the Caldera days. Noobs, even before then, we're talking OG Verdansk, had some of the most powerful performances on that TVE roster, right? Tommy, Ben, and Ed. TVE. Noobs, Almond, and Tommy. You know where Almond is? He's over there on the Twisted Minds roster. He was trying very hard to prove that he could return to form and be another LAN champion winner. But today's day, guys, it was Soka yet again. Breaks apart from that original Falcons roster. Breaks apart from Shifty, where they held such a large majority of that dynasty, guys. But second's not good enough. And so to claim your spot at the top of again, I don't know what that feels like because I don't get a lot of personal wins in my life, but I can only imagine it is something crazy.
Well, I believe we got our interview set up to hear from our champions. Let's send it over to the Pulse check so he can break it all down with the winners.
I can go in the back. You guys in the front.
Something crazy.
I believe we got our interview set up to hear from our champions. Let's send it over to the Pulse check so he can break it all down with the winners.
I can go in the back. You guys in the front.
Something crazy.
And that's fucking right.
Hey, can I cuss on here? Hey, can I cuss on here?
Hey, you're chilling, boys. You're chilling. We all
main broadcast?
but like,
Okay,
you know what I'm
okay.
saying? You know, boys, how the fuck do y'all feel right now? Hold on, boys. Talk to me.
Go
I
ahead, Ed.
feel
Go ahead,
good.
go ahead.
Bro, it's an unreal feeling.
Wait,
Hey, get the mic closer.
yeah,
Cocksucker.
right.
Sorry.
All right, is that better?
We're all main broad. We're all main
That
broad.
Eddie. Sorry.
All right, boys, bro, what the fuck? That was absolutely fucking insane. First thoughts, how we feeling right now? Talk to me.
Dongy, it's all you, bro. Dongy, it is you two right now. Go.
Second, third, a rough World Series. I've been getting a lot of shit from a lot of people for a while. I've had a lot on my chest. I've had a chip on my fucking shoulder. There's no better feeling than that. It was still not an easy win, but I fucking love it, bro.
Come on, Twin.
It's a
Come
little
on, boys.
emotional for me. This is a rough one, but I fucking appreciate it. I love you all. All my loved ones, everybody that supports me, my family, everybody. I really tried my fucking best for this for the past couple years, and I'm glad we finally fucking did it. It means a lot to me.
Oh, hey, you could make me cry out here, bro. Come on, Jack.
It's been rough. I've tried my fucking hardest for years, and I finally fucking did it.
Chat, for those of y'all that don't know Dongy's story, man, he came into the scene, got so many accusations, came in his first LAN, and they didn't do the greatest. He had so much shit, so many people talking shit to him every single day, toxic chats, toxic people, and today he fucking proved it. They deserve to fucking be here. All three of these fuckers, man. Come on, boys. Come on, Mr. News, man. Talk to me, brother. I know you also, this is your first big one, right?
First big
Come
one.
on, man.
Well,
you,
land,
sir.
land.
I don't know what's on these thumbs, dog. I'm taking some for the road, bro. But talk to me, man. How you feeling, bro?
Man, it feels unreal. I mean, especially after what third at EWC and then having like what 20th at World Series. It was definitely a humbling experience, but coming in here and
He's about to cry. Oh my god.
hold up.
Oh my god.
But, sorry. Fuck, I can't get it.
Yo.
Come on.
Yo, come on. You're good, bro.
Come on,
You're good.
man.
You got it, bro. You got it.
Fuck, I can't.
I love it, man. That's passion right there, man. That's fucking passion, bro. So if you don't cry, you're a piece of shit, all right? Go ahead, bro. Talk to me.
Nah. All right, first and foremost, man, thank God. You know, we had fucking 2 games where we're crashing and there's only RPCs, you know, and God gives his fucking strongest soldiers the toughest challenges. And we found a way to persevere, fight adversity. There was a lot of talk that these two right here to my left can't close on LAN. They're getting third, second, you know what I mean? They couldn't finish. But like, where are they at now? You know what I mean? Twist the game. Like, and Shifty, bro, like, you just love chirping, bro. Like, listen, bro. Newsflash, chat. Smits dropped. And the only way he could try to beat us is if he picks up his daddy Biffle. So, Shifty, go ahead and do it. I predict it. Go ahead, chat. Predict it. Come back in like 2 months. Sorry, Smit. You're gone, buddy. It's Falcons gang out here, dog. Keep yourself safe. Keep yourself very safe.
Oh my God. Hey, we got the inside scoop here. Holy fuck.
He can't win a LAN without his daddy, Diaz Biffle. Come on, what are we doing? Call him back. You need him. He's your daddy. Remember that.
I can't wait for Diaz to react to this shit, boys. Listen, man, I'm going to send it back to production. I'm going to send it back over there, boys. Any final thoughts before they close out over there?
Go ahead, doggy.
I want to say again, thank you to everybody that supports me. I love you all. Family, loved ones, everybody knows who they are. I appreciate it. My dad, my mom for supporting me my entire life. I appreciate it. This isn't the end of the year, though. This isn't the final be-all. We're going to show up for Atlanta, EWC. If there is a World Series, we want it all, bro. This is cool, but it's not enough. I still want more. I'm not settled with this shit.
Aura. All right, production, we'll send it back to you guys. Boys, come on, boys. Y'all can stay on a little bit.
Big repos post check out there. Good interview. Obviously, a lot of passion flowing. The tears, right? You could clearly tell how much this meant. I mean, again, they've been competing for so long. And to get here, right, to finally win feels so good to them. For Ahsoka, he didn't shed a tear. He's used to winning. But for the other two, right, it's like so heavy for them and truly a momentous occasion. Very well done, Goj. You've been watching, both you and Tiff, right, have just been watching, Warzone for the longest time since the very start. So you know what these competitors have gone through and how long it has taken for some of them to get a championship, Dongi especially. So well done from them.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, overall, the interview was something, right? Like, they had choice words, but that's who the Falcons are, right? Like, that's how they play, that's how they talk, and they were able to back it up on land this time around, right? So who knows what will happen going forward, but what we do know is that they won 10 bans apiece, and they're going to be at EWC, and job's not finished. So that's what we heard, and I think the emotion tells the truest story from all three of those players. Ahsoka said, this is what we expected, and therefore, here I am. The other two, it was, yes, this is what we expected, but we had a long road to get here of not winning, and because of that, this means so much more than 10 bans and a spot at EWC. This is an ego play. This is something that they could take home and say, yes, I actually am the best in the world, at least on this given day. So here's a look at our scores. You can see them at the top. The fact that they have the most points doesn't actually matter. They won the last map, which means they win with this match point format. However, everybody else falls where they may, and to ramp it back up, Tiff, top 5, I think, technically going, which means Virtus Pro, did they beat out Vitality? Virtus Pro get a spot to the EWC?
Yo, it's looking like that. It's looking like that. Grimy destroy Adrian. 158 points. We are literally 7.8 points above Vitality, who grinded through the open. Came in just barely, right? Skullface Sage and Blast, who have had such an up and down, a roller coaster of a day. But you could say that about absolutely everyone. You heard it in the Falcons interview. It was tough. Twisted Minds, dude. Almond was almost the best player in competitive Warzone for that play inside of Mansion. If he picks up that 1v2 against Los Curios, man, this is crazy. But you know what they get? They get a second place. Los Curios, after that performance, they grab a third place. This is a ton of cash in this economy. But as I do go through the leaderboard from the players at the bottom, I want to give huge shout outs to For Fun Esports, who came in #1 seed in the open. Bubble, flanked Juju. We know it's been a crazy journey for you as a team, right? Bubble, leaving EU, moving to NA at the drop of a hat to compete. You've done your best. And just like you heard Dongi say there in that interview, it's a long time coming. The same thing could be said for every single one of the players that are outside the top 4.
Yeah, by the way, the fact that Virtus Pro is able to eclipse Vitality is really the story of, yes, Virtus Pro fragging out in the last couple of maps. Reminder, they were down at like a 35-point margin from being even in the conversation going into the last couple of maps once the Falcons hit match point. We were like, probably not a chance for them to do it. They dropped 3 banger maps in a row, and Vitality, unfortunately, they get contested by T1, and T1 starts playing the game for real. So T1 come back, they ruin Vitality's chances, and then VP snatch it away for them. We're going to see Virtus Pro back on land at EWC, and Vitality still have work to do.
Hey, a lot of work to do for quite a few rosters out there, AG including. The only reason why I shout them out is because I still believe in that roster, and I want to see them go as far as they possibly can. But what a day it was. 11 maps, and Falcons ended up getting the W in the end, but it was still a W for all the top 5 teams who ended up qualifying for EWC. We'll be seeing them there a little bit later. But the road, at least, right, for the Resurgence series is a long one. This was just the first official stop. We've still got Atlanta and then EWC after that. So a total of $1.1 million still up for grabs. A good day overall. Let's start closing out. Tip, back to you. What are your final words as we get out of here?
I'm ready for more. I am so ready for Atlanta. I'm ready for EWC, because if this is how we're kicking things off, with multiple teams on win condition, with the Falcons batting against all odds to be able to take it, and multiple teams coming close from stealing it from them, how are you going to hold on to that top spot? Because it is so difficult once you get back there.
Goj, always a pleasure working with you, brother. Good job all day today. What do you got to say as we get out of here?
Yeah, thank you so much. Honestly, this was a great tournament. It was really fun to watch. Tight competition at the top. It didn't go to script, which is always fun for us in the booth. So I had a blast breaking it all down. Big shout out to our casters, by the way, and rotating with us. Analyst, Danzo and Enigma crushed it today as well. But yeah, overall, I think the last thing I can say is Vamos Los Corrillos, man. They played fantastic. We're going to be seeing them on LAN. Somebody sign those guys. Good grief. Crushed it throughout this LAN competition.
That's it. Absolutely destroyed it. Shout out to them, and shout out to you all of you out there in the chat. Make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't already. This was the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Grand Finals from Birmingham. But again, it's not over with. We still got the online qualifiers leading into Atlanta, and Atlanta itself, a long road still to get to EWC. It's going to be a fun one. For myself, Taylor, Reflections, Noble, Spider, Tiff, Goj, Dantro, Enigma, production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. We hope to see you again on our next broadcast for Warzone.
I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm lighting up that fire, yeah, I'm burning up. Look at me, feel the heat. Climbing so much higher, but it's not enough. Let's believe, good to see. Stomping on the ground to the earth.